Chapter 416 The Gift of the Supreme Being, please subscribe. _2 Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Ha ha, you little fellow, don't be nervous. It's not an uncommon thing for your spirit will to have experienced more years than your physical soul. Many attributed talents can achieve this, such as eternal dream, time chamber, and so on. Xiaqin Supreme Being shook his head with a smile. As a supreme being, one could go against the flow of the river of time, naturally being able to slow the passage of time. In the blink of an eye on the outside, one could experience millions of years. Or, while millions of years pass by on the outside, only a moment goes by for oneself. Moreover, many attributed abilities can also do this, mostly related to time. Eternal dream. Time chamber. Lin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know the specifics since the Supreme Being said so, it must be related to the flow of time. Indeed. For a Supreme Being, controlling time isn't a difficult task. Even the dead can be resurrected, so what is accelerating or slowing the passage of time? Of course, when it comes to the speed of time, only supreme beings or those who have mastered the complete rule of time can do it, belonging to the most top-tier abilities and opportunities. Judging by the passage of years of your spirit will, you should be about 2,000 years old. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and said. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan heard this and didn't speak. Ha ha, are you now thinking that your name as a genius is going to be gone? Teased Xiaqin Supreme Being. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. You don't need to think like that, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. If you live long enough, you can step into the 8th layer. How could our human alliance's 8th layer only consist of so little? Besides, the goddess of wisdom said you are the founder of an evolution path, and the path you have opened has tremendous potential. Under the condition of continuously pioneering evolution paths, merely having a spirit will age of 2,000 years and achieving this much in human civilization history, your talent is enough to rank in the top 20 or top 10. Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a smile. If Lin Yuan's spirit will age were the same as his physical primordial spirit, only a little over 30 years old, he would have doubted if there was some other background to Lin Yuan. A little over 30 years old, stepping into the 8th layer, pioneering an evolution path with tremendous potential. It just couldn't be done. Even the Supreme Being would find it absurd. The top 20 or top 10 in human civilization history? Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. Such an evaluation was terrifyingly high. This was the history of human civilization, the Starry Sea era that spanned over 2 million years. How many prodigies and monsters had human civilization produced? Even including the 9 Supreme Beings, being able to rank in the top 20 or top 10 meant he was at the very top just below the Supreme Beings, right? Hearing Xiaqin Supreme Being's evaluation of himself, Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling a bit smug, but he quickly recovered. No matter how strong the talent, if it could not be converted into strength, it was meaningless. In the 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, many evolvers had the potential to become supreme beings, but in the end human civilization only had 9 supreme beings. Having an attributed talent like Eternal Dream can indeed give a great advantage in the early stages of cultivation, but that's about it. At the 7th or 8th rank, such abilities are no longer so critical, Xiaqin Supreme Being stated. So-called Eternal Dream is experiencing thousands of years within a dream, a feat easily achievable by a Supreme Being. Even if Lin Yuan used abilities like Eternal Dream, just taking a little over 2,000 years to reach his current point still couldn't conceal his heaven-defying talent. That was why Xiaqin Supreme Being rated Lin Yuan among the top 20 or top 10 in the entire history of human civilization. Understood, Lin Yuan said softly. In fact, the traveling ability of the door to the myriad realms was far from as simple as Eternal Dream. Traversing to a world, absorbing the essence of that world's cultivation system, and perceiving the fluctuations of many rules across different dimensions and planes. This was far more precious than the speed of time. Xiaqin Supreme Being had only noticed that something was off with the passage of Lin Yuan's spirit will time but had yet to discover the existence of the door to the myriad realms. With your talent and aptitude, there shouldn't be too big of an obstacle in the practice at the 8th layer level, but when it comes to the final fusion rules, you have to think carefully, said Xiaqin Supreme Being. The fusion rules here are not ordinary fusion among rules, but a fusion between pillar rules and other rules. You must carefully consider which rules to integrate with the pillar rules, Xiaqin Supreme Being advised. Thank you for your guidance, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan nodded. The so-called pillar rules refer to the space rules, rule of time, rules of life, and so on. Now that you have stepped into the 8th layer, I presume you are about to head to the fringe starfield to preside for 500 years? Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. But I haven't chosen which star domain yet, Lin Yuan said. The fringe starfield is fraught with danger. Therefore I will give you a treasure, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. Don't refuse. Do you think you are strong? Have the doppelganger skill. Or that with our intervention and resurrection you will not die? Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and shook his head. The doppelganger skill is not foolproof, and the method of resurrection does not bring back everything, Xiaqin Supreme Being continued. For instance, with memory contamination, no matter how many avatars you have, you will have to die. After resurrection, as long as the memory remains, you will still have to die. Memory contamination. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Such methods, with more restrictive conditions than curse-killing skill, would be difficult for even a 10th rank being to apply to him, given his current strength. I will bestow upon you a treasure called the soul-settling pearl. Even if a supreme being attempts memory contamination on you or uses other means, you will be able to persist for an instant. At that moment, detonate yourself immediately and wait for me to resurrect you, Xiaqin Supreme Being spoke calmly. Can it withstand a supreme being for an instant? Lin Yuan was shocked. What existence were supreme beings? Their attacks were unpredictable and profound. For example, if an alien strong one wanted to kill Lin Yuan before he met Xiaqin Supreme Being, it would not be too difficult. It could even be a permanent kill beyond the scope of resurrection. But supreme beings have their pride. Presently, to the outside world, Lin Yuan was just an 8th layer being under 100 years old, not warranting a supreme being's intervention. If it were revealed that Lin Yuan was not only an 8th layer being under 100 years old but also the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, the situation might change. Remember, once the soul-settling pearl is activated passively, you must not hesitate to choose self-detonation. Do not delay, Xiaqin Supreme Being said gravely. As long as Lin Yuan had not been subjected to memory contamination or the like, Xiaqin Supreme Being would be able to resurrect him, leaving the essentials unharmed. But once memory contaminated, just like the heart demon tribulation, even a supreme being could not remove all, meaning even after resurrection, death would still ensue. Understood, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. What Xiaqin Supreme Being was considering were the extreme situations Lin Yuan might face. Under normal circumstances, a supreme being would not intervene. If an alien supreme being took action to erase a human prodigy, then the supreme beings of human civilization would also intervene, erasing the geniuses of the different species. In that case, no one would dare venture out. Unless the alien supreme being saw in Lin Yuan the hope of becoming a supreme being. Otherwise, it would not even bother to pay attention. And while there have been several 8th layer evolvers under 100 years old throughout the history of human civilization, very few ultimately touched the realm of supreme beings. Xiaqin Supreme Being was aware that Lin Yuan was the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, and as the founder, having no path laid out before him yet still reaching this point, there certainly was potential for him to become a supreme being. But Xiaqin Supreme Being knew what the alien supreme beings did not. Within the whole human civilization, only 3 goddesses and 9 supreme beings knew that Lin Yuan was the founder of the martial path evolutionary path. The soul-settling pearl will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Xiaqin Supreme Being gestured dismissively and proceeded to send Lin Yuan away from the virtual world. After Lin Yuan had vanished, Xiaqin Supreme Being's smile began to fade. I hope you grow up successfully. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked towards the last spot where Lin Yuan had stood, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 417 Choosing a Star Domain. End of this volume. Please subscribe. Consciousness returned to reality. Scenes of Lin Yuan's exchange with the Xiaqin Supreme Being flashed through his mind. Supreme beings are too terrifying. Lin Yuan was astonished in his heart. Could they really discern the traces of his spirit will's passage through time solely with an avatar in the virtual world? But the door to the myriad realms? Lin Yuan was very certain the Xiaqin Supreme Being had not detected the door to the myriad realms at all. Although he had only traversed it 7 times, Lin Yuan indeed knew the immense value the door to the myriad realms held for human civilization. If human civilization controlled the door to the myriad realms, there would be no need to persist in wars with the surrounding peak clans. What was the purpose of the human civilization alliance constantly waging wars? Resources. It was all for resources. In the cosmic starry sky, resources are limited. If human civilization wanted to develop continuously, it would have to plunder resources ceaselessly. And this would inevitably lead to conflicts with other peak clans, thereby igniting wars. With the door to the myriad realms, human civilization could completely invade other dimensions and realms to acquire a vast amount of resources. Lin Yuan was very clear about this, but he would never take the initiative to disclose the existence of the door to the myriad realms. Human nature is unpredictable. In the face of absolute interests, no one can guarantee what they might do. Perhaps in the future, once Lin Yuan became a supreme being or even surpassed them, he would use the door to the myriad realms to open pathways to other dimensional realms, allowing the evolvers of human civilization to go and pioneer new territories. As for now, Lin Yuan would absolutely not reveal the existence of the door to the myriad realms to anyone. This was Lin Yuan's biggest trump card. The Red Kuan lineage's Shirsan becoming an 8th layer was a sensational event for both the Qikuan Star Domain and the Anan Star Alliance. Especially considering that the Great Peak Master had also advanced to the 8th layer not long ago, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Red Kuan lineage's foundation had grown significantly with 2 more 8th layer individuals. As a result, the Red Kuan lineage decided to hold a grand ceremony to celebrate the birth of the 2 8th layer individuals. The celebration took place in the virtual world, and forces or lone evolvers with even a modicum of fame from the Anan Star Alliance and dozens of surrounding star alliances hurried over, making it much more magnificent than the reception when Lin Yuan advanced to the 6th rank. The Red Kuan lineage gaining a peak master was a big deal within the Qikuan Star Domain but not beyond it. However, the birth of an 8th rank evolver, especially a sub-century-old one like Lin Yuan, signified tremendous potential to every power, which was nothing short of terrifying. This was not the time to forego congratulations, as there might not be another chance later. Is that Hong Feng Star Lord? That's Wanyang Star Lord? Even the Golden Dragon Star Master has come? So many 8th layer Star Lords. Even the invincible ones of the 8th layer have arrived in large numbers. The scale of this. It's rivaling a Star Alliance level celebration. The guests discussed in low voices. These were big shots in their own star domains but quite ordinary here. Only the 8th layer Star Lords received a second glance at Shirsan's ceremony. As for the 7th and 6th rank evolvers, there were too many to take notice of them all. That must be Shirsan so young. Indeed, it's amazing how he advanced to the 8th layer at such a young age. Of course, the guest of interest was Lin Yuan. While the Great Peak Master advancing to the 8th layer was impressive, it paled next to Shirsan. Lin Yuan sat at a table with his parents, with several tables next to them reserved for the Star Lords. So many important figures. Lin Yi looked left and right, feeling fortunate to be in the virtual world where the auras of the high-rank evolvers were suppressed. If this were reality, her being a lower-rank evolver would probably have made her tremble and feel uneasy merely with a glance. This was the oppression of the essence of life. Xiaoyuan this? Father Lin Shouqing sighed. His son had achieved far too much. He had thought Lin Yuan becoming Shirsan of the Red Kuan lineage was already a stroke of ancestral fortune. But now Lin Yuan had ascended to the 8th layer, and he was sub-century old at that. In recent times, countless massive powers from different star domains had contacted him, either proactively or passively. Their goal was to ingratiate themselves with Lin Yuan. Xiaoyuan, I've heard that 8th rank evolvers need to go to the fringe starfield to take charge. Isn't that very dangerous? Mother Lu Qiong asked in a low voice, her tone full of concern. It is somewhat dangerous but I can handle it, said Lin Yuan with a smile. Lin Yuan's true self was heading to the fringe starfield to take charge, while one incarnation as Yin spirit and Yang spirit was in the battlefields of different races, and the other in the Qikuan main star. Perfectly safe. The avatar methods of other evolvers only allowed the resurrection of incarnations while the true self was still alive. If the true self were to fall, then all of its avatars would fall as well. But Lin Yuan's martial Tao primordial spirit, in the strictest sense, was not an avatar. There was no need for the true self to be alive to condense the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. Even if the true self fell, the Yin and Yang spirits could still use the Taiji's ability to create all things to re-evolve a physical body. Moreover, with the physical body divine ability blood rebirth, there was no need for Lin Yuan to go through such trouble. Apprentice, come over here, beckoned Qikuan Star Lord's voice in Lin Yuan's ear. He'll be back in a moment, Lin Yuan said as he rose and gestured to his parents. These few are my good friends. They wanted to meet you. Qikuan Star Lord was chatting and laughing with several Star Lords. Upon seeing Lin Yuan approaching, he immediately introduced him. This is your young apprentice, one remarked. Truly terrifying potential, an 8th layer under 100 years old, Qikuan, you old rascal, your luck is too good, isn't it? Chapter 418 Choosing a Star Domain. End of this volume. Please subscribe. _21 Star Lord after another spoke. Lin Yuan had entered the 6th rank before the age of 100. Many of these Star Lords largely praised the Chiquan Star Lord for his brilliant methods of mentoring disciples. But now Lin Yuan had entered the 8th rank before the age of 100. All the Star Lords changed their tune, considering the Chiquan Star Lord to be lucky. Several Star Lords even felt envious when they saw Lin Yuan, thinking that if they had received such a disciple, they could have done no worse than the Chiquan Star Lord. This was indeed the case. The Chiquan Star Lord knew his own family affairs. His guidance for Lin Yuan was actually quite minimal. Apart from providing material resources, the Chiquan Star Lord's mentoring did not exceed 5 times. Haha, what's the matter? Luck is also a type of strength. Not convinced? Try finding such a disciple yourself. The Chiquan Star Lord was in a good mood. Not only did he not refute, but he took pride in this fact. The celebration lasted several days. Lin Yuan quickly resumed his cultivation. The 8th layer part of the martial path evolutionary path focuses on the integration of rules. Lin Yuan thought quickly. A vast amount of spiritual light surged in his mind, contemplating the gains of that body segment and transformed them into a foundation at this moment, continuously propelling Lin Yuan to open up the 8th stage of martial arts. Rule integration must have a pillar rule. I will integrate Taiyin Taiyang rule with space rules. The foundation of the martial Tao that Lin Yuan cultivated was based on Taiyin, Taiyang, and Taiji. Therefore, in the 8th rank, the natural course was for Taiyin and Taiyang to integrate with the space rules. This was set as the path from the 2nd layer chapter, 3rd layer chapter in the martial path evolutionary path. Of course, other martial arts evolutionaries don't have to do it this way. They can choose their own paths without being confined to Taiyin and Taiyang. He ended his cultivation for the day. Lin Yuan began to go through the gifts that other evolutionaries had given him at the celebration. Since the Red Kuan lineage hosted the celebration, the participating evolutionaries to some extent expressed their goodwill. Especially for 13 Peak Master with infinite potential in the 8th rank, why not invest now rather than when 13 Peak Master is unmatched in the 8th rank and entering the 9th rank? By then it would depend on whether they would even be accepted. Although investing now was adding icing to the cake, it was still better than not investing at all. All the gifts together amount to about 150,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. This was much more than the gifts he received when he first advanced to a 7th level citizen. When Lin Yuan advanced to 7th level citizen, hiding his true identity, many evolutionaries were reluctant to invest too much. But now advancing to an 8th rank evolver, being an evolver under 100 years of age at the 8th rank, which evolver would dare to underestimate this? With my current universe crystals plus several shares of income from the martial path evolutionary path, it's nearly 200,000 cubic. Lin Yuan's face revealed a smile. Universe crystals, being a universal currency among the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, not only held monetary value but also practical value. 200,000 cubic universe crystals exceeded the wealth of ordinary 8th rank peak evolvers. Of course, the wealth of most 8th rank evolvers was concentrated in weapons and treasures. The number of universe crystals they held was not the main aspect. Lin Yuan looked up, gazing toward the outside of the Great Hall. 13 Peak Master. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall and saw a gaunt man standing there. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at the gaunt man, slightly startled inside. This man bore a striking resemblance to Nalen, the assistant tower master, who had recently destroyed the edge of the Heiyuan secret realm with a flick of his fingers. Of course, Lin Yuan deduced through the video that the person was at least a 9th rank evolver, probably even stronger. After all, the Heiyuan clan also had 5 or 6 9th rank powerhouses stationed there, but in front of assistant tower master Nalen, these 5 or 6 9th rank powerhouses didn't even dare to leave the secret realm, watching helplessly as Nalen crushed a vast area of the realm's edge. It was only when the insect race powerhouses came to support that Nalen stopped and left. This is what the tower master asked me to give to you. Nalen smiled slightly and handed a metal box to Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he accepted the metal box. The tower master values you highly. It's been a long time since I saw the tower master treating a junior like this. Nalen smiled slightly, and his figure directly disappeared. Nalen, the deputy tower master. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced. Nalen, the deputy tower master, must be the one stationed at the evolution tower overseen by Xia Qin, the supreme being. The evolution tower overseen by Xia Qin, the supreme being, is countless light years away from Chiquan star domain. Even with continuous wormhole shuttling, it would take hundreds to thousands of years to reach, yet the deputy tower master arrived in just less than half a month. Lin Yuan felt a jolt of shock. It said that after fully comprehending the complete rule model of space, one can master wide-range relocation techniques, moving hundreds of thousands of light-years in just one step. But that is an ability only ninth-rank evolvers can control, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. At the edge of the human civilization territory, several immense wills penetrated through. Who was it exactly who detected Shirsan, the peak master of Red Kuan lineage's talent, and did not report it to the Insect Race Alliance immediately? The strongest of those wills suppressed its fury. If they had known earlier that Shirsan could step into the 8th rank before the age of 100, they would have done everything possible to eliminate him before he advanced to the 6th rank. As long as he was killed before reaching the 6th rank, even a supreme being couldn't bring him back to life. Those who didn't report on time are criminals of the Insect Race Alliance. The strongest will accuse the others. I'm not sure. Pan Yong was in charge of Chikuan Star Domain at that time, but he disappeared some time ago, and we have been unable to find him, said one of the wills immediately. Right, he just vanished suddenly. Now there's no way to know why he didn't report back then. Vanished? Just like that? The strongest will clearly didn't believe it. As long as the person in question is missing, no evidence can be formed, and the insect race cannot punish the corresponding clan. I suspect those people were bribed by the human civilization early on, which is also a setback for us, said the third will immediately. Bribed? The strongest will remained expressionless. I will continue to report this matter. As for you clans, just wait, the strongest will said, then dissipated. On Chikuan main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Is this the soul-settling pearl? A treasure that can withstand a moment's attack from a supreme being? Lin Yuan opened the metal box and a colorless, transparent pearl slowly floated up. It faintly radiated an extremely gentle power, making Lin Yuan's spiritual will feel as though it was soaking in a hot spring. Much more precious than an 8th rank spiritual defense treasure. No, even the origin fine gold given by the teacher can't compare. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Origin fine gold is indeed precious, possessing growth properties, but to grow it to the level of a supreme being, one would not know how many resources must be invested. The soul-settling pearl, however, must be a treasure at the level of a supreme being, otherwise, it couldn't block a supreme being's momentary attack. To know, a supreme being, mastering the complete rule of time, would kill an 8th rank evolver before they could even react. Yet this soul-settling pearl could forcefully buy a momentary lapse of time. With that moment, Lin Yuan could choose to self-destruct. As long as he didn't receive memory contamination from a supreme being, so-called death, under the resurrection means of the supreme being, was merely like sleeping a while. I have Yang spirit at Chikuan main star, even if I encounter a supreme being, I can just let my true self detonate without needing a supreme being's resurrection. Lin Yuan thought to himself inside. Regardless, it's always better to stay alive. Successfully refined the soul-settling pearl. Lin Yuan began to consider the matters he needed to face next. That was to choose a star domain on the periphery and then oversee it for 500 years. Most 8th rank evolvers oversee for far more than 500 years, like Chikuan Star Lord, who, having just advanced to the 8th rank, has been overseeing Chikuan Star Domain from that time until now, Lin Yuan thought internally. People have emotions and so do evolvers. Let's take a look, choose which star domain to manage. Lin Yuan opened the map of the Human Alliance territory to closely examine it. An 8th rank evolver in charge of a peripheral area will have the authority to name it. Originally, Chikuan Star Domain was not called Chikuan Star Domain. After Chikuan Star Lord took charge, it became Chikuan Star Domain. This place is the one. Lin Yuan focused his attention on a certain location on the map. Chapter 419 Galaxy Master, please subscribe. It's you. Lin Yuan looked toward the edge of the map, at a star domain that had just been incorporated into the human civilization territory, and made up his mind. Human civilization was expanding its frontiers at all times, incorporating vast swathes of star systems into its territory daily. These star systems and star domains, to integrate as smoothly as possible into human civilization, required the presence of sufficiently powerful beings to oversee them, facilitating large-scale migration. And such beings with sufficient clout. An 8th rank evolver would suffice. In the cosmic starry skies, the wars between many different species generally have an upper limit at the 8th layer, 9th rank evolvers? Unless a large-scale war broke out, like the recent one where human civilization conducted a cleanse of the many species within the Insect Race Alliance. That's when evolvers of the 9th rank or even stronger were mobilized. But this was a rare case, as the insect race was trying to monopolize an ultimate evolutionary path that lacked supreme beings, which in turn provoked the wrath of human civilization. The insect race was also acutely aware of their situation and did not resist fiercely against human civilization's purge, or else it would have sparked a full-blown war with the alliances of the peak clans. Hence, in normal-scale wars, 8th rank combat power was usually the ceiling. As for 9th and 10th rank, even in large alien battlefields, it was unlikely for fighters of the 9th and 10th ranks to make a move easily. For human civilization to station 8th rank evolvers in fringe starfields was already giving them considerable attention. This star domain consists of 12 star systems, and preliminary surveys indicate there are as many as 1.5 million life planets suitable for normal human habitation, and over 10 billion of various resource planets. Lin Yuan carefully looked over the detailed information of the star domain. Since only preliminary surveys were conducted, much of the data was not precise, but it was enough for him to get a general understanding. All things considered, the star domain he chose was larger than Chiquan's star domain by half, as one could tell from the number of life planets. Most importantly, the different species bordering this star domain did not include any peak clans, making it relatively safe. In the future, this will be the place where I remain in charge for 500 or even more years. Lin Yuan carefully inspected the star domain on the map from all angles. Let's apply directly. After contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan started the application process with the Goddess of Wisdom. Application approved. Next, a staff member will contact you to verify your strength. The solemn and serene voice of the Goddess of Wisdom reached him. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Although the Red Kuan lineage had announced that Lin Yuan had advanced to the 8th rank, if one wanted to oversee a star domain, an official confirmation from human civilization was still required. It wasn't a matter of doubting the legitimacy of the Red Kuan lineage. It was just standardized procedure. Even disciples of supreme beings, after advancing to the 8th rank, had to follow this protocol. Teacher asked me to visit him before I leave? Upon receiving a message from the Chiquan Star Lord, Lin Yuan was slightly moved. Before the Great Peak Master left, he too had visited the Chiquan Star Lord. It must be that the Chiquan Star Lord had given some treasures to help face the many challenges of the fringe starfields. The situation in the fringe starfields was complicated. Although human civilization had driven different species out on the surface, many issues remained. For instance, how should one deal with certain special life-form species? These special life-form species have lived there since their inception, and have exhibited no hostile actions against human civilization. How human civilization should deal with them after taking over these star domains is a conundrum. These special life-form species, while few in number, doesn't mean they are easy to deal with. 2 days later, the official staff members from human civilization arrived on Chiquan main star. Peak Master Shursan. The 2 staff members were one tall and burly, and the other slim and slender. It's protocol, and we hope for Peak Master Shursan's understanding. The slender staff member said with a smile. Many 8th rank evolvers would feel repulsed by this process, but rules were rules. To assume vast authority over a star domain naturally required passing through many processes. I understand. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered in the least. Peak Master Shursan, please activate the power of your world through this crystal sphere, said the tall staff member, placing a crystal sphere in front of Lin Yuan. The sphere was transparent with twinkling stars inside, like a starry sea enclosed within. All right. With a flicker of his mind, Lin Yuan channeled a wisp of the world's power into the crystal sphere, then quickly withdrew it. Buzz. The sphere trembled slightly, and a few strands of golden light burst forth. Peak Master Shursan's power of the world is without issue, the slender staff member remarked, his pupils slightly contracting as he exchanged a quick glance with his burly colleague and hastened to speak. Both had confirmed the power of many 8th rank evolvers and were quite experienced. But they were still astonished by the high quality of Peak Master Shursan's world power. It was nearly on par with 7th rank peak evolvers. The 2 staff members were shocked. They had originally thought that for Peak Master Shursan to have advanced to the 8th rank before the age of 100, his foundation couldn't be as solid as those who took tens of thousands of years to advance. Yet, the world power Lin Yuan had shown revealed the stability of his inner world far surpassed that of typical newly advanced 8th rank evolvers. Peak Master Shursan, please drop a bead of your blood into this bowl, requested the tall staff member, producing a metal bowl and placing it in front of Lin Yuan. To confirm whether an evolver has reached the 8th rank, 3 aspects must be examined. First is the power of the world. Second is the physical strength. Third is soul strength. World power alone does not suffice to determine an 8th rank evolver, since a small number of 7th rank evolvers can have an inner world before their peak. Chapter 420 Galaxy Master. Please subscribe. _2 Lin Yuan was at the peak of the 6th rank, on the verge of breaking through to the 7th rank, when he completed the creation of his inner world. Only by combining physical strength with soul strength could one determine if an evolver has stepped into the 8th rank. Whoosh! Lin Yuan squeezed out a drop of blood. After dropping it into a metal bowl and getting confirmation from the emaciated staff member, Lin Yuan willed the drop of blood to dissipate into thin air. Having mastered the physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth, Lin Yuan had absolute control over every drop of his blood. After verifying his physical body, Lin Yuan proceeded to verify his soul strength. Shortly thereafter, the 2 staff members received confirmation. The peak master of Shursan indeed stepped into the 8th rank. Even during the confirmation, the 2 staff members speculated that the peak master of Shursan's strength was far superior to that of a normal 8th rank evolver. Peak master of Shursan, we have finished the confirmation, the 2 staff members said with slight reverence. Thank you, Lin Yuan nodded. May I ask if you, Peak Master, have decided on a name for the star domain you wish to preside over? Asked the emaciated staff member, slightly curious. A name? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, I've already decided. What is it? The emaciated staff member asked curiously. This was not exactly a secret. The name of a star domain would inevitably become public knowledge. Let's call it Milky Way, said Lin Yuan calmly with a voice full of implication. Milky Way star region? Milky Way. The 2 staff members, unaware of the significance of the name, congratulated with a smile. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on your new appointment. With the star domain named Milky Way, Lin Yuan naturally became the Galaxy Master. Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. He named the domain Milky Way in remembrance of the galaxy that Earth belonged to before he crossed over to this great universe world. After the 2 staff members left, less than a minute passed, Lin Yuan received the Goddess of Wisdom's confirmation. Respected 7th level citizen Lin Yuan, your star domain application has passed the review. Please proceed to select the main star configuration, came the solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom. Main star configuration? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew about the main star, which was the most central location in a star domain like the Chiquin main star in the Chiquin star domain. Respected 7th level citizen Lin Yuan, the so-called main star configuration is the selection of resource levels to remodel the main star. Being a newly annexed star domain, the human civilization officially provides a Layer C remodel for free. Once you confirm the main star, a designated evolver will go to remake it, granting it basic war capabilities, the Goddess of Wisdom explained. I see, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The Chiquin main star, as the most prosperous place in the Chiquin star domain, wouldn't dare be messed with even by 8th rank evolvers. What accounted for this? The Chiquin Star Lord? Not entirely. Most of the time, the Chiquin Star Lord was in seclusion, and other than the affairs atop the 13 peaks, he typically ignored the rest. What normally governed the Chiquin main star were war technologies like the planetary defense system. The planetary defense system on the Chiquin main star could easily suppress any ordinary 8th rank evolver. What level of planetary defense system does a Layer C remodel correspond to? Lin Yuan inquired. It can suppress all 6th rank powerhouses and most 7th rank powerhouses, replied the Goddess of Wisdom. What about higher level remodels? Lin Yuan continued to ask. A Layer B remodel can suppress all 7th rank powerhouses and most 8th rank powerhouses, and would require the Star Lord to pay an additional 100,000 cubic universe crystals. A Layer A remodel can suppress almost all 8th rank evolvers with the exception of the Invincibles, and would require the Star Lord to pay an additional 1 million cubic universe crystals, the Goddess of Wisdom's voice transmitted. So expensive? Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Even a Layer B transformation required 100,000 cosmic crystals. What did that mean? It was equivalent to the entire wealth of a newly advanced 8th rank evolver, including the value of treasures and weapons. Together they amounted to just this much. Not to mention a Layer A transformation. But its effect was also obvious. A Layer B transformation could easily resolve most 8th rank evolvers, and just this point alone was of immeasurable value. The main star of a star domain is the future economic and political center of that domain. There must be absolutely no security risks. Lin Yuan thought to himself. As long as the main star was well managed, it would become a money tree in the future. How much profit could the Chiquan main star generate for the Chiquan Star Lord, gathering merchants from numerous surrounding star domains each day? I choose the Layer B transformation, Lin Yuan said after some thought. Whether it was a Layer B or a Layer A transformation, they were both benefits provided by human civilization to various star lords. A planetary defense system that could suppress most 8th rank powerhouses, if purchased privately, could not be quelled even with tens of thousands of cubic universe crystals. Layer B transformation requires 100,000 cubic universe crystals. Respected 7th level citizen Lin Yuan, please confirm. The voice of the goddess of wisdom came. Confirmed. Lin Yuan nodded. The next moment, his account balance was short by 100,000 cubic universe crystals. It's deducted so quickly? Lin Yuan felt a bit of heartache. 100,000 cubic universe crystals left in his account a while longer would have earned tens of millions of civilization currency in interest. Really can't resist spending this money? Lin Yuan sighed. After the 8th rank celebratory ceremony, Lin Yuan's total wealth once reached nearly 200,000 cubic universe crystals. Now it had shrunk by more than half all at once. It can be earned back in the future. As long as the safety of the main star isn't compromised, it will inevitably become an economic center of a star domain. Wouldn't it be easy to recoup the investment by then? Lin Yuan comforted himself internally. These were all initial investments. Given a choice, Lin Yuan would have even preferred a Layer A transformation. After the choice of star domain was approved, Lin Yuan did not return to the Great Hall. Instead, he went directly to the Vermilion Palace where the Chiquan Star Lord was in seclusion. Teacher. At the palace, Lin Yuan bowed slightly to the Chiquan Star Lord. Even now, as Lin Yuan had stepped into the 8th rank, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure when facing the Chiquan Star Lord. One must know, although Lin Yuan had just entered the 8th rank with the help of his inner world, he was enough to battle late 8th rank, or even peak 8th rank evolvers. Is this what it means to be invincible among the 8th rank? To have mastered a type of cosmic force? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Each invincible 8th rank had mastered a power that reigned supreme over 8th rank. This power was also known as cosmic force. In essence, the invincible 8th rank still remained at the 4th stage of the 8th rank, which is the extreme of the 8th rank. However, in terms of combat power, an invincible 8th rank could almost crush the extreme 8th rank. 1,000,000 years ago, an invincible member of the Heiyuan clan, Black Abyss Qingyu, killed Oyin who was in the late 8th rank with a single soul attack. Each invincible 8th rank was unique, and the cosmic force they mastered was different from one another. My good disciple, have you made your choice of star domain? The Chiquan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Among the 13 disciples, the one who gave him the least worry was Lin Yuan, who also had the highest achievements to date. It was foreseeable that in the future, it would still be Lin Yuan. Teacher, I've made my choice, Lin Yuan replied. He then took out a map and marked out that particular star domain. There, not bad. The Chiquan Star Lord nodded and said. When going to the fringe star field, be very careful. By the way, you must have met the Supreme Being, right? Suddenly the Chiquan Star Lord asked. If it was merely an under 100-year-old 7th rank, the Supreme Being might not take much notice, but for an under 100-year-old 8th rank, the Chiquan Star Lord was almost certain it would draw the attention of a Supreme Being. Teacher, the Supreme Being I met was Xiaqin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said. There was no need to hide this matter. How could the historically ranked top 20 or top 10 genius evolvers of human civilization have not met with a Supreme Being? Xiaqin Supreme Being. That's a Supreme Being known for combat power in our human civilization, the Chiquan Star Lord spoke. Human civilization has 9 Supreme Beings. Each Supreme Being excels in different areas. To be precise, the Supreme Beings have no weak points, but compared to other Supreme Beings, they have their areas of advantage. For instance, the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, although not skilled in direct combat, has followed an evolution path that allows her to construct an illusory universe. The current virtual world of human civilization originates from the authority of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, nearly able to flawlessly replicate everything within the universe, even simulating the rules. The importance of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being is in no way inferior to that of the Xiaqin Supreme Being. Chapter 421 Special Life Groups, Subscription Requested. All right. There is no need to inform me about your conversation with the Supreme Being. The reason I called you here is to consider your overseeing duties in the star domain that lies ahead. The Chiquan Star Lord looked down at Lin Yuan and began to speak. As a teacher, when a disciple is about to travel far and manage a distant star domain, it's natural to make some arrangements. Your strength is much greater than that of your senior brother. In this respect I am not worried. A smile appeared on the face of the Chiquan Star Lord. Being able to advance to the newly reached 8th layer and possess combat power close to the late stages or peak of the 8th layer is extremely rare in the entire Anan Star Alliance. And if you consider those under 100 years old, the Human Civilization Alliance can hardly find a few. The Chiquan Star Lord was unaware that the true age of Lin Yuan's spirit was over 1,000 years old, nor did he know that the evolutionary path Lin Yuan had walked was one he had blazed from nothingness. Compared to being 1,000 years old, blazing a martial path evolutionary path is even more unthinkable. Xia Qin, the Evolver, even ranked Lin Yuan among the top 10 to 20 geniuses in the history of human civilization. But in a strange star domain, relying solely on strength is not enough. You also must have trustworthy subordinates, thought the Chiquan Star Lord. Two figures appeared not far away. These two figures, one with dark red skin and the other with sharp ears and green eyes, were obviously not human evolvers. Star Lord. The two figures bowed slightly towards the Chiquan Star Lord. From today onwards you will follow my disciple, pointed out the Chiquan Star Lord towards Lin Yuan and said. Yes. The two figures walked up to Lin Yuan. They. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. From close sensing, both figures were 8th layer beings, not just newly advanced ones. These two, as servants of mine, are not human evolvers. One is called Hongpi mid-8th layer, and the other is called Lvian late 8th layer, he explained. There are no issues regarding their loyalty. With their aid, you will at least not be overwhelmed in the fringe starfield, the Chiquan Star Lord said casually. Teacher, this is too precious, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Having two loyally devoted 8th layer beings from different species under one's command was simply. Lin Yuan couldn't even describe his feelings. From the perspective of merit points, two 8th layer beings from another species were worth 2 million merit points. In fact, the real value of living 8th layer beings exceeded 1 million merit points, as an 8th layer being if long stationed in battlefields of different species could amass that many merit points over tens of thousands of years. Not to mention other incomes and gains. Why the formalities with me? With my current strength, do you think I need them? The Chiquan Star Lord glared at Lin Yuan. But, Lin Yuan felt somewhat conflicted. Although as an undefeated being of the 8th layer, the Chiquan Star Lord indeed did not need mid or late 8th layer subordinates. Not needing them didn't mean they held no value. Casually placing those two 8th layer beings in battlefields could earn the Chiquan Star Lord immense wealth over time. Having two 8th layer beings work for him was extravagantly luxurious. No more buts. Just take them and keep them. The Chiquan Star Lord waved his hand and said, Go back now. If there are any issues, just contact me in the virtual world. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan bowed earnestly to the Chiquan Star Lord. Although Lin Yuan possessed both Yin spirit and Yang spirit, the Yin spirit needed to be accelerated under the eternal spatial rift in the battlefields of different species to accumulate world-breaking origin force. The Yang spirit stayed at the Chiquan main star for protection. Relying solely on his true self, many tasks would be hindered in the fringe starfield. But with these two 8th layer subordinates, it was different now. Many things could be simply instructed. 13 peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Hongpi and Lvian, the two 8th layer beings of different species, stood in front of Lin Yuan. Introduce yourselves, Lin Yuan said. Peak Master, I am called Hongpi, said the dark red-skinned being. My strength is at the mid-8th layer, I follow the rules of fire and space, and my inner world spans 9,800 li, Hongpi quickly stated. Peak Master, I am Lvian, said the being with green eyes beside him. I am at the late 8th layer, proficient in the rule of life, late 8th layer, my inner world spans 32,000 li. If the Peak Master sustains any injuries, as long as the soul has not completely collapsed, I dare not say I can save you, but at least I can ensure you won't die for a short time, Lvian said. Rule of life. Lin Yuan took another look at Lvian. The rule of life, along with the space and time rules, is one of the foundational rules of the cosmic starry skies. Currently, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of life was just a bit more than elementary. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded. Normally you will stay in my inner world. Lin Yuan glanced at the two beings, his thoughts shifted, and he absorbed them into his inner world. In his inner world, Lin Yuan was akin to a creator god, capable of effortlessly mobilizing the power of an entire world. This time, teacher has really helped me tremendously, Lin Yuan thought silently. With the assistance of Hongpi and Lvian, Lin Yuan felt much relieved. To establish a star domain and govern billions of citizens involves aspects in every direction. Having two capable assistants relieved him of so much concern. Half a day later. Master, your custom-ordered layer, a cosmic spacecraft has arrived. The voice of the intelligent assistant rang in Lin Yuan's ears. The spacecraft has arrived. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted slightly. The cosmic spacecraft Lin Yuan had purchased before were the most ordinary standard ones, only barely passable in performance. The wormhole shuttles it carried out were incomparable in both range and cooldown time to those of B-layer and layer spacecraft. Chapter 422 Special Life Populations. Please subscribe. _2 Of course back then Lin Yuan didn't care too much about the spaceship's performance since the ones riding the spaceship were his Yin spirit and Yang spirit. As long as it could be used to travel, that was enough. However, now that Lin Yuan was about to head to the fringe starfield, and it was his true self going, he needed a high-quality cosmic spaceship. This kind of cosmic spaceship not only has a tremendous advantage in speed but, in escaping and preserving one's life, it also has miraculous effects. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Great Hall and immediately saw a black spaceship parked there. From the outside, this spaceship didn't look much different from those standard-issue spaceships, but the aura it emanated caused faint vibrations in the air. The spaceship was only 500 meters in size, with faint engraved patterns on its surface. These patterns were manifestations of the essence of rules, which could let the spaceship travel faster and more easily through wormholes. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan's mind was pleased. The spaceship was entirely forged from red copper gold. Ordinary attacks from an 8th layer strong one basically couldn't break its defenses. From startup to wormhole shuttle, the fastest time needed was only 12 seconds. 8,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan thought about the value of this cosmic spaceship and couldn't help but feel emotional. As a star domain lord, he certainly couldn't be traveling in those standard-issue spaceships. A great cosmic spaceship would be enough for Lin Yuan to use for a very long time. In human civilization, using spaceships to travel is the most common choice, even for 9th rank evolvers who have fully grasped a complete core space model and mastered long-range teleportation. If there wasn't anything urgent, they would also usually travel by spaceship. Long-range teleportation techniques require evolvers to integrate with the space rules, and in an instant, move hundreds to thousands of light-years along with the wave of space. It consumes one's mind and spirit greatly. Generally, a 9th rank evolver would need to rest after not too long a time. Like Vice Tower Master Nalen, who traversed countless tens of thousands of light-years within half a month to deliver the soul-settling pearl to Lin Yuan, a 9th rank evolver wouldn't be capable of that. After storing the great cosmic spaceship, Lin Yuan returned inside the Great Hall. It's about time to leave, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Yang spirit. With a slight thought, a phantom shadow walked out. It condensed into substance, looking face to face with Lin Yuan. From now on you will be stationed here, Lin Yuan said, instructing the Yang spirit. And this drop of essence blood. Lin Yuan left behind a drop of essence blood. The blood rebirth physical body divine ability allowed Lin Yuan to completely control every drop of his essence blood, for within it was infused with fragments of his soul true spirit consciousness. Which treasures to take along as the true self heads to the Milky Way star region? Lin Yuan began to ponder. First and foremost was the soul-settling pearl bestowed by the Xiaqin Supreme Being. This treasure was Lin Yuan's biggest safeguard for preserving his life in front of a Supreme Being. He definitely had to carry it on his person. 8th layer soul defense artifact water droplet. Also that 8th layer armor. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to bring these two items as well. Lin Yuan had always valued defense concerning the soul aspect. Origin fine gold. With a thought from Lin Yuan, a bell-shaped weapon appeared before him. This bell-shaped weapon was only palm-sized, but the aura it faintly emitted was even more formidable than that 8th layer soul defense artifact. Let's not bring this. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The reason was twofold. First, having just advanced to the 8th layer, the origin fine gold needed time to be nurtured to keep up with Lin Yuan's realm strength. Second, with the 8th layer soul defense artifact, 8th layer armor, and the magic jade mark enhancement, Lin Yuan believed that his defenses had already reached the extreme at his current stage. Even against an invincible 8th layer being, he could withstand a few blows without dying to a soul attack like Oyin. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had entirely surpassed Oyin, a late-stage 8th layer evolver from a million years ago. The current origin fine gold wasn't of much enhancement to Lin Yuan, at least not enough for a qualitative change. Bringing it or not didn't make much of a difference. The current situation in the Milky Way star region. Lin Yuan opened the data and began to read it carefully. The Milky Way star region originally belonged to the territories of the Shadow Tribe. And the Shadow Tribe, while not a peak clan, was still one of the most powerful clans just under the peak clans, with a force much stronger than the Heiyuan clan. After defeating the Shadow Tribe on the battlefield, human civilization claimed vast territories, including the Milky Way star region that Lin Yuan needs to oversee. Within the Milky Way star region, apart from the Shadow Tribe, there existed some special life clans and solitary alien strong ones. These special life clans and solitary alien strong ones either dominated a cosmic secret realm or several constellation systems. When the Shadow Tribe was still around, they got along quite well with these special life clans and solitary alien strong ones, not infringing upon each other. Now that the Shadow Tribe has been repelled, the entire Milky Way star region has fallen into the hands of human civilization, and it is up to Lin Yuan to decide how to deal with these special life clans and solitary alien strong ones. 9 major special life clans, 13 solitary alien strong ones? Lin Yuan reviewed the data. These clans had not yet taken hostile actions against human civilization. How should they be dealt with? Lin Yuan understood clearly that if the Shadow Tribe had left these clans intact, it must have felt that dealing with them directly would be troublesome. It was very likely that these special life clans or solitary alien strong ones were either difficult to handle or had many backgrounds, making the Shadow Tribe hesitant to provoke them. Let's see what their attitudes are when the time comes. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling sure about his course of action. At the edge of human territories, a vast star domain, a gigantic figure was devouring one planet after another, unrestrained. So satisfying, so satisfying. Everything in this universe was meant to be our food. With those Shadow Tribe in charge before, I had to be cautious, but now that they've been defeated and withdrawn from this star domain, these planetary resources are all mine. This enormous figure, similar to an octopus and blood red all over, would envelop a planet with its numerous tentacles, and within days consume the entire planet. It's a pity these resource planets are somewhat hard to digest. If they were life planets, the blood-red octopus heart thrummed with excitement. A life planet teeming with billions of lives, devouring so many lives all at once, the countless flesh and souls, made the blood-red octopus tremble with excitement. Let's search and see. It would be best to find a few indigenous planets. The blood-red octopus immediately extended its massive perception, spreading in all directions. With the Shadow Tribe's retreat, they must have taken their kin with them, but in such a large star domain, there naturally remained many planets that hadn't been discovered yet. Perhaps amongst them were life planets. Several months later, the blood-red octopus was contentedly devouring several life planets. Countless lives became the nourishment for the blood-red octopus, bringing it pleasure that made its soul shiver. Ha 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 ha. It'll digest for a while first. The blood-red octopus returned to a massive planet, its lair, where it usually practiced or slumbered. The figure of the blood-red octopus shrank rapidly, transforming into a being with dozens of arms. Aodu, you're back? On the other side of the massive planet, a gigantic mountain of flesh sent out psychic waves. This meaty mountain was a special life form, on good terms with the blood-red octopus, and the two often communicated with each other. How many planets did you ingest this time? The enormous meaty mountain asked casually. Just over a dozen, but those resource planets are too hard to digest, so I secretly devoured a few life planets, and that feeling, the blood-red octopus spoke with delight. Life planets? The enormous meaty mountain felt a bit tempted as well. Wait till I've digested and then you can follow me. The two of us will go and devour those life planets together, the blood-red octopus said. It possessed a special talent that allowed it to detect many planets in the nearby region. Otherwise, how could it so easily find life planets in the vastness of space? Forget it. Aodu, you'll also need to restrain yourself in the future, the meaty mountain said. Restrain? Why should I restrain? The blood-red octopus asked, puzzled. This star domain is territory yielded by the Shadow Tribe. You should know whom the Shadow Tribe surrendered it to, right? The meaty mountain said, I've got the message that not long from now, a Star Lord of human civilization will come to sit in this star domain. Which Star Lord? Asked the blood-red octopus. The meaty mountain replied, the Galaxy Master. Chapter 423 Meeting the Galaxy Master. Please subscribe. Galaxy Master? The crimson octopus Aodu thought hard and finally shook his head, saying, never heard of him. As part of the Peak clans, he had heard of all the somewhat famous 8th layer evolvers of the human civilization, especially the likes of Wanyang Star Lord and Nine Sword Star Master, invincible beings at the 8th layer, whose names were known to all. But the Galaxy Master? The Crimson Octopus Aodu truly had not heard of him. Of course you haven't heard of him. The massive flesh mountain glanced at Aodu. This Galaxy Master is a newly promoted 8th layer evolver. His teacher is the Chikuan Star Lord. Chikuan Star Lord? The Crimson Octopus Aodu's spirit was shocked. Every single one of the invincible at the 8th layer controlled a unique cosmic force, especially a fearsome invincible being like Chikuan Star Lord. Even if he hadn't seen him, there was no way he wouldn't know of him. This Galaxy Master is quite famous. Stepping into the 8th layer before 100 years of age, he is the top genius of this generation of human civilization. The massive flesh mountain knew many pieces of information about human civilization. It wasn't really considered intelligence, as the name of the Shursan Peak Master didn't need any inquiring at all. An 8th layer under 100 years old? The Crimson Octopus Aodu's expression was envious. Most of the human civilization's evolvers are like ants, but their rare talents truly make me envious. The Crimson Octopus Aodu, being a special life form, was at the 5th rank at maturity and could simply cultivate to step into the 6th rank. It didn't know how many years it took to reach its current 8th layer. But those top human talents had reached the heights where it resided in just a mere 100 or several hundred years. Of course, as a special life form, the Crimson Octopus Aodu's combat power surpassed that of a human evolver at the same level. But the gap between the two was not too significant. Below the 8th layer, human evolvers were crushed by special life forms of the same level. But after the 8th layer, upon opening up their inner worlds, the foundation of human evolvers was transformed, eliminating the fear of most special life forms at the same level. I am just warning you to be a little more cautious these days. Human civilization is not like the Shadow Tribe, the massive flesh mountain said. You'd better reduce the frequency of devouring life planets. Human civilization values their planets quite a lot. Humph, I am, after all, an 8th layer special life form coming from the Star Alliance. Would he, the Galaxy Master, really trouble me over a few mere planets? The Crimson Octopus Aodu snorted coldly. In reality, it had already planned to heed the advice of the massive flesh mountain and behave for the time being. At least, it had to figure out what the disposition of this Galaxy Master was like. If he was as tolerant as the Shadow Tribe, then its future days would be very comfortable too. Star Alliance? The massive flesh mountain shook its head slightly. The Star Alliance comprised special life forms that banded together to resist the Human Civilization Alliance and the Insect Race Alliance. Special life forms, being scarce in number, simply couldn't form the massive clans like the human race or the insect race. To contend with humans and insects, they could only unite with one another. Of course, even so, the members of the Star Alliance were still not many, with most of them scattered throughout the universe. Our star domain is about to welcome a new master? Named the Galaxy Master? Will the name of this star domain also become the Milky Way star region? This Galaxy Master has an incredible background, being the disciple of Chikuan Star Lord and also the unparalleled genius of human civilization. I hope that this Galaxy Master will treat us like the Shadow Tribe did. That would be good. Not clear. Every Star Lord of human civilization has a different temperament. If the Galaxy Master is cordial with us, of course it would be a good thing. Although the personality of the Galaxy Master is unknown, he is very young, so he should not have much desire to kill. Inside the Milky Way star region, various special life-form clans and reclusive different species lone walkers were quietly discussing. They had gotten along pleasantly with the Shadow Tribe, who had conceded many interests to stabilize them. Now that a new master from human civilization had taken over this star domain, these clans and individual wanderers were naturally anxious, unsure of what awaited them. The lone walkers and special life-form clans had settled here for lengthy eons. If possible, they naturally did not wish to move. This was also why they still hadn't left after the Shadow Tribe's retreat. Regardless of who the master of this star domain was, as long as it didn't target them, everything would be all right. Chikuan Main Star. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Great Hall and entered the lair, a cosmic spaceship, ready to head for the Galactic Star region. From today on, I'll call you Silver Galaxy. Lin Yuan set the destination as Milky Way Star region and left the rest to the smart controls. With the control intelligence of Silver Galaxy, the entire journey was hardly a concern for Lin Yuan, who could freely choose the optimal route. Master, starting now, it will take 5 years to reach the Milky Way star region, a sweet voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears, belonging to the control intelligence of the Silver Galaxy. 5 years. That's fine. Lin Yuan nodded. Without the Silver Galaxy, if he had to take those standard cosmic spaceships, he wouldn't think of reaching his destination in less than 20 years. The performance of the Silver Galaxy didn't just involve wormhole shuttle over large distances, but the cooldown between two wormhole shuttles was also not long. Whoosh. The Silver Galaxy turned into a black lightning bolt, instantly reaching the star platform of Chikuan main star, then sailed deep into the cosmic starry sky. Finally, the space slowly rippled with fluctuations, directly engaging in wormhole shuttle. Inside the Silver Galaxy, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 5 years, which might be brief for other evolvers, were extremely precious for cultivation in Lin Yuan's eyes. With his against heaven's understanding of enlightenment, 5 years were enough for him to make significant progress. Chapter 424 Meeting the Galaxy Master. Please subscribe. _2 You should know this is not about traversing worlds, it is the main world. In the traversing worlds, Lin Yuan had an abundance of time, but lacked many of the conveniences of the main world. For instance, the continuously fluctuating origin source of the battlefields of different races could provide Lin Yuan great benefits in comprehending the Space Core model. There was also that segment of a body from a supreme being of the Magic Jade Tower within the virtual world. Of course, the traversing worlds also have their advantages, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Inner world. It was vast and boundless, almost 30,000 miles in circumference. When he had newly advanced to the 8th rank, Lin Yuan's inner world had swelled to a circumference of 25,000 miles. But through cultivation and the continual enhancement of his understanding of space rules, the expansion speed of the world had increased noticeably. Now it had even reached 28,000 miles. In the southeast corner of the inner world, Hongpi and Bian, the two 8th rank alien race members, had a numb look in their eyes. Ever since they were brought here by Lin Yuan, the shock in their hearts had never ceased. Wasn't it said that Peak Master Shirsan had just entered the 8th rank? Could someone who had just entered the 8th rank possess such a vast inner world? After exchanging a glance, Hongpi and Bian only felt their mouths becoming parched. Normally, the inner world of someone who had just entered the 8th rank would only have a circumference of 100 miles. Subsequently, as one cultivated further and deepened their understanding of space rules, the inner world would gradually expand. But as for Lin Yuan, Hongpi and Bian, the two 8th rank members of the alien race, swallowed hard. Both in middle and later stages of the 8th rank together did not have an inner world 1/3 as large as that of Lin Yuan, who was in the early stages of the 8th rank. It was simply inconceivable. I finally understand why the Star Lord told us to follow the Peak Master and said what he did at the time. Hongpi was silent for a while before speaking dryly. The words Chikuan Star Lord had spoken roughly meant that they should simply follow Lin Yuan's commands. As for protecting Lin Yuan, not a word was mentioned. At that time, Hongpi and Bian were somewhat puzzled. If Lin Yuan, as someone who had just entered the 8th rank, was going to sit in the fringe starfield, wasn't their mission to ensure his safety? Now it seems that Peak Master Shirsan, who had just entered the 8th rank, did not need their protection at all. Based on the range of the inner world, Lin Yuan's strength was more than enough to easily crush both of them. The two 8th rank alien race beings pondered deeply. Their mission in following Lin Yuan was probably to handle the trifles, so that Lin Yuan would not waste his precious time on those matters. Abnormal to abnormal. How could human civilization have such an abnormality? Hongpi couldn't help but say, a person who matched the 8th rank peak just after entering the 8th rank was a rarity even among those special life forms. Perhaps this is why human civilization has become a peak clan? Bian murmured to himself in a low voice. The history of human civilization is not very long, only a little over 2 million years. But within such a short time human civilization leapt to become a peak clan dominating the starry skies, because they gave birth to one genius after another. Here, genius does not simply refer to those talented in evolutionary paths but includes geniuses in all other areas as well. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. In the Milky Way star region, a black cosmic warship emerged from the wormholes. Master, we have arrived at the Milky Way star region, said a sweet voice that belonged to the main control intelligence of the Silver Galaxy. Inside the warship, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, hearing the sweet voice of the Silver Galaxy's main control intelligence. At last we've arrived. Lin Yuan looked through the spaceship, gazing at the outer starry sky. He saw a star domain that resembled a silvery river hanging in the starry sky, incredibly dazzling and beautiful. 5 years. Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat reflective. These 5 years had allowed him to make tremendous strides in various aspects. Firstly, In the aspect of comprehending the core space model, Lin Yuan had now penetrated the 2092nd kind. One should know that there are a total of 7,782 types of core space models. Having comprehended 2,000 types equates to having completed a quarter of the journey. Even Chiquan Star Lord had not fully penetrated all core space models. Once all the core space models were understood, it would be equivalent to mastering the complete space rules, and the vast universe would be his to traverse. Secondly, the opening of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path's 8th layer part was significant. If the opening of the 8th layer part is divided into 10 stages, then Lin Yuan was close to completing the second stage. Bear in mind, any evolution path's 8th layer part is crucial for becoming a grand evolver in evolution studies. The 8th layer part of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was even more difficult. Merely 5 years and he had reached the second stage. Those grand evolvers would likely become despondent if they heard this. Even for an evolutionary scholar, starting from scratch to establish an 8th rank evolution path is no easy task. It requires a significant amount of time and energy, and even then, one may not necessarily gain the approval of the 3 goddesses. I've already conceived over 11,000 evolution paths. Why am I still just an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower? Lin Yuan pondered. In the 5 years since, Lin Yuan, at intervals, would comprehend that segment of his body. After advancing to the 8th rank, his realm had significantly improved. Even though he still had to withstand the psychic will pressure, his comprehension speed had definitely increased greatly. In just 5 short years, Lin Yuan had conceived more than 7,000 additional evolution paths. This was considering he only devoted part of his time to the task. Otherwise it would have been even more. No matter, just continue comprehending. Whether you're an ordinary member or a core one, what's crucial is enhancing one's own strength. Lin Yuan thought to himself, continuously conceiving new evolution paths, then dissecting them to extract their essence, which was his main goal. World-breaking origin force. I've accumulated 15 strands already. Lin Yuan felt the world-breaking origin force, inside the majestic and grand door to the myriad realms deep within his mind, a smile appearing on his face. For Lin Yuan, the more world-breaking origin force, the better, as it meant more opportunities for interdimensional travel. It also represented an incredibly powerful life-saving ability. Because, using 50 strands of world-breaking origin force allowed for physical body transference. On the surface, physical body transference meant his physical body could descend and travel between worlds. Such a method of transference had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that if one died while traversing worlds, it could mean actual death. The advantage, however, was that all enhancements in the traversed worlds could be synchronized with the physical body. Plus, when evading assassination from the main world, one could use physical body transference for evasion. The worlds selected for transference by the door to the myriad realms were not in the same dimension or plane as the main world. Once Lin Yuan comfortably hid within, even a supreme being would be left helpless and merely watch. Let's go. Directly to the main star. Lin Yuan commanded the Silver Galaxy. Whoosh. The Silver Galaxy once again turned into a bolt of black lightning, vanishing into the starry sky. Milky Way main star. This was a high-class life planet. Since Lin Yuan was appointed as the Galaxy Master and designated this planet as the main star of the Milky Way star region, human officials from nearby star domains had arrived early to carry out a Class B transformation on this life planet. Furthermore, a large army of human evolvers was stationed here. This evolver army, left behind after human civilization took over the star domain, acted as the new Star Lord's left and right hands. The Star Lord should be arriving soon. Everyone be at your best, a man in an exquisite purple robe spoke in the skies above the Milky Way main star. Next to him stood a blonde man, and behind them a dense army of evolvers. The evolver army was mainly composed of 5th-rank evolvers, governed by hundreds of 6th-rank evolvers, with the purple-robed man and the blonde man, both 7th-rank evolvers, acting as leaders. Our Star Lord is really wealthy, directly going for a Class B transformation of the main star, the blonde man whispered. Usually newly advanced 8th-rank evolvers are quite poor. When they go to a star domain to become a Star Lord, they opt for the free Class C transformation. A Class B transformation requires 100,000 cubic universe crystals, roughly equivalent to the entire assets of a senior 8th-rank evolver, including their weapons and treasures. The Star Lord is an unrivaled genius. He stepped into the 8th rank at the age of 100, and his teacher is the Chiquan Star Lord. Just the gifts received at his 8th rank celebration probably exceeded 100,000 cubic universe crystals, incomparable to an ordinary 8th rank Star Lord, said the purple-robed man, glancing at the blonde man. Indeed, the blonde man nodded, his expression showing admiration. He had been shocked for a long time when he first heard that the Milky Way Star Lord was the Shursan Peak master of the Chiquan Star Domain, a peerless prodigy of human civilization. All right. The Star Lord is here. The purple-robed man seemed to sense something. His expression shifted slightly as he looked ahead. Space began to subtly undulate, and a sleek, black cosmic battleship appeared quietly. Greetings, Galaxy Master. The purple-robed man and the blonde man bowed together. Greetings, Galaxy Master. Behind them, a large army of evolvers knelt in unison, respectfully chanting, Greetings, Galaxy Master. Chapter 425 Lin Yuan's Arrival. Please subscribe. Greetings to the Galaxy Master. Greetings to the Galaxy Master. Greetings to the Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan stepped out of the spaceship, facing the countless evolvers who bowed respectfully and knelt down to him. His mindset began to shift slightly. On the Chiquan main star, Lin Yuan had supreme power, and numerous evolvers showed him the utmost respect, but it all stemmed from the title of Chiquan Star Lord. Now, however, these evolvers were bowing to him as the Galaxy Master, to him, Lin Yuan. Rise. Lin Yuan said. Yes. The two leading evolvers, one in a purple robe and the other with a head of golden hair, straightened with reverence. You two must be Chun Bo and Jiali, correct? Lin Yuan looked at them both. After confirming his position as Galaxy Master, Lin Yuan had received plenty of information, including details about Chun Bo and Jiali. These two were specifically left behind by human civilization to help him take complete control over the Milky Way star region. Despite not being comparable to the two 8th rank members of a different species that his teacher gave him, they were both 7th rank evolvers. Yes. I am honored that the Star Lord remembers our names. Chun Bo and Jiali replied with respect. All right, disperse them all now. Lin Yuan looked towards the dense crowd of evolvers behind them. Yes. Chun Bo nodded, turned to face the large army and announced, The Star Lord orders you all to disperse. His voice quickly reached the ears of every evolver. Yes. By the will of the esteemed Star Lord. The large army of evolvers promptly dispersed in an orderly fashion. Star Lord, let me introduce you to the main star, Chun Bo immediately said. The Milky Way main star was vast, and although Lin Yuan had received relevant data in advance, it was impossible for everything about such a large star to be recorded. After roughly touring the main star, Chun Bo and Jiali led Lin Yuan into a magnificent palace. The B-level modification of the planet is almost complete, isn't it? Lin Yuan asked. The modification of the Milky Way main star began as soon as Lin Yuan paid 100,000 cubic universe crystals. The nearby Star Alliance's evolvers hurried over and then started the transformation. Yes. The planet modification is entering the final phase and is about to conclude, Chun Bo immediately replied. The stronger the planetary defense system on the main star, the safer it was, and this gave Lin Yuan a sense of confidence and reassurance. That's quite fast. Lin Yuan nodded. Aside from the travel time, the planet's modification had been ongoing for at most 3 to 4 years. In such a short time, to have transformed this planet into a forbidden area capable of easily suppressing most 8th rank evolvers, was no small feat. Who would dare not exert their full effort when working for the Star Lord? Remarked Jiali from beside him. The position of Galaxy Master was not merely a typical Star Lord. Not only was he the disciple of Chiquan Star Lord, but he was also a top-tier genius with limitless potential from human civilization. The workers surely put in all their effort for the modification of his main star, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Yuan had paid enough, 100,000 cubic universe crystals, of which the workers could also receive a share. I have 2 subordinates who will assist you with the management of the main star, Lin Yuan said, looking at Jiali and Chun Bo. The 2 from a different species gifted by the Chiquan Star Lord, Hongpi and the one with blue eyes, were not only 8th rank, but also possessed extensive experience in managing planets. Managing a planet well, especially the main star that serves as the economic and political center of a star domain, required a significant degree of steering capability. All right. Chun Bo and Jiali had no objections. For Lin Yuan, who was taking control of a new star domain for the first time, to place his trustworthy subordinates was perfectly normal. If Lin Yuan did not place his own people and trusted them completely, it would be Chun Bo and Jiali who would feel anxious. Inner world. Hongpi and the one with blue eyes, both 8th rank members of a different species, had completely numbed themselves. 5 years. Just 5 years. For them, such a span was not even enough for a nap. Yet under the watchful eyes of the two 8th rank beings, Lin Yuan's inner world had exploded from nearly 300,000 miles in circumference before his departure to 700,000 miles. It had expanded by a full 400,000 miles. Is this even human? Hongpi and the one with blue eyes steadied themselves, trying to recover from the shock. Originally, they speculated whether Lin Yuan, newly advanced to the 8th rank, reached nearly 300,000 miles in his inner world by relying on some space-related rare treasure. Some treasures hidden deep in the cosmic starry skies were of great help in crafting an inner world, although there were many thresholds to using these treasures. At least it could somewhat explain how Lin Yuan's inner world reached nearly 300,000 miles when he first advanced to the 8th rank. But the events of the past 5 years had undoubtedly shattered the cognition of the two members of the 8th rank alien race. They watched step by step as Lin Yuan's inner world expanded daily, monthly, and yearly, until it reached the current circumference of 700,000 miles. Using some spatial treasures to boost the size of one's inner world upon its initial creation was imaginable. But to keep expanding after that would depend solely on one's comprehension of the space rules. In other words, Lin Yuan's expansion in the past 5 years was purely based on his understanding of the space rules. An inner world of 700,000 miles in circumference. Hongpi and the one with blue eyes forced themselves to remain calm. They had seen inner worlds of 700,000 miles. The Chiquan Star-Lord's inner world was even much larger. However, to soar from nearly 300,000 miles to nearly 700,000 miles in just 5 years. This was unheard of for them. Even the favorite child of the spatial origin source, the starry sky wanderer Kuan, born with its own inner world, could not possibly have such freakish growth in its core spatial model comprehension. Chapter 426 Lin Yuan's arrival. Please subscribe. _2 The two 8th rank alien species didn't know that most of Lin Yuan's time and energy had been devoted to perfecting the 8th stage martial Tao and contemplating the evolutionary path. If he fully immersed himself in understanding the core model of the space rules, the explosive growth of the inner world would have increased by a large margin. The Peak Master wants to let us out? We have already arrived at the Milky Way main star. Hongpi and the alien with green eyes showed a slight change in their expressions as they received the message from Lin Yuan. In a flash, the two of them disappeared from the inner world. Milky Way main star, Central Palace. Lin Yuan sat on the throne looking down at Chun Bo and Jiali. The next moment, Hongpi and the alien with green eyes appeared in the Great Hall. These are the subordinates under the Star Lord? Seeing Hongpi and the green-eyed alien, Chun Bo and Jiali were overwhelmed with shock. 8th rank. Both of them were at the 8th rank. Chun Bo and Jiali's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Newly advanced to the 8th rank, yet possessing two subordinates of the 8th rank, such a move was simply, do they really think 8th rank powerhouses are like cabbages on the side of the road? Available in abundance? Chun Bo and Jiali recognized once again the fearsomeness of Lin Yuan's background. How much affection did the Chiquan Star Lord have for him? The four of you will henceforth be responsible for many affairs within the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan said. Yes. Chun Bo and Jiali responded immediately. Yes. Hongpi and the green-eyed alien also responded in kind. By the way, I need the detailed information on those special beings and alien lone walkers in the current star region, as well as their actions over the years. The more detailed the better, Lin Yuan stated. Having become the Star Lord of a star domain, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't allow anything beyond his control to exist within his domain. Those special beings and alien lone walkers fell within Lin Yuan's priority focus. Yes. Chun Bo and Jiali bowed and said. After the four left, only Lin Yuan remained in the palace. My current strength. In terms of combat power, I have thoroughly reached the peak of the 8th rank, right? Perhaps even among the strongest below the 8th rank invincible? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just the inner world spanning 70,000 miles in radius alone was sufficient to elevate Lin Yuan's combat prowess to the peak of the 8th rank. Moreover, the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan practiced was particularly adept at fighting, and overpowering stronger opponents with weaker strength was as easy as turning one's hand. Why could the martial path evolutionary path overwhelm the two top 8th rank evolutionary paths on the Chiquan evolution rankings at the 7th rank level? Potential might be one aspect, but in terms of combat power, the martial path evolutionary path displayed an overwhelming advantage. From the 1st tier chapter to the 7th rank chapter, and now to the 8th layer part that Lin Yuan had created. Each step of the martial path evolutionary path was derived from Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, striving for perfection in every detail. Below the 8th rank invincible I have few rivals. Even if I encounter an 8th rank invincible, as long as I don't foolishly clash head-on and choose to flee instead, I shouldn't have any problems, Lin Yuan assessed himself. Those at the 8th rank invincible master a cosmic force, placing their combat power above the 8th rank, but with Lin Yuan's current means of preservation, at least he wouldn't be like Oyin, unable to withstand even a single move. In terms of soul defense, Lin Yuan had the 8th rank soul defense treasure to guard him, the magic jade mark, to protect him, and a spirit will almost reaching 14,000 points. Even against soul-type 8th rank invincible evolvers, Lin Yuan believed he could withstand dozens of moves without dying. For physical defense, Lin Yuan had 8th rank armor to protect his body and the physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth. Especially the latter, as long as Lin Yuan's physical body wasn't instantly crushed to nothingness, he effectively had an immortal body capable of quickly reborn. With these two methods of safeguarding his life, Lin Yuan might not be a match for an 8th rank invincible, but it wouldn't be easy for an 8th rank invincible to kill him either. Especially now that the Milky Way star region had been incorporated into the human civilization territory, Lin Yuan could, if he wished, summon a large number of human 8th rank evolvers in a short time. Several days later, Chun Bo and Jia Li delivered the intelligence on those special beings and alien lone walkers in the Milky Way star region. Lin Yuan carefully reviewed the information. These special beings are really too arrogant, Lin Yuan said after reading, shaking his head slightly. For those special lives birthed from the cosmos, it's instinct to consider everything within the universe as their possessions. Especially that being named Aodu, who, every so often, needs to devour planets. Resource planets? Life planets? They are all mere dishes for Aodu. Such behavior became most rampant after the Shadow Tribe retreated and human civilization was about to take over, even consuming dozens of life planets in a row. Life planets, suitable for living, hold extremely high strategic significance for human civilization. Only with a large population base, can human civilization give birth to all sorts of geniuses. And those resource planets? Most resource planets can't compare in value to life planets of the same level. But a minority of resource planets contain precious ores and rare treasures, like that dead resource star fought over by the Wangyue starfield and the Golden Dragon star domain. If the kind of precious ore it contains is fully mined, it would be worth 10,000 cubic universe crystals. Such a huge sum of cosmic crystals made the Golden Dragon star domain green with envy, tangling with the Wangyue starfield in a contested struggle. Mine. Those resource planets, life planets, they are all mine. Lin Yuan's brows knitted tightly. As a Star Lord, he could claim a small portion of all the resource planets within the boundaries of his star domain, even though they belonged to human civilization. And those life planets, soon human civilization would embark on widespread migration toward the Milky Way star region. At such a time, the more life planets, the greater the benefits. This Aodu cannot be allowed to remain, Lin Yuan decided in his heart. The Shadow Tribe was wary of Aodu's strength and background, but Lin Yuan didn't care. Human civilization, waging wars in all 8 directions, had never feared anyone. I will deal with it personally. Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the palace. Aodu was an 8th rank special life, nearly reaching the peak of the 8th rank. Moreover, Aodu had deep connections with another 8th rank special life. They both lived on the same planet. In the current Milky Way star region, only Lin Yuan had the strength to face Aodu upon the vast planet. The huge meat mountain frowned upon watching the blood-colored octopus slowly return from outside the planet. Aodu, I've already told you to be more careful lately, try not to go out. That Milky Way star lord is probably close now, the gigantic meat mountain said gravely. What will you do if you annoy that Milky Way star lord by going out at a time like this? It wasn't afraid of that Milky Way star lord. But it did fear the Chikuan star lord behind him? And even more so, the human civilization alliance behind him. A mighty special life, what's wrong with devouring a few planets? Aodu said nonchalantly. Lately, it truly had been low-key, no longer devouring life planets. But it still had to devour resource planets. Without the massive energy contained within them, Aodu's advancement to the 4th stage of the 8th rank would be indefinitely delayed. But what if the Milky Way Star-Lord finds out? What will you do then? The colossal meat mountain asked. Milky Way Star-Lord? A mere evolver not even 100 years old, even if he stepped into the 8th rank, how strong could he be? What can he do to us? Aodu said with indifference. Oh. Milky Way Star Lord is easy to handle, but what about the Chikuan Star Lord? And what about the Human Civilization Alliance? The colossal meat mountain glanced at Aodu. The reason I've been telling you to keep a low profile, to be cautious, isn't because of the Milky Way Star Lord but because of the Human Civilization Alliance. The Human Civilization Alliance has already included this star domain within its territory. If we want to live comfortably, we have to watch the faces of the Human Civilization Alliance. As for that Milky Way Star Lord, what's he even worth? The voice of the huge meat mountain thundered. Relax, I just devoured a few resource planets. If that Milky Way Star Lord dares to come. Aodu was silent for a moment, then began to speak. However, he hadn't finished speaking when his expression subtly changed. The massive meat mountain life seemed to sense something as well, its expression suddenly shifting. Who's there? Outside the planet, a man clothed in blue armor, his eyes calm, stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from on high and quietly gazing at Aodu and the gigantic meat mountain, smilingly said, "Tell me, what do you plan to do if the Milky Way Star Lord dares to come?" Before the words ended, the man extended his right hand, ripples of space began to undulate, and the originally massive planet twisted and shrank violently, ultimately becoming the size of a palm and was caught in the man's hand. Aodu and the colossal meat mountain life at this moment became two ants, filled with fear as they looked up at the Titan who loomed above them from the heavens. Chapter 427 I'm so scared, please subscribe. This is a mustard seed that can harbor the void? Aodu's expression was ugly. The scene they were witnessing now, the man standing in the starry sky had turned into a giant that reached up to the heavens and down to the earth. In fact, the man's stature had not changed. It was them and the planet beneath their feet that were rapidly shrinking under the compression of the space rules. Such a method could only be mastered by powerful beings with an extremely high understanding of the space rules. According to the definition of the space rules by human civilization, one must have penetrated at least 1,800 core space models to do so. Generally speaking, a powerful being who has penetrated so many core space models would likely be at the peak of the 8th rank. Aodu was familiar with all the peak 8th rank powerhouses in the Milky Way star region and the surrounding regions. But they had never heard of that man in the green armor before? Aodu was puzzled, feeling the space force pressing in from all around, which made their scalp tingle. It's the Galaxy Master. The massive fleshy mountain nearby recognized him at once. It was aware of much information about the Galaxy Master, including relevant images, and the current giant standing beyond the sky bore a strong resemblance to the Galaxy Master. Plus the sentence the other party had just said, "Tell me, what do you plan to do if the Galaxy Master dares to come?" The massive fleshy mountain was almost certain that the other party was the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master? Aodu was somewhat dazed. They turned their head to look at the massive flesh mountain with confusion. Wasn't it said that the Galaxy Master had newly advanced to the 8th rank? How then could he reduce nearly 10 million li of planets to mesons with a mere wave of his hand? This level of spatial comprehension was not something even a peak 8th rank powerhouse might achieve. Yet the Galaxy Master, who was just newly advanced to the 8th rank, had done it? Starry Sky Alliance, Shangshan, has seen the Galaxy Master. The massive fleshy mountain did not pay attention to Aodu's disbelief and hastily spoke with a hint of respect. Although it also found it hard to comprehend how the Galaxy Master could possess such tremendous strength, now was not the time to contend over these matters. The most important thing was to ease the atmosphere between them. Starry Sky Alliance Aodu has seen the Galaxy Master. Seeing this, Aodu also followed suit immediately. Use special life forms, taking advantage of your noble bloodlines to act recklessly one after another. Now this star region is the domain of human civilization, wantonly devouring planets. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Do you really think we humans are like the Shadow Tribe? The Shadow Tribe, when dealing with these special life forms, was very tolerant. One reason was a reluctance to offend the forces behind these special life forms, and the other was that these special life forms themselves are not easy to deal with. Thus, normally the strong ones of the Shadow Tribe would turn a blind eye, such as Aodu, who enjoyed devouring planets. As long as it was not too excessive, they would not interfere. We were wrong, Galaxy Master. The color on the massive fleshy mountain's face changed slightly. Through these words, it sensed that the Galaxy Master was somewhat dissatisfied. After today, we will obediently leave and will definitely not appear before the Galaxy Master again. The massive fleshy mountain Shangshan immediately said. Even if the Galaxy Master truly was only newly advanced to the 8th rank, upon learning of his attitude, The best choice for the two special life forms was to leave. After all, as the master of a star region, the Galaxy Master had plenty of ways to deal with them. Call on friends? Ask a teacher to intervene? These were all possibilities. Moreover, the strength that the Galaxy Master had just displayed was not inferior to that of a peak 8th rank, and his ill will was entirely unbearable for the two special life forms. You've swallowed so many of my planets and you think you can just walk away lightly? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, and with a mere thought, a tremendous force began to press down on the planet in his hand. Boom! Terrifying power swept across the surface of the planet. Lin Yuan still held back, otherwise the planet would have collapsed instantly. Not good. The massive fleshy mountains formed suddenly swelled up, struggling to withstand the crushing force from all directions. However, Shangshan had a premonition that it couldn't hold out for long. How can this Galaxy Master be so monstrous? Is this what you call being newly advanced to the 8th rank? Is this what you call under 100 years old? The massive fleshy mountain Shangshan felt bitterly distressed. It looked at Aodu not far away who had been forced to reveal their true form, but under the Galaxy Master's mustard seed technique, Aodu's true form was only the size of a little finger, devoid of all the majesty of a special life form, and instead seemed somewhat cute. Galaxy Master. After struggling for over a dozen breaths, the massive fleshy mountain life form Shangshan once again spoke. I am willing to pay 20,000 cubic universe crystals to compensate for the loss of the Star Lord. The massive fleshy mountain life was inwardly bitter. Most of the planets it had devoured were during the time when the Shadow Tribe ruled the Star region, but there was nothing it could do as now everything was decided by the Galaxy Master. I am willing as well. Aodu also said. They were also finding it hard to hold on. 20,000 cubic universe crystals? Lin Yuan glanced at the two special life forms. A normal 8th rank powerhouse might possess a number of universe crystals ranging from a few thousand to 10,000. Human beings who advanced to the 8th rank were somewhat wealthier, but not by much, at most just over 10,000. But these two special life forms were willing to cough up 20,000 cubic universe crystals straight away, clearly quite wealthy. This was understandable, as special life forms had long lifespans and many talents and abilities, which over the long years accumulated to make each of them excessively rich. What do you say, Galaxy Master? 20,000 cubic universe crystals should be enough to compensate you, said the massive fleshy mountain life form Shangshan, bleeding inwardly. It had cultivated the doppelganger skill, and its true body was in a distant star domain, but even so, this doppelganger that it had refined over many years nearly matched its true body in combat power. Chapter 428 I'm so scared, please subscribe. _2 If he were to fall, knowing how many years it would take to once again refine such a true body was beyond one's imagination. As long as this avatar is preserved, sacrificing some cosmic crystals is acceptable. The immense fleshy life form thought to itself. Over the long years, the investment in this avatar had been much more than 20,000 cubic cosmic crystals. Foolish. Lin Yuan did not stop, driving the immense power of the world and continued to crush forward. If I killed you, wouldn't all those cosmic crystals be mine anyway? Galaxy Master, do you really plan to leave no way out? The immense flesh mountain life form Shangshan turned pale. It was willing to pay 20,000 cubic cosmic crystals, yet the Galaxy Master still intended to wipe them out completely? Galaxy Master, do you realize that we are members of the Starry Sky Alliance? Have you asked the Starry Sky Alliance if you want to kill us? Aodu finally couldn't hold back and spoke out. If it weren't absolutely necessary, it really didn't want to bring up the Starry Sky Alliance, given that this meant completely falling out with the Galaxy Master. Starry Sky Alliance? The expression on Lin Yuan's face didn't change. The Starry Sky Alliance, many special life forms formed to resist humans, the insect race and other peak clans. However, the structure of the Starry Sky Alliance was loose. After all, it was composed of various special life forms, and they were not as cohesive as humans and the insect race. But it was not to be underestimated. The reason why the Shadow Tribe tolerated Aodu and Shangshan was largely because of the Starry Sky Alliance behind them. But while the Shadow Tribe was wary of the Starry Sky Alliance, human civilization was not. Human civilization, with many evolvers, extracting countless special life forms' blood essence to create bloodline potions, was a bestseller. Correct, Galaxy Master, we are members of the Starry Sky Alliance, the immense flesh mountain Shangshan immediately said. At this point they could only bring up the Starry Sky Alliance. Starry Sky Alliance, Lin Yuan's corner of the mouth lifted. I'm so scared. Laughing, the terrifying soul fluctuations mixed with the force of the world, turned into a storm heading towards Ao-du no. Facing the greatly increased assault, Ao-du's body trembled. With a bang, it turned into a massive blood mist, even its soul rapidly dispersing. Ao-du, the immense flesh mountain life-form Shangshan was shaken. Ao-du didn't cultivate the doppelganger skill with its death, it was truly dead. You can accompany it as well. Lin Yuan looked at the immense flesh mountain life-form, not forgetting to collect Ao-du's blood essence mist and the opponent's spatial devices, all into his bag. Since Lin Yuan dared to come, he was not concerned about the Starry Sky Alliance backing the two special lifeforms. The Chikuan Star Lord had told him, in the Milky Way star region, as long as he didn't betray human civilization, he could act freely, everything would be covered by human civilization. Galaxy Master, I will remember you. The immense flesh mountain Shangshan glared at Lin Yuan viciously, seeming to activate some technique. Its body began to rapidly shrink and finally, along with the ubiquitous space force fluctuations, it vanished in an instant. As a special life form, Shangshan was much more cautious than Ao-du. Upon learning that human civilization had taken over this star region, it reduced the frequency of devouring planets. In contrast, Ao-du was still fishing in troubled waters. Its cautious character prepared many life-saving means for Shangshan. This kind of spatial transposition skill was obtained by Shangshan at a great cost. It could, in an instant, move several light-years away. Yin-Yang Taiji Isolation. Lin Yuan's pupils, one yin and one yang, the Taiji world phantom instantly enveloped nearly 100 million miles. The space began to solidify. The world phantom, not a world, was a projection of the inner world cast to the outside, which could be many times that of the inner world. At 80 million miles away, a sound like hitting a wall came. The immense flesh mountain life-form Shangshan was bewilderingly forced to appear. This? Shangshan looked around. Isolated space? World phantom? This is a technique mastered by only 2,000 Space Corps models, and the inner world must at least reach a radius of 600,000 miles. What kind of monster is this Galaxy Master? Shangshan felt somewhat desperate. Normally, the inner world of an 8th rank peak evolver was around 500,000 miles in radius. The larger the inner world, the stronger the 8th rank evolver's power. Relying on the immense inner world, it could even affect the external spacetime. If the individual's spatial awareness was sufficient, the influence exerted would even be greater. Now, Shangshan was abruptly interrupted by this isolating force during its transposition. Lin Yuan took a step forward. He arrived above Shangshan. Galaxy Master, I beg for mercy, just spare me once. The massive fleshy mountain of life began to plead instinctively, as it couldn't withstand the strength displayed by the Galaxy Master now. Moreover, its teleportation method had been forcibly interrupted, and it couldn't perform a second instance for a short period. So the only way the massive, fleshy mountain of life could survive was by begging Lin Yuan. However, before it could finish speaking, Lin Yuan waved his hand. A massive force of the world, mixed with a soul attack, struck Shangshan. The sound of crashing. The massive, fleshy mountain of life, Shangshan, turned into an endless mist of blood. Lin Yuan then collected it all, as the blood essence of such special life was quite valuable, worth thousands or even tens of thousands of cosmic crystals when made into a bloodline potion. I can feel that this special life hasn't died. Lin Yuan looked thoughtfully towards a certain direction. When he killed Ao-du, Lin Yuan did it smoothly, and the death of his opponent brought no confusion to Lin Yuan. But when killing Shangshan, Lin Yuan felt a peculiar sensation. Karma. The true body of this special life is still alive, Lin Yuan quietly thought to himself. The rules of karma are very mysterious, able to derive many special skills like the curse-killing skill. So long as life exists and interacts with the outside world, karma naturally forms. Therefore, entering the rules of karma is quite easy. For a being newly advanced to the 8th rank, almost all have an introductory understanding of the rules of karma. And once one enters the realm of the rules of karma, they can sense many karmic ties, just like Lin Yuan killing Ao-du, upon completely annihilating him due to Ao-du's fall. The karmic connection between Lin Yuan and him ceased. But right after Lin Yuan killed Shangshan, even though the opponent died, their connection still existed, which meant Shangshan hadn't died. This is the simplest application of the rules of karma. Of course, it's easy to get started with the rules of karma. But mastering it in depth is incredibly difficult, even harder than fully comprehending the complete space rules. In a distant star domain. Within a cosmic secret realm. I spent hundreds of thousands of years and countless efforts to refine an avatar, and just like that, it's gone? Shangshan felt utterly hollow. For such a cautious special life, an avatar is very important. The true body hidden here with the avatar venturing out was meant to be foolproof. But now, the avatar is gone. To create another would take centuries or millennia, and even then, it wouldn't be as good as the previous one. My avatar, my treasures, my cosmic crystals. Shang Shan felt like crying but had no tears. I shouldn't have hesitated. Regret surged in Shang Shan's heart. Usually after the Shadow Tribe retreated, it should have followed suit. After all, the one coming in to dominate that star region was the Human Civilization Alliance. But Shang Shan harbored blind hope, thinking that even if human civilization took over, it might not necessarily harbor any malice towards him. Not every human star overlord shuns special life forms. And even if the new human star overlord did bear ill will, couldn't one just flee when the time came? The new star overlord of human civilization, typically a newly advanced evolver to the 8th rank, had no chance of retaining such a being nearly at the peak of 8th rank. But who could have imagined that the Galaxy Master would be so monstrous? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Thinking of the Galaxy Master's methods, Shang Shan couldn't help but shudder. All along, Shang Shan harbored no thoughts of revenge, joking, right? Seek revenge? Against the Galaxy Master? Against the Human Civilization Alliance? Even the supreme beings of the Grand Starry Sky Alliance couldn't manage it, so what could he, a mere special life form, use to seek revenge? It would be fortunate enough just to save his own life. Chapter 429 The Tremor of the Milky Way Star Region, subscription requested. Although Lin Yuan was aware that Shang Shan wasn't dead, he didn't pay too much attention to it. With Lin Yuan's cultivation speed he could crush Shang Shan now. What about later on? The one who should fear was the other party. Let's take a look at the spoils of war. Lin Yuan placed the giant planet back onto the star Dao. This planet, capable of being used as a nest by 2 8th-layer special life forms, was naturally extraordinary and was considered rare among high-tier life planets, enveloping tons of gentle cosmic energy. When Lin Yuan struck at Ao Du and Shang Shan, he also did his best to avoid damaging the planet, restraining the aftermath to the planet's surface. Special life blood essence. The first thing was the large amount of blood essences that Lin Yuan had collected. Cosmic special life forms were rare, many of which were bred by the universe and incapable of reproduction. Their blood essences were far superior to humans. Human civilization had, long ago, attempted to integrate these special life forms' bloodlines into human bloodlines to get stronger offspring. This gave birth to bloodline potions. Through special means extracting the blood of special life forms to produce bloodline potion essences. These could be integrated into one's own offspring's bloodline, and for those evolvers looking to establish a family, a single bloodline potion essence was enough to make the family prosper for long years. Speaking of which, I still have a 3-headed ice wolf blood essence potion. Lin Yuan seemed to recall something, a smile appearing on his face. The 3-headed ice wolf blood essence potion was one of the legacies left by 8th-layer evolutionist Oin. Sourced from the special life 3-headed ice wolf. Back then, to create such a potion, evolutionist Oin had slaughtered countless 3-headed ice wolves. I could probably make 8 or 9 bloodline potions. Lin Yuan roughly calculated based on the blood left by Shang Shan and Ao Du. These 2 special life forms were gigantic, almost comparable to ordinary life planets. Naturally, their blood was much more plentiful than that of the 3-headed ice wolf. Although the 3-headed ice wolf was also a special life form, it was only dozens of meters in size, far less than Shang Shan and Ao Du. 8 or 9 bloodline potions, even if one is only 3,000 cubic universe crystals, it adds up to nearly 30,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Many human 8th-layer evolvers, with all their treasures and weapons combined, were only worth about 10,000 cubic universe crystals. Yet now Lin Yuan's gains, just from the blood essences, amounted to the entire fortunes of 3 8th-layer evolvers. This was still him possibly underestimating the bloodline potions. In reality, most bloodline potions were worth more than 3,000 cubic universe crystals each. Next, Lin Yuan began to explore the many treasures of the 2 special life forms. Really quite wealthy. No wonder they offered 20,000 universe crystals. Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration. The 2 special life forms Shang Shan and Ao Du had amassed a collection of many treasures, ores, weapons, etc., summing up to more than 60,000 cubic universe crystals. Among them, Shang Shan contributed more than 40,000 cubic universe crystals, and Ao Du contributed over 20,000 cubic universe crystals. Including the bloodline essences made from these two special life forms bloodlines, Lin Yuan's income from this venture was estimated to be over 100,000 cubic universe crystals. Never expected to recoup the cosmic crystals for the planetary transformation so quickly? A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. The B-level transformation of the Milky Way main star had cost Lin Yuan 100,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan initially thought that these 100,000 cubic universe crystals would only be earned back once the Milky Way star region was fully operational and trade channels were established. But now, by merely cleaning up two special life forms, he had broken even. Continue. There are a few more targets. Lin Yuan immediately headed in another direction. After obtaining detailed information on the many special life forms and alien lone walkers entrenched in the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan classified these special life forms and alien lone walkers into two categories. The first type was like Shang Shan and Ao Du, which fed on planets. Leaving them was detrimental and useless to the Milky Way star region. Thus, Lin Yuan's approach to these special life forms was either to kill them directly, permanently eliminating future troubles, or to drive them out of the Milky Way star region. The second type, which didn't impact the star region and could form a symbiotic relationship with the Milky Way star region, included some special life form groups capable of producing treasures and rare items with incredible effects on human evolvers. As long as these special life form groups were compliant, Lin Yuan was willing to let them stay and even assign protection for them. The targets Lin Yuan was now rushing towards were the first type of special life forms and alien lone walkers. After tasting the sweetness of success, Lin Yuan knew he had to move as fast as possible. Otherwise, once the news spread, those special life forms would probably have fled far away in fear. On a desolate planet, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, a massive shadow of world force suppressing the entire planet. Two alien lone walkers knelt down without hesitation. Lord, spare our lives, Lord, spare our lives. Compared to Shang Shan, these two alien lone walkers obviously lacked sufficient intelligence, not even recognizing the Galaxy Master. Even if they didn't know Lin Yuan's identity, just the oppressive force of the world power made them feel like it was the end of the world. This man in blue armor markedly stronger than them. Most likely a peak 8th layer powerhouse. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I hope you can give us a chance. The two alien lone walkers pleaded extremely humbly. Chapter 430 The Tremor of the Milky Way Star Region. Subscription requested. _2 Lin Yuan looked down from beyond the skies at these two alien lone walkers. If you feed on the souls of life, when my fellow human citizens migrate here, won't they all become your sustenance? They cannot be allowed to remain. Lin Yuan pronounced judgment on these two different species. Taking advantage of the fact that human citizens have not yet migrated here, all potential threats must be eradicated, or there will be trouble later. Human citizens migrating here? The hearts of the two alien lone walkers turned cold. Indeed, they relished devouring living souls, but had they ever actually preyed on human citizens? However, before they could continue this train of thought, they felt their consciousness plunge into darkness. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, the two alien lone walkers were reduced to dust. Theoretically, these two alien lone walkers had not lifted a finger against humans. But to be on the safe side, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to make distinctions. After all, they were both different species who enjoyed consuming souls, and keeping them around wouldn't create any value. It was simpler to kill them. As for expulsion, nearby were all human civilization star domains. To expel them to another star domain would be to harm the human citizens there, wouldn't it? Half a day later, Lin Yuan's figure appeared in front of a star. In the distance, an alien creature covered in scales and sporting a sharp horn fled in a frenzy. However, when the creature saw Lin Yuan standing in the distance, it came to an abrupt stop, filled with a look of despair. Galaxy Master, I admit my methods have indeed been cruel, but that was all directed towards the Shadow Tribe, the horned alien could not help but say. Not long ago, it had learned that the Galaxy Master was hunting down some particularly brutal special life forms and alien lone walkers. But before it could react, the Galaxy Master appeared. Without a second thought, the creature began to flee frantically, although it did not understand how the newly advanced to the 8th rank Galaxy Master was able to easily slay several 8th rank aliens. But running was the right move. If that's the case, after the Shadow Tribe withdrew, why did you remain in this star domain? Lin Yuan looked at the horned alien, speaking calmly. The horned alien was suddenly at a loss for words. It had stayed behind, naturally, to test the temper of the new Star Lord. If the new Star Lord was indifferent to such matters, it would continue as before, to occasionally devour human citizens for cultivation. If the new Star Lord was assertive, then it would obediently leave. This was the common thought process among most special life forms and alien lone walkers. Little did they know that the Galaxy Master was so decisively lethal that they were given no chance for testing the waters. Whoosh! The next moment, the horned alien's form turned to dust. Lin Yuan, not wasting words with the horned alien, eliminated it with a direct strike and continued towards the next target. Lin Yuan, according to his own classification of those special life forms and alien lone walkers, would kill any that fell into the first category. The Star Lords of human civilization often acted with a gentle hand, generally not opting for kill unless there were direct harms to human citizens. But Lin Yuan's methods were clearly far more ruthless. In the cosmic starry sky where strength reigned supreme, if one day human civilization declined, those different species wouldn't hesitate to slaughter humans. Therefore, even though some alien lone walkers hadn't acted against human citizens, just harboring the thought was enough for Lin Yuan to show no mercy. To judge by actions, not intentions, was a standard applied within the same human race. In dealing with other species, unless they were submissive to human civilization or had formed alliances with it, Lin Yuan would scarcely hold back. Spare not those who deserve no quarter. Several days later, Lin Yuan had essentially purged the first category of special life forms and alien lone walkers. 90% of these special life forms and alien lone walkers died by Lin Yuan's hand, while the remaining 10% managed to escape by luck. It couldn't be helped. Acting against one at a time made it easy for news to leak. Some aliens' avatars were not in the Milky Way star region, and once the avatar died, the original could spread the message, warning some alien lone walkers to escape in time. But overall, Lin Yuan's departure from the Milky Way main star was fruitful, largely achieving his goal. Those first-class special life groups, alien lone walkers, have basically disappeared from the Milky Way star region. When Lin Yuan commenced a massacre of the special life groups and alien lone walkers in the Milky Way star region, it naturally alarmed other forces. These forces, mostly special life groups, were deemed by Lin Yuan as second class, with the potential to aid in the development of the Milky Way star region, so they did not interfere. In this star domain, many 7th rank and 8th rank powerhouses have fallen. Just among those I know, there are 13 7th rank and 1 8th rank that have completely died. What exactly happened? Those 8th rank special lives, each with incredible means of preservation, who could easily kill them. Some of the alien strong ones I knew are also dead. A special life group named Floral Deity Race, where many powerhouses gathered, were discussing anxiously and uneasily. Although the Floral Deity Race is a special life group, its direct combat ability is not strong, yet the race can reproduce normally. The members of the Floral Deity Race can brew a kind of exquisite liquor called Flower God Wine, which, when consumed by most life forms, can lead to a short period of mental clarity, tremendously aiding in the comprehension of rules and secret techniques. It was for this reason that during the Shadow Tribe's rule over this area, the Floral Deity Race managed to barely survive by offering Flower God Wine as tribute. Have you noticed that the 7th rank and 8th rank powerhouses who died all belonged to those types with cruel methods, who would devour planets readily? A Floral Deity Race powerhouse who looked like a young girl suddenly said. She was a 7th rank powerhouse and now one of the strongest in the Floral Deity Race. However, the combat power of the Floral Deity Race's 7th rank powerhouses was basically at the bottom, and they were not even as strong as those among the human civilization who had the basic destructive capabilities of the 7th rank, solely through the use of 7th rank evolution elixirs. Yes. Indeed it is so. Even 8th rank powerhouses have died, yet our Floral Deity Race is still alive and well. The other Floral Deity Race powerhouses caught on and began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, a Floral Deity Race powerhouse with butterfly wings slightly changed her expression. She stood up, looked towards the rest of the Floral Deity Race powerhouses and said, "Everyone, I have just received a message." This Floral Deity Race powerhouse looked around gravely. A message? What message? Hurry up and tell us, what message is it? One by one, the Floral Deity Race powerhouses inquired, knowing that a message received at this time was very likely related to the inexplicable deaths of the 7th rank and 8th rank members of the alien races. The one targeting those 7th rank and 8th rank members of the alien races is the Galaxy Master, a peerless genius of human civilization. His action was to eradicate all unstable elements within the Milky Way star region. The standing Floral Deity Race powerhouse said with a solemn tone. The Galaxy Master? I know of this human genius, but wasn't he said to be newly advanced to the 8th rank? Yes, newly advanced to the 8th rank, slaying those almost at the peak 8th rank alien strong ones as if slaughtering pigs and dogs? The many floral deity race powerhouses were shocked. Those 8th rank special lives alien lone walkers who were adept at fighting with inconceivable methods, have they all been killed? There were two possibilities. One possibility is that these 8th rank special lives and alien lone walkers were all show and no substance, easily defeated. But this likelihood was virtually nil. If so, how could they have coexisted peacefully with the Shadow Tribe for so many years? Did they really take the Shadow Tribe for philanthropists? The other possibility was that the power of the Galaxy Master was beyond comprehension, which was why he could easily dispose of those special lives and alien lone walkers. I am grateful that our floral deity race is still of some use, otherwise, the standing floral deity race powerhouse sighed. According to the information she had, the killing conducted by the Galaxy Master was not irrational but selectively targeted. The floral deity race posed no danger to the star region but could brew the flower god wine which was highly beneficial to evolvers. Was that why they were spared by the Galaxy Master? All right. No matter what you all think, the floral deity race powerhouse steadied herself, subdued the shock in her heart and continued speaking. Previously in this star region the heavens were the Shadow Tribe, those powerful special lives, the alien lone walkers. Now in this star region there is only one heaven, she paused for a moment, then said with a fervent tone, and that is the Galaxy Master. Chapter 431 Grasping the Taiyang Rule, subscription requested. The Galaxy Master relentlessly persecuted special life groups, as well as alien lone walkers, and the situation continued to ferment. Even though it was speculated that the targets of the Galaxy Master's persecution were those who had caused severe damage to the environment within the star domain, or those who enjoyed consuming the soul and flesh of living beings, it still caused panic among the remaining special life groups as well as the alien lone walkers. The Galaxy Master is too overbearing. Back then the Chikuan Star Lord was the same, showing no mercy towards us special lives. The Galaxy Master is establishing his power. Without these ruthless methods, how can he fully take control of this star domain in the future? Outside the floral deity race, various special life forms and alien lone walkers discussed. These special life forms and alien lone walkers, although without the virtual world of human civilization capable of real-time communication without delay, also had their own means of communication, which could enable basic communication within a star domain. What shall we do now? What can we do? Surrender, of course. Do we dare to oppose the Human Civilization Alliance? Gentlemen, don't be hasty. The Galaxy Master's cleansing method indicates he intends to fully control this star domain. We, the different species, can only choose to submit, but Lord Beifeng surely won't submit so easily, a powerful special life form said. Lord Beifeng. The rest of the special life forms and alien lone walkers fell silent at the mention of his name. As a territory once ruled by the Shadow Tribe, the Milky Way star region had many special life forms and alien lone walkers as permanent residents. Among these special life forms and alien lone walkers, there were no lack of 8th rank powerhouses, and Lord Beifeng was undoubtedly the strongest. He was the indisputable peak powerhouse of the 8th layer. Lord Beifeng came from the Golden Lion clan, a powerful group within the universe. Lord Beifeng traveled the universe and came to this star domain to prepare for his breakthrough to the 9th rank. An 8th rank powerhouse does not necessarily need to master a type of cosmic force to become invincible and then break through to the 9th rank. As long as one reaches the peak pinnacle of the 8th layer, there is hope to merge with the fusion rules and then assault the 9th rank. Lord Beifeng was at the peak pinnacle of the 8th layer. However, at Lord Beifeng's level, external forces could hardly help him make that step. As a result, Lord Beifeng spent most of his time in retreat, indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. He belonged to the second category of special life forms and alien lone walkers defined by Lin Yuan. Lord Beifeng is very powerful. Surely the Galaxy Master wouldn't dare to impose on him? Very powerful. Is he as strong as the Chikuan Star Lord? As strong as the human civilization? Regardless, this matter between the Galaxy Master and Lord Beifeng is their own. We can only go with the flow. Many special life forms and alien lone walkers discussed a great deal, but ultimately they dispersed. Whatever the outcome of the negotiations between the Galaxy Master and Lord Beifeng, it was irrelevant to them. This star domain was destined to be ruled by the Galaxy Master. Who would have thought that even hiding here, I cannot meditate in peace? A burly elder with golden hair said, sitting cross-legged in the void. His aura merged with the starry sky, vast and expansive, spreading out for tens of millions of miles in every direction. A once-in-lifetime human genius, entering the 8th layer before the age of 100, and now even possessing combat power of the 8th layer's peak? This golden-haired burly elder was none other than Lord Beifeng, the peak powerhouse of the 8th layer. Better not to provoke any trouble, better to find another place. The golden-haired burly elder sighed, stood up, took a step, and with a ripple of spatial fluctuation, his figure appeared tens of millions of miles away. The Golden Lion clan, although not part of the Human Civilization Alliance, bore no significant grudge against human civilization. There was no need for Beifeng to have any interaction with the Galaxy Master. The retreat of Lord Beifeng, the strongest in this star domain, truly shocked the special life forms and alien lone walkers. They had originally thought that with Lord Beifeng's strength, even if he dared not confront the Galaxy Master directly, he would at least negotiate to secure some benefits before leaving. Instead, he had not even thought twice before evacuating this star domain. Milky Way main star. The Golden Lion clan Beifeng? Lin Yuan also learned right away of the news that an 8th rank peak powerhouse of a different species had voluntarily left. Quite cautious, Lin Yuan smiled faintly, knowing that even though Lord Beifeng was powerful, he was mostly in retreat and did not significantly impact the outside world. Lin Yuan hadn't planned to act against him, but the latter's cooperation made him feel quite pleased. Now the entire Milky Way star region has basically been cleared, there's no need for me to concern myself further, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As the master of the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan's greatest role was deterrence, presiding over the main star and intimidating all corners of the region. As for managing the main star, developing the star domain, naturally these were not tasks for the Star Lord but for his subordinates to handle. The Chikuan Star Lord spent most of his time either in retreat or sleeping, and the Chikuan star domain was just fine, overseen by 3 goddesses with no major issues likely to arise. The 2 8th rank alien races given to Lin Yuan by the Chikuan Star Lord were there to manage the main star and the star domain. Continue my practice and pursue enlightenment. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, whether on the Chikuan main star or now on the Milky Way main star, there wasn't much difference for him. Most of his time was spent on cultivation. In another palace, Hongpi Bian as well as Chunbo and Jiali, the 4 were gathered together. Those different species, they're just too obedient. We tell them to come, and they come without even proposing any conditions? Jiali looked at the replies from the different species, his tone inevitably astonished. Chapter 432 Grasping the Taiyang Rule, Subscription Requested. _2 The Milky Way star region needs stable trade channels for development, especially on the main star. Various merchants must be stationed. And the top choice for these merchants, naturally, are those indigenous different species within the star domain, all of which have their own capabilities and techniques, such as the flower god wine of the floral deity race. It is quite famous in the nearby dozens of star domains. Originally, to invite these alien tribes to station themselves, something had to be offered first, such as promises of rent-free. But before they could propose these offers, the alien tribes actively cooperated, not daring to set any conditions. Humph, after the Star Lord's purge, how could those alien races dare to disobey? Hongpi with green eyes, do not find anything unexpected. The Chikuan Star Lord had been even more domineering than Lin Yuan back in the day. Those indigenous alien tribes had to be obedient in order to survive. However, a look passed between Hongpi and the green-eyed being, both 8th rank alien races, and still a shock shone deep in their eyes. What shocked them was not the exceedingly compliant alien races, but Lin Yuan's strength. In order to assist Lin Yuan in controlling the Milky Way star region as much as possible, they had made dozens of plans before coming here. Scheming to win people over one by one, promising significant benefits, all with the aim of quickly seizing control of the Milky Way star region. But now, none of the plans they formulated were needed. Lin Yuan, with his absolute strength, terrified those alien races. Even though these 2 8th rank alien races had long known about Lin Yuan's inner world, with a radius of 700,000 li, and combat power almost reaching the peak of the 8th layer, however, just having combat power at the peak of the 8th layer doesn't mean you can freely slaughter those 8th rank alien races. 8th rank alien races are not fools. Knowing they can't win, why would they willingly stay to be killed? Lin Yuan easily retained those 8th rank alien races, relying not only on combat power, but also on a strength that was nearly flawless in all aspects. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, slowly perfecting his martial path evolutionary path. Suddenly, everyone on the Milky Way main star felt a scorching surge as if a great sun had descended. Chun Bo and Jia Li's expressions changed slightly, They looked toward the source of this disturbance, which was at the palace where the Galaxy Master cultivated. In the void, light and heat began to fill the space, as if a great sun had fallen to the ground, and that palace seemed to have turned into a miniature sun. It's the manifestation of rule fluctuations, the fire system rules taking shape. Hongpi and the green-eyed being were excited. They knew all too well what this scene meant. Fire system rule manifestation? Could it be the Star Lord has penetrated some kind of fire system rule? Chun Bo and Jia Li's eyes widened. Penetrating any kind of rule, even just a regular one, is a domain only peak 8th layer powerhouses could touch. Lin Yuan had entered the 8th layer not long ago, and although his combat power was not inferior to those at the peak, combat power and realm are two different things. Lin Yuan possesses combat power at the peak of the 8th layer, possibly due to an abnormal evolutionary path he cultivated, a powerful secret technique he mastered, or some other fortuitous encounter. But penetrating some kind of rule can only rely on oneself. The fact that the Galaxy Master penetrated some kind of fire system rule indicates that he has fully mastered this power. The Star Lord, Hongpi and the green-eyed being fell silent, having spent a great deal of time in Lin Yuan's inner world. They are aware that the Galaxy Master's understanding of the space rules has reached an incredibly deep level, but now Lin Yuan has quietly penetrated some kind of fire system rule? Could it be that there is life in this universe that can leap from a day to 100 or 1,000 years? Deep within the palace, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. Taiyang rule. Lin Yuan looked up slightly. Endless light and heat from all directions converged toward him, forming a sun seal the size of a thumb, which finally merged into Lin Yuan's forehead and vanished from sight. I didn't expect to penetrate the Taiyang rule so unconsciously. Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. He had never deliberately comprehended the Taiyang rule. It was only during the refinement of the martial path evolutionary path that the Taiyang rule and the Taiyin rule were being continuously understood more deeply. The martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan followed was structured upon Taiyin, Taiyang, and Taiji as the framework. In its perfection, the understanding of the Taiyang and Taiyin rules advanced as if rising with the tide. This early comprehension of the Taiyang rule is also related to the Red Kuan lineage incorporating many fire system evolution paths, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan naturally had a thorough understanding of the evolution paths his family had amassed. The Red Kuan lineage was most skilled in the fire and space rules after all. The Star Lord, Chikuan Star Lord had walked these two paths. Hence, among the many evolution paths they had collected, those based on fire and space were dominant. As a result, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Taiyang rule was much superior to that of the Taiyin rule, and now he had even comprehended the Taiyang rule first. The Taiyang rule is the sublimated rule of the fire system, symbolizing endless light and heat. The formidable 8th rank Wanyang Star Lord from the Human Civilization Alliance was rooted in the Taiyang rule, forging her invincible path among the Eights. Her signature move Wanyang Same Heaven, Lin Yuan remembered it well and had sublimated it to create a series of Taiyang rule-based techniques. With the Taiyang rule comprehended, my combat power and the perfection of the martial path evolutionary path have both greatly advanced. Lin Yuan appeared satisfied. Moreover, my path involves the fusion of both the Taiyang and Taiyin rules. Having understood the Taiyang rule, I am not far from fully grasping the Taiyin rule. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. The so-called way of Taiji inherently complements Yin and Yang. As Taiyang strengthens, it compensates for Taiyin, and as Taiyin fortifies, it reimburses Taiyang. This compensation is not just in power, but extends to the comprehension of rules as well. It's just that, even after fully grasping both the Taiyang and Taiyin rules, comprehending the complete space rules still seems an indefinitely long way off. Lin Yuan then turned his contemplation to the space rules. The core space models he had comprehended were still slightly over 2,000 in variety. According to human civilization's interpretation of the space rules, comprehending 7,782 core space models equates to mastering the space rules. But to comprehend these 7,782 core space models is exceedingly difficult. As a foundational rule, they almost represent the essence of the universe. Even the powerful Chikuan Star Lord had not yet fully grasped the core space models nor mastered the space rules. Keep in mind, the Chikuan Star Lord is a starry sky wanderer Kuan, a darling of the cosmic space origin source. If even he has not comprehended it, one can imagine the difficulty involved. Take it slowly. I am still very young and have plenty of time to contemplate. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. With his against heaven's understanding, he had rarely encountered any significant bottlenecks on the path of rule comprehension. Even with something as vast as the space rules, given time he will eventually grasp them. If not for the fact that his current realm was not high, Lin Yuan would even consider contemplating the rule of time. But if I were to comprehend the Taiyin rule and then merge it with the Taiyang rule, what would it become? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Fusion with a foundational rule, such as space, time, or life, along with some ordinary rule, is one of the prerequisites for advancing from the 8th to the 9th rank. However, both the Taiyin and Taiyang rules are not foundational rules. If they were to be fused, what would be formed? The Taiji rule? Until now, Lin Yuan had never heard of a Taiji rule. Taiji is merely Lin Yuan's own definition for what might result from the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. The fusion of Taiyang and Taiyin, in an exact proportion, neither more nor less, could potentially result in the ultimate Taiji. Without the complete comprehension of the Taiyin and Taiyang rules, their fusion remains incomplete and the rule contact is not comprehensive, so it seems that no change has occurred. Thinking about these things now is meaningless. It's better to wait until the Taiyin rule is fully understood. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. With the complete Taiyang rule to supplement him, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Taiyin rule accelerated significantly. While Lin Yuan was immersed in cultivation, the Milky Way star region was rapidly developing. Outside the Milky Way main star, within the cosmic starry sky, two figures appeared silently. The Milky Way star region's main star. The two figures stood side by side, a man and a woman, gazing down at the massive planet below. Chapter 433 Grey Gourd, please subscribe. The man and woman both had formidable presences. They were 8th rank evolvers. The man was tall, with pupils of a sky blue color, obviously of extraordinary bloodline. The woman wore a light white robe, exuding a profound air, with silver patterns faintly visible on her forehead. This planet was originally a strategic planet of the Shadow Tribe, controlling this star domain from here. But now, it has become the main star of our human civilization. The male evolver exclaimed in admiration. To be precise, it's the main star of the Milky Way star region. That galaxy master, with his immense wealth, directly upgraded this planet to a grade B planet. The female evolver said with a smile. It was a well-known fact that the galaxy master was fabulously wealthy. After all, 100,000 cubic universe crystals was no small sum. A peak of the 8th rank evolver could not amass it. If Lin Yuan wasn't a top genius of human civilization, an 8th rank evolver below the age of 100, it wouldn't be possible for him to have more than 100,000 cubic universe crystals even with the celebration of advancing to the 8th rank. Those major powers and lone evolvers were not foolish. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary evolver, they probably wouldn't even celebrate, even out of respect for the Chiquan Star Lord. At most they would give a token gesture. How could they possibly bleed wealth in their gifts? This galaxy master is indeed extraordinary, not only in his financial strength but also in power. Shortly after taking office, he purged this star domain of special life forms and alien lone walkers, staining his hands with the blood of at least 6 or 7 members of the 8th rank alien race. Speaking to this point, the male evolver's face showed some hesitation. I don't know if he would be willing to accept our allegiance. Besides, this galaxy master is very young, not yet 100 years old. If the two of us take the initiative to follow him, the male evolver voiced his true thoughts. In the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, it's quite normal for the weak to follow the strong. But both of them were several tens of thousands of years old, to follow a youngster who was not yet 100 years old? In the Human Civilization Alliance or even among other groups, once a decision to follow is made, one is completely bound to the leader. No matter what happens in the future, the connection can't be cut. Lu Ran, you care too much about face and thus you miss out on opportunities. The female evolver beside him shook her head slightly. The Galaxy Master is too young right now, which makes it the perfect time for us to follow him. Otherwise, with the Galaxy Master's cultivation speed, by the time he's a few thousand or tens of thousands of years old, invincible at the 8th rank. Or even a 9th rank evolver, by then he probably won't accept followers. By following him now, while others are still hesitant, we'll not only gain benefits but will at least have a higher status than those who follow later. The female evolver thought comprehensively. Face. Only the weak care about their face. You're right. The male evolver nodded slightly upon hearing this. He knew well the difference between offering timely aid and adding flowers to the brocade. Now the Galaxy Master had just newly advanced to the 8th rank and had just taken over a star domain. Their following him at this time could actually be of help. It was somewhat like providing timely help during a crisis. By becoming followers, we must obey the Galaxy Master's orders. Otherwise, even if the Galaxy Master kills us, the three goddesses will not intervene. The male evolver stated. To obtain something, one must give something. It's delusional to expect benefits without risks. The female evolver headed straight toward the Milky Way main star. Seeing this, the male evolver immediately followed. The two rapidly descended onto the star platform of the Milky Way main star. Boom, boom, boom. The planetary defense system of the Milky Way main star emitted vast fluctuations, enveloping them. A Grade B planet's defense system was enough to suppress most 8th layer powerhouses in an instant. You two 8th rank members, what brings you here? An alien with dark red skin flew out. He examined them cautiously. 8th rank. The two 8th rank man and woman were shocked internally. They had originally thought they would be the first to follow the Galaxy Master. To their surprise, there were already other 8th rank individuals who had followed, and this member was from a different species? We've long heard of the great reputation of the Galaxy Master, and we've come specifically to pay him a visit. The female 8th ranker immediately declared their intent. A visit to the Star Lord? The two of you? After pondering for a moment, the red-skinned alien said, "I'll go inquire with the Star Lord." To request an audience with the Star Lord required the consent of the Star Lord himself. The red-skinned alien was not in a position to decide. A moment later, looking at the two, Hongpi nodded and said, "The Star Lord has agreed. Follow me." Shortly after, the male and female evolvers entered the palace. Lin Yuan was clad in green 8th rank armor, sitting cross-legged, engrossed in pondering the space rule model. Upon their entrance, he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if the rising sun had appeared. Lu Ran and Ruan Wei felt a dryness in their mouths and immediately said with utmost respect, "We've come to see the Galaxy Master." Lu Ran, Ruan Wei. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. All 8th rank evolvers from the Human Civilization Alliance were registered, and with Lin Yuan's memory he naturally remembered them clearly. The pair before him had stepped into the 8th rank several thousand years ago. After fulfilling their duty of guarding a star domain, they had actively relinquished their roles to journey through the universe. Guarding a star domain and becoming a Star Lord was certainly a lucrative role, but it was also like being confined within drawn boundaries. A Star Lord must remain in their star domain, or have an avatar or the original body guarding it. They could not leave, which some evolvers found hard to accept, so they do not always remain as Star Lords. We've heard that the Galaxy Master, by his own hand, cleared the star domain of all unruly different species, and we admire that, hence we have come specially to follow. Chapter 434 Grey Gourd, please subscribe. _2 The female evolver spoke softly. Follow me? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. As a student of Qikuan Star Lord, he already had many followers. What do you want? Lin Yuan asked directly. Once the decision to follow was made, Lin Yuan would control their fate, and not even the three goddesses could intervene. Thus, followers must have their own desires. When Heyu Mo of the Heyu family decided to follow the Qikuan Star Lord, his request was to establish a family legacy. That's why there was a time when the Heyu family shone brilliantly in the Qikuan Star domain. After stepping into the 8th layer, we deeply feel the hardship of cultivation, so in the future, if Star Lord can step into the 9th layer, just giving us some guidance would suffice, Lu Ran said respectfully. Although the virtual world of human civilization contains some cultivation experiences of 9th rank evolvers, those are personal experiences of 9th rank evolvers which don't offer much help to them. But how difficult is it to receive personal guidance from a 9th rank evolver? No problem, Lin Yuan consented in just a moment's thought. Simply giving some guidance couldn't be easier. Now that he had begun to take charge of the Milky Way star region, he urgently needed a large number of subordinates, and 2 8th rank evolvers could save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Lu Ran and Ruan Wei had clear backgrounds and were both human evolvers. They could be somewhat trusted, so Lin Yuan agreed to take them in directly. Thank you, Star Lord. Lu Ran and Ruan Wei relaxed upon hearing this. They originally thought that being under the Milky Way Star Lord wouldn't be an issue, but when they met Lin Yuan, they realized they had underestimated the Star Lord whose insight into the rules far exceeded their imaginations. Merely sitting there and looking at them made their hearts tremble. So once again they doubted themselves until Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and they could let go of their concerns. You both stay on the main star for now, and if there's anything that needs to be done later, you can take care of it. You won't be doing it for nothing, Lin Yuan said. In fact, one could exploit followers as much as possible, but Lin Yuan didn't wish to do that. A star domain, if developed well, can generate vast benefits. Lin Yuan was willing to share some of that. Chiquan main star. 13 peaks. The Taiyang divine spirit was sitting cross-legged deep in the hall. With Lin Yuan's understanding of the Taiyang rule, the presence of the Taiyang divine spirit also soared. The Taiying primordial spirit, originally condensed by Lin Yuan from the power of Taiyang, was closely related to the Taiyang rule. His comprehension of the Taiyang rule was clearly beneficial to the elevation of the Taiyang divine spirit. My current strength. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as the world of flames within him began to expand wildly until it reached a radius of 400,000 li. It had reached the normal standard of an inner world for an 8th rank peak evolver. Not weaker than an ordinary 8th rank peak, the young god Lin Yuan appraised himself. With a complete understanding of the Taiyang rule, for the Taiyang divine spirit, that meant being at the peak of the 8th layer. Moreover, the Taiyang divine spirit wasn't following the martial Tao cultivation system. Its essence was a primordial spirit, and the limit of the rules was its limit. Now it's at the peak of the 8th layer, but if I understand the Taiying rule, and the Taiying primordial spirit also reaches the peak of the 8th layer, what would our combined strength be when we merge into the Taiji primordial spirit? Lin Yuan's yang spirit anticipated inwardly. The Taiying and Taiyang primordial spirits condensed by Lin Yuan through the martial path evolutionary path were split from the Taiji primordial spirit. The two could also merge as one. Moreover, when the Taiyang divine spirit and the Taiying primordial spirit are fused, their strength will surge significantly, possibly not weaker than the main body. At the 7th layer, if the Taiying and Taiyang primordial spirits merged, they could even forcefully create a second Taiji microcosm. Speaking of the Taiying primordial spirit, I should be able to go to the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield now, right? The young god Lin Yuan pondered. Eternal spatial rifts in the medium-sized otherworldly battlefields are much larger than those in the small-sized ones. Lin Yuan speculated that being in such large eternal spatial rifts might accelerate the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force. However, when Lin Yuan was at the 7th rank, the goddess of wisdom did not advise him to go to the medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, not even with an avatar. Avatars are not invincible. Some unbeatable 8th rank as well as 9th rank evolvers have the means to counter avatars. Lin Yuan was a peerless genius of human civilization and the founder of the martial path evolutionary path. The goddess of wisdom naturally prioritized safeguarding his safety. Now that Lin Yuan had stepped into the 8th layer, heading to a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield should pose no problem. Theoretically speaking, the strongest beings in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield are invincible at the 8th layer, with a small probability of encountering 9th rank powerhouses. With his primordial spirit concealed, blending in even if an extreme situation arose, he could simply abandon the primordial spirit. Although a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield was far more dangerous than the marginal Milky Way star region. But Lin Yuan wasn't going there with his identity exposed, so with it concealed, who would know he was the peerless genius of human civilization? Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan immediately applied to the goddess of wisdom. Any human evolver wishing to travel to the battlefields of different races needed to apply to the 3 goddesses. Otherwise they could not get a battlefield pass, which would mean being undocumented and subject to attack from both humans and the different species. Respected 7th level citizen Lin Yuan, your application has been approved. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. As expected, it's approved. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With strength reaching the 8th layer and identity concealed, there should be no risk in heading to the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, which was evident from the goddess of wisdom's approval of the application. Plus, armed with the soul-settling pearl bestowed by Xiaqin Supreme Being, he was even more secure. Although the soul-settling pearl was on his true body, the avatar could still activate it if subjected to memory contamination or similar tactics affecting the main body. It would temporarily free itself from influence and completely control the self-destruction of the avatar. Small-sized otherworldly battlefield. The Taiying primordial spirit left the eternal spatial rift, exited the battlefield, and headed towards the chosen medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. Actually, the most origin force-saving method would be for the Taiying primordial spirit to stay put and the Yang spirit to travel to the chosen medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. Once the Yang spirit arrived, the Yin god would depart and return to Chiquan main star. However, doing so would risk exposing both the Yang god and Yin god to the starry skies simultaneously. Lin Yuan would rather waste a bit of world-breaking origin force than take the slightest risk upon himself. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan ended his cultivation. He scanned the scenes on the main star. The development is good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Under the management of his 4 8th-layer and 2 7th-layer subordinates, the Milky Way main star was thriving, and major forces like the nearby star domain trade associations were beginning to settle in. Continue taking stock. Lin Yuan's mind stirred and he started to inspect his spoils of war. Hunting those special life forms, the alien lone walkers, earned Lin Yuan a great fortune, especially Shang Shan and Ao Du, 2 special beings that contributed to nearly 100,000 cubic universe crystals in revenue. Furthermore, the other special life forms and alien lone walkers also brought Lin Yuan substantial gains. After collecting recognizable treasures into a unified space bracelet, Lin Yuan began to inventory the remaining miscellaneous items. As special life forms and alien lone walkers who had lived for eons, they occasionally acquired some treasures they did not recognize and would collect them. Now all these treasures of unknown origin and use had piled up in Lin Yuan's possession, almost as large as a mountain range. Take a slow look. Lin Yuan had a very simple method for dealing with these miscellaneous items of unknown origin and use, and that was to crush them. Any treasure that could withstand his blow without shattering was likely to have some significance. Boom boom boom. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. Hundreds of miscellaneous items suddenly began to deform and turn into chaff. Just as Lin Yuan was about to look away, seemingly having spotted something, his gaze fell on the pile of chaff. There lay a gray gourd falling along with the chaff. This gourd, it blocked my strike? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. No matter what the use of the gourd was, at least its material was good, and it could be worth a few cubic universe crystals. Let's see what's different. Grasping the gourd, Lin Yuan applied a little force, only to find it unmovable, and his expression gradually changed. With his current strength, even a slight exertion of force could cause a planet's tectonic plates to tear apart and plunge into a mass extinction period. With his consciousness probing out and touching the gray gourd, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Chapter 435 The Unimaginable Gourd. Please subscribe. Consciousness can't even penetrate it, this gourd. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly serious as he carefully examined the palm-sized gray gourd. In the vast cosmos, many substances are extremely hard, very difficult to destroy, yet few can block the penetration of an evolver's conscious power. Conscious power is even more difficult to detect than the power of the world or the power of the soul, as it is a derivative of spirit will. With Lin Yuan's current mental will index, unless it's a treasure or rare treasure of the 8th layer, he could see through most of it if not in minute detail. An 8th layer treasure or rare treasure? Lin Yuan touched the surface of the gray gourd, cold and with almost no resistance, as if it were the texture of some high-end alloy. What exactly formed this? For a moment, Lin Yuan couldn't determine whether the gray gourd was artificially made or had always been this way. Goddess of Wisdom, do you know what this gourd is? After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan decisively connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate intelligence goddesses of human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom has almost all known materials of humanity recorded. Be it treasures or rare treasures. As long as they had been uploaded by human evolvers, they would be documented by the Goddess of Wisdom. Therefore, one consults the goddess when in doubt. This is not just an empty saying in human civilization. Respected Galaxy Master, there is nothing similar to this object in the database. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Nothing similar? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. The Goddess of Wisdom had only performed a preliminary scan, and to conduct a more in-depth identification, it would be necessary to send the gray gourd to the central star domain. Lin Yuan's spirit willpower could not penetrate the gourd, but that did not mean human civilization could not manage. However, even with just a preliminary scan, to get the Goddess of Wisdom to give a result of no similarity was extremely rare. In more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, had the countless evolvers of human civilization never seen anything? Not to say something exactly like the gray gourd, but at least there should be many roughly similar things, right? But the result given by the Goddess of Wisdom was none. Treasure, this must be a treasure. Lin Yuan constricted his thoughts and looked at the gray gourd in front of him. A normal item, even if never seen by the Goddess of Wisdom, would definitely have some similar information. I got this gray gourd from an alien lone walker? Lin Yuan began to recall that the owner of the gray gourd was indeed a 7th-ranked different species lone walker. Compared to special life forms, different species lone walkers preferred roaming the universe, and after a long time, they generally collected many bizarre items. This gray gourd, which was kept in that 7th-ranked different species lone walker space ring along with other objects of dubious provenance, was one such item. Clearly, The 7th-ranked different species lone walker had not discovered anything special about the gray gourd. Perhaps the other party only sensed that the gray gourd was extremely hard and could block the penetration of the will. Those different species lone walkers did not have the identification methods of the goddess of wisdom. In the vastness of the universe, the emergence of one particularly hard object is not unusual. Initially, Lin Yuan did not pay much attention to the gray gourd, thinking that it might be worth a few cubic universe crystals. Hard. Let's see just how hard you are. Lin Yuan gripped the gray gourd and began to squeeze with force. Terrible force began to subtly affect the surrounding void. It should be known that the physical body divine ability Lin Yuan had awakened was the mountain lifting, known as a divine skill of power. With Lin Yuan's 8th-stage martial arts physical body, under the enhancement of the divine ability mountain lifting, he could easily crush a higher life planet. A regular 8th-rank evolver wouldn't be able to withstand such a squeeze. This was the suppression brought by absolute power. One of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization was the ultimate in the Tao of the rule of power. With a mere gesture, pure force could tear apart millions of miles of the main world space. That ultimate supreme being of power, along with Xiaqin supreme being, was known as one of the 2 strongest supreme beings in terms of killing power in the human civilization alliance. Still blocked it? After squeezing with full strength for a short while, Lin Yuan released his hand and noticed not even a slight mark had been left on the gray gourd. His expression changed once again. Even the piece of 8th-layer armor he wore would show some mark under such force. And that was 8th-layer armor designed for defense. But this gray gourd did not appear to be related to defense, yet its sturdiness exceeded even the 8th-layer armor? I don't believe it. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered. Carrying the gray gourd, he arrived in his inner world. The inner world now extended across more than 700,000 miles, having integrated 3 cosmic rare treasures, and coupled with Lin Yuan's own comprehension of the laws, was becoming ever closer to the real world. Go. With a toss of the gray gourd from his hand, the power of the world within the inner world surged tumultuously, sweeping the gray gourd away. The terrifying world power seemed as if to recreate heaven and earth, attacking the gray gourd from all angles. However, no matter how Lin Yuan stimulated the world power, the gray gourd remained unmoved, floating buoyantly under the immense suppression of the world force. Even the power of the world can't do anything to it? Lin Yuan's face grew solemn. In his inner world, he could exert almost as much strength as an invincible 8th rank who mastered a certain cosmic force. Yet even so he still could not shake the gray gourd. Lin Yuan even had the sensation that even if he became an invincible 8th rank and advanced to 9th rank, he still would not be able to affect this gray gourd. Chapter 436 The Unimaginable Gourd. Please subscribe. Understood. This gourd. Lin Yuan immediately felt it was somewhat troublesome. Study it for some more time. If I still don't understand, I'll just take it to the goddess of wisdom for a reward. Lin Yuan thought to himself that even if this gray gourd was truly an incredible treasure, if he couldn't use it, it would be as good as junk, just like its previous owner, and eventually ended up in his hands. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush. Not to mention anything else, this gray gourd alone could resist the oppressive force of other worlds, probably worth a couple of cosmic rare treasures. In the following days, Lin Yuan tried various methods whenever he had the time. Since being forceful didn't work, Lin Yuan tried a gentler approach. For instance, he tried to align the power of his soul with the gray gourd. But it was of no use. He even placed the gray gourd into the origin sea within his inner world. Certain treasures, such as origin fine gold, crave the power of the origin source. But still it was useless. The precious power of the origin source couldn't move the gray gourd at all. Several days later, Lin Yuan finally gave up hope. It seems I am not destined for you. Lin Yuan stared at the gray gourd, his expression somewhat regretful. He knew this gray gourd concealed a great secret, but he just didn't know how to unlock it. To have a treasure mountain yet unable to enter. This feeling made Lin Yuan's mind complex. Should I try dripping blood? Lin Yuan suddenly thought to himself, though without much hope. The so-called blood recognition method is quite an outdated approach. In both the human alliance and among different species, the seizure is not uncommon, with many evolvers seeking to start off at a higher point, even breeding a replicated physical body integrated with special life bloodlines for their progeny. Thus, physical bodies are not fixed and neither are bloodlines. The soul, and even more so the spirit will, is fundamental. The method of blood recognition, being limited to bloodlines, was abandoned by human civilization many years ago. Recognition methods are fundamentally based on the soul, depending on the spirit will. But now Lin Yuan had no other choice, he was just trying randomly. Even if it still didn't work, it wouldn't be a surprise. So, Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. He then raised his right hand, squeezing out a drop of blood. With Lin Yuan's current physical strength, if he had not intentionally squeezed it out, the blood would not have flowed out on its own. Drip. A drop of exceedingly viscous blood fell on the gray gourd. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Due to the divine ability Blood Rebirth, Lin Yuan had absolute control over every drop of his blood. Even across great distances he could sense its exact condition. But just now, as the blood dripped onto the surface of the gray gourd, Lin Yuan suddenly lost all sensation of that drop of blood. Not only that, the drop of blood that fell on the surface of the gray gourd suddenly merged into the gourd. So it needed blood dripped? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, closely observing any changes in the gray gourd. A faint vibration began emanating from within the gray gourd. The moment Lin Yuan felt the faint vibration, his mind disengaged from his body as if he had arrived at a boundless ocean of crimson red. Blood containing the power of rebirth aligns with the unlocking condition. A moment of clarity passed and Lin Yuan heard a mental fluctuation by his ear, the meaning easily understood. After a long while Lin Yuan once again opened his eyes. This gourd. Lin Yuan took another look at the gray gourd in front of him. At this moment, the color of the gray gourd began to subtly change. It was no longer a dull gray, but now had hints of crimson. From the brief contact just now, Lin Yuan knew that the gourd was brewing some kind of special liquid. This special liquid had incredible effects on life's transformation, but its side effects were tremendous, and only those whose bloodlines contained the power of rebirth could attempt to absorb this liquid. The power of rebirth? That must refer to my physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, once one reached a 7th rank evolver, even if their physical body was shattered, as long as their soul still existed, recovery was possible. But such recovery was merely healing, definitely not rebirth. What is meant by blood rebirth here is not a drop of fresh blood, but any single essence of life that can continually regenerate. Blood is merely the medium that carries the life essence. What kind of transformation requires such a prerequisite condition? Lin Yuan looked amazed. Up to now, Lin Yuan had not encountered a second evolver who possessed a similar blood rebirth ability. Even Lin Yuan's physical body divine ability did not originate from the main world, but from the central divine continent. It was only because Lin Yuan, in the central divine China world, had fully understood this divine ability and condensed a divine ability imprint that he was able to bring it back to the main world. Let's see what the effect is. Lin Yuan picked up the gourd and gently shook it, then turned the mouth downwards. After a confirmation from the gourd, Lin Yuan had preliminarily met the qualifications to use it. Moments later, the downward-turned mouth of the gourd condensed a drop of liquid. The liquid was crystal clear and crimson, as if it contained an entire crimson ocean. So beautiful, Lin Yuan stared at the drop of liquid, his spirit subtly beginning to indulge. Merely looking at it made him feel as if the drop contained the entire cosmic starry sky. According to the information I received, should I just drink it directly? With his consciousness returning to the outside world, the gray gourd mixed with crimson also returned to the exterior. The drop of crimson liquid was still condensed at the mouth of the gourd. The liquids inside the gourd, depending on their levels, come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. Only by completely absorbing the crimson liquid and thoroughly transforming the physical body, will the second color of liquid appear. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. Let's try it. With a slight mental movement, Lin Yuan let a drop of fresh blood float out from his body. According to the information from the gourd, absorbing the liquid entailed great risks. With a drop of fresh blood outside, even if something went wrong, he could quickly come back to life. Although Lin Yuan also left blood in Chikuan Main Star, it was too far away. Begin. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and swallowed the drop of crimson liquid collected at the gourd's mouth. Boom. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt his physical body starting to burn like a flame. Flesh and blood were burning, organs were burning, bones were burning, everything was burning. Then, under the physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth, everything Lin Yuan was burning started to rapidly recover. Thus, the burning force of the drop of crimson liquid and Lin Yuan's power of rebirth began to stalemate. Half a day later, Lin Yuan's body could no longer endure and suddenly turned to ash. As the effect of the crimson liquid dissipated, the scattered ashes quickly began to regenerate, and in a blink of an eye Lin Yuan's form was reconstituted. What is this thing? Lin Yuan hadn't even started to evaluate, when he shockingly discovered that his reborn physical body, with its circulation of blood and qi, had actually doubled in strength. It was doubled. It was not a 10% increase. Even a 10% increase would have been unbelievable. At Lin Yuan's level, where his physical soul was nearing its limit, further transformation, further evolutionary transformation, could only be achieved by breakthroughs of the current realm, or by consuming some rare cosmic treasures. But even so, the improvement obtained would not be significant, mostly a few percent, let alone doubling. Lin Yuan couldn't even dare to think of it. No, that's not right. It's not just the physical body that's improved. The inner world. Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment as his spirit rapidly entered his inner world. Boom, boom, boom. The inner world was vast and boundless. The inner world, which originally spanned 700,000 li, now shockingly expanded to 1,500,000 li. The power of the world operated like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, and under the heavens, the sun formed by the cosmic rare treasure primordial flame now appeared much smaller because it could not keep up with the expansion of the inner world. My inner world? It also doubled in size. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, somewhat in disbelief. Chapter 437 Interstellar Migration. Please subscribe. The size of the inner world. It was influenced by two aspects. The first was the internal factor. The second was the external factor. The internal factor was the strength of the physical body, and the degree of understanding of the space rules, among other things. Normally, the deeper the understanding of the space rules, the more core space models would be comprehended, and thus the larger the inner world would grow. As for physical strength, it was difficult to significantly enhance physical strength in a short period of time. However, slowly enhancing physical strength over a long period until reaching its limit was not difficult at all. So, for human 8th rank evolvers, there were basically no problems in terms of the physical body. As for external factors, they were some space-related rare treasures, such as the incredibly precious world fruit, which could forcibly expand the size of the inner world when it was being established. However, such an expansion was one time, and if a 7th rank peak evolver used the world fruit for the first time, they would create an inner world spanning thousands of miles. To further expand this inner world of thousands of miles would require the evolver to enhance their understanding of space rules to a corresponding degree, exceeding the understanding of a world spanning thousands of miles. But now, Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules had not significantly increased. He had not used rare treasures such as the world fruit. Yet, his inner world had inexplicably doubled in size. This was simply shocking. This? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The inner world was the foundation of an 8th rank evolver, even affecting 9th rank evolvers and even 10th rank evolvers. When two 8th rank evolvers fought, one with an inner world spanning 100,000 miles and the other 50,000 miles, without any other decisive factors influencing, the battle would end in a crushing defeat. The scarlet liquid in the gourd immediately doubled the size of Lin Yuan's inner world, and its effect on combat power would far exceed doubling. And Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while and discovered an even more astonishing fact. It was not merely an increase but a foundational increase. What is a foundational increase? Normally, an 8th rank evolver starts with an inner world spanning approximately 100 miles. Afterward, by constantly comprehending the laws of space and enhancing physical strength, theoretically, if they mastered the complete space laws at the 8th rank, the size of their inner world would reach 10 million miles in diameter. This is the theoretical upper limit for an 8th rank evolver. Very few 8th rank evolvers could expand their inner worlds to such an extent, understanding complete space rules. Even some 9th rank evolvers haven't comprehended them, let alone 8th rank ones. Lin Yuan's foundational increase was not just an additional 700,000 miles on the 10 million mile basis. Rather, for Lin Yuan, the theoretical upper limit of an 8th rank evolver directly became 20 million miles. This impact would definitely not be limited to the 8th rank. As Lin Yuan stepped into the 9th rank and even the 10th rank, he would gain a tremendous advantage amongst peers at the same level. Incredible. Truly incredible. Lin Yuan's heart did not settle for a long time. Even he had never imagined that there would be such methods in the universe that could break the shackles of species. Worlds spanning 10 million miles were the shackles of human 8th rank evolvers. But certain special life forms had inner worlds exceeding this limit. For instance, the peak bloodline special life form Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. These life forms have an upper limit far beyond that of humans. But there was no help for it. Species differed from each other. This is just the first drop of the scarlet liquid, and I have not yet fully assimilated this drop, and there are 6 more grades of liquid to absorb, What will the upper limit of my inner world reach? Perhaps it will reach how many million miles? Or even billions of miles? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking once again at the gray-red gourd in front of him. If the size of the inner world reaches several tens of millions of miles or even billions, then even if Lin Yuan did not master some type of cosmic force, he could still grind those invincible 8th ranks into the ground. The so-called cosmic force was just another means to greatly enhance an 8th rank evolver's capabilities, just as a vast inner world could do the same. Opportunity. This is undoubtedly an invaluable opportunity even for a supreme being, to shatter racial shackles, and even far exceed such shackles, is very hard to achieve. Lin Yuan pondered silently. Supreme beings towered above all, transcending the universe, able to cause permanent damage to the main world. But that was all by themselves. If it were for other evolvers to break limits and shackles, it would surely come at a great cost. This gourd must absolutely not be revealed, Lin Yuan decided internally. He could inform human civilization about the second way to join the Magic Jade Tower as an ordinary member because it had no impact on himself. Whether it's one member of the Magic Jade Tower or 10, it made little difference. And to comprehend all 3,333 evolution paths in a short time was definitely not possible. But there was only one gourd like this for Lin Yuan. Told the goddess of wisdom, what would Lin Yuan do if a supreme being requested to borrow it? Continue. Lin Yuan shook the gray-red gourd. Then he turned the mouth of the gourd downwards. Before long, another drop of scarlet liquid formed at the mouth of the gourd. The drop of scarlet liquid Lin Yuan had previously ingested had not been completely absorbed in the end, but had transformed his physical body to ashes. To fully absorb the liquid, he must persist until that fire, which burns everything, is extinguished. Time passed. 6 months later, on the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Chapter 438 Interstellar Migration. Please subscribe. _2 There was a faint crimson flame burning within. The terrifying power almost spilled out, capable of easily burning Lin Yuan's flesh, viscera, and bones, forcing the blood rebirth, divine skill to be continuously activated. How could the might of that crimson flame be underestimated? He did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Lin Yuan's physical body turned directly into ashes. In an instant, amidst countless ashes, Lin Yuan's body quickly reformed, returning anew. No wonder it's necessary to have methods like blood rebirth to open the gourd. Without such techniques, daring to absorb the liquid inside the gourd would cost more lives than one has. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Even with blood rebirth, Lin Yuan felt somewhat exhausted at this moment. Blood rebirth could not be used indefinitely, each use consumed some of Lin Yuan's power. Although it allowed for rapid recovery, frequent use was unsustainable. However, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. For the past half-year, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time absorbing the crimson liquid inside the gourd, not knowing how many times he had been reborn through blood rebirth. But the results were clearly visible. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world had reached a circumference of 2 million li. That was 3 times its original size of 700,000 li normally. To expand the inner world to 2 million li in circumference, it was necessary to fully understand 3,000 core space models. This was a necessary prerequisite. But now, Lin Yuan's comprehension of core space models was only just over 2,000, corresponding to an inner world size that should be 700,000 li. I wonder how big the teacher's inner world is. Lin Yuan thought silently, the body of Chikuan Star Lord being the starry sky wanderer Kuan, whose inner world's limit should exceed 10 million li by a lot. But that was the limit. Even for starry sky wanderer Kuan, not many could reach the limit of their inner world. Human evolvers wanting to touch their limits needed to fully understand the complete space rules, and for starry sky wanderer Kuan, it wasn't much easier. He'll rest for a while. Lin Yuan stopped cultivating and planned to go out for a stroll. Just then, the voice of the goddess of wisdom suddenly rang out. Respected Galactic Star Lord, the current Milky Way star region has stabilized. Shall we commence interstellar migration? Interstellar migration? Lin Yuan was not surprised. This star region, also known as the Milky Way star region, was originally taken from the Shadow Tribe by humans. It was naturally the territory of the Shadow Tribe and contained no human citizens. Lin Yuan had come here early to familiarize himself with the environment and deal with some unstable elements. To transform this star region entirely into a human civilization territory, massive interstellar migration was necessary. In the star region, with over 1.5 million life planets, without a large number of human citizens residing permanently, these life planets were not very significant. Those resource planets also needed many human citizens stationed there. Many of these planets had frequent magnetic field fluctuations that could potentially cause malfunction in intelligent life. They must be controlled by human citizens to ensure no major issues arise. Start it. Lin Yuan nodded. The Milky Way star region was indeed lacking a large number of human citizens. Jianghu star domain. On an ordinary middle-grade life planet, a young man was saying goodbye to his parents. Son, how good it would be for us to live here peacefully. Why must you migrate to such a distant star domain? The father looked helplessly at his younger son. For ordinary citizens, one might never leave the star system in a lifetime, let alone the star domain. The son volunteering to migrate to a fringe star field meant that it was very likely they would never see each other again. Ordinary citizens did not have access to virtual world privileges. Dad, Mom, the universe is so vast, I don't want to be trapped on a planet all my life. This time, the star domain I am migrating to is overseen by our Shersan Peak Master, the Milky Way star region. As one of the first migrants, I will definitely get more opportunities and maybe I can become an evolver. Then, I will definitely come back to see you. The young man was spirited, not noticing the sorrow in his parents' eyes. Let it be, the son has grown up. Since he has his own ideas, let's go along with it. The mother sighed nearby. When you get there, make sure to give us a video call. The mother patted the young boy's head and cautioned. Got it, got it. The migration battleship is almost here. I have to go now. Take good care of yourselves. The young boy glanced at the time and immediately turned and strode away. The two parents watched for a long time and only withdrew their gazes when the boy had completely disappeared. The territory of the Human Civilization Alliance was expanding at every moment, so migration was a common occurrence. Migrating to a newly open star domain had its disadvantages and its advantages. The disadvantage lied in the living environment or even the planetary environment, which was definitely not as stable and safe as in the more established star domains. Some newly open star domains might also face threats from indigenous populations. But the advantages were also clear. That was the completely open channel for ascension. In those mature and stable rear star domains, human citizens could live well even without working, thanks to ample social welfare. But the social classes were essentially ossified. Unless one became an evolver or a high-ranking citizen, it was hard to move across classes. But was it that easy to become an evolver? Not to mention a high-ranking citizen. But in these newly open star domains, such goals were relatively easier to achieve. The various paths for becoming an evolver and the merit points needed for citizen rank promotion were opened up to a degree to encourage migrants in the new star domains. Although not much, there was at least a way to obtain them. Thus, many human citizens who were dissatisfied with their current status and had lofty ideals did not object to migration. Jianghu main star. Lin Yuan briefly reviewed the migration situation. Many citizens from the Jianghu star domain have come over? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In the Milky Way star region, Shersan Peak Master's territory, if one were to choose to migrate, better to come to the Milky Way star region rather than moving to an unknown star domain. Not to mention getting the care of Shersan Peak Master, at least one wouldn't suffer from inferior treatment. Human civilization spans the universe, based upon its vast population. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. Like the insect race, one of the peak clans, the true members of the insect race were rare, and the vast majority of them were insect race warriors produced by the insect race hive. In various battlefields between humans and the insect race, many involved one insect race hive battling against countless human evolvers. The most terrifying aspect of the insect race hive was its ability to continuously produce insect race warriors, and although it consumed huge amounts of energy, there were hardly any apparent limitations. Even so, in the war between humans and the insect race, even if one ignored the influence of the top-tier combat power of the supreme beings, humans were only pressured by the insect race, far from being defeated. What was it that they relied on? It was the large number of human evolvers. And where did these numerous human evolvers come from? It was from an even larger population base. No. B520 Alien Battlefield. The Taiyin primordial spirit, disguised as a typical human 8th layer evolver, entered the human-controlled area of the battlefield. In a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, 8th layer powerhouses were quite common, ranging from early stage to mid-stage to late stage, and even peak stage of the 8th layer had significant differences. Not to mention those nearly transcending the 8th layer known as the invincible of the 8th layer. An 8th layer invincible could generally dominate in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, and even if they had bad luck and ran into a 9th rank powerhouse, they still had a chance to survive. This battlefield's eternal spatial rift spans 10,000 meters, caused by the aftermath of a supreme being's actions 150,000 years ago. Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit eagerly anticipated as he followed the human evolvers towards the eternal spatial rift. Very soon, Lin Yuan saw that terrifyingly fluctuating eternal spatial rift. Let's see how much this boosts the accumulation of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan immediately dove into his inner world mentally, keenly sensing that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. The spatial rifts in the previously encountered small-sized otherworldly battlefields ranged in size from 10 meters to several tens of meters. A moment later, Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a look of joy surfacing on his face. Chapter 439 The Invincibles of the 8th Layer. Please subscribe. No. B520 Alien Battlefield. The Taiyin primordial spirit stood still, looking towards the massive 10,000-meter eternal spatial rift. The accumulation speed of the world-breaking origin force here is much faster than in the small-sized otherworldly battlefields. Is the size of the permanent spatial rift, not the number, what influences the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan contemplated. He had tried before, sending the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit to different small-sized otherworldly battlefields, approaching the eternal spatial rifts at the same time. However, there was no significant enhancement effect on the increase of the world-breaking origin force. But now, approaching this 10,000-meter eternal spatial rift in the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, Lin Yuan distinctly felt the difference. The initial speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force at the door to the myriad realms was 1 strand every 333 days. The spatial rift in the small-sized otherworldly battlefield increased this speed to 1 strand every 290 days. Now, Lin Yuan closed his eyes again to confirm. It's 1 strand every 200 days. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Accumulating 1 strand of world-breaking origin force every 200 days meant more than 2 strands could be accumulated in a year. Compared to the initial speed of accumulation, it had almost doubled. I currently have 17 strands of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 17 strands of world-breaking origin force, in theory, could support him to traverse 17 times without interruption. However, that was the most basic traversal, belonging to random traversal. When Lin Yuan's strength was not yet strong, even random traversal could bring him significant improvement. After all, not being strong meant there was still a large distance to the limit. With endless dimensions and endless domains, even random traversal to a world would likely assist him. But now, Lin Yuan had already become an 8th-layer evolver, and for a large number of worlds, even if he traversed to them, the help he could gain would be extremely limited. For example, the worlds Lin Yuan traversed to on his 3rd and 4th traversal. Not to mention breaking through the shackles, it was questionable whether he could even recover to his peak strength. The most critical point is, after Lin Yuan's 7th traversal, which was to overcome the heart demon tribulation, he concluded that, the time Lin Yuan stayed in the world he traversed to related to the world's own level. Simply put, the higher the level of the world, the longer Lin Yuan's stay and vice versa. Shortly thereafter, the Taiyin primordial spirit found the best position near that massive 10,000-meter eternal spatial rift. This position maximized the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, eventually increasing the speed to 1 strand every 198 days. My inner world now, Lin Yuan felt the Taiyin world within his Qi Dantian. After reaching the 8th layer, even just a primordial spirit could open up an inner world. The Taiyang divine spirit created a Taiyang world filled with flames, and the Taiyin primordial spirit established the Taiyin world. However, influenced by various factors, the inner worlds opened by the original self, the Taiyang divine spirit, and the Taiyin primordial spirit differed. The original self, holding both Taiyin Taiyang Taiji, with complete and perfect rules, initially opened up a world over 700,000 li. After transformation by the liquid from the mysterious gourd, the inner world had swelled to a size of 2 million li in diameter. Owing to mastering the Taiyang rule, the inner world created by the Taiyang divine spirit also reached 400,000 li in diameter, stepping into the threshold of the 8th layer peak. As for the Taiyin primordial spirit, the current inner world is only 200,000 li in diameter. It can be foreseen that once Lin Yuan comprehends the Taiyin rule completely, his Taiyin world will also reach a size of 400,000 li. Unfortunately, the liquid in that gourd only has effects on life with flesh and blood, and has no effect on energy life forms. The Taiyin primordial spirit shook its head slightly. The cosmos is vast, giving birth to countless lives, among which flesh and blood beings form the mainstream. Yet they are only the mainstream. Besides flesh and blood beings, there exist life forms made of energy. So-called energy life forms are those without flesh and blood. Their essence of life is the soul or other ethereal energies. Strictly speaking, Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits could be classified as energy life forms. Compared to flesh and blood life forms, energy life forms have many advantages, such as being immune to most physical attacks, etc. Within human civilization, certain special bloodline traits and methods can temporarily realize the energy transformation of the body. But these transformations are nothing compared to true energy life forms. For the time being, this primordial spirit of mine will need to be stationed here. Lin Yuan glanced around. The medium-sized otherworldly battlefield he deliberately chose, aside from having a permanent spatial rift, was selected because battles of high intensity rarely occur here. This was to Lin Yuan's satisfaction. Should a high-intensity battle occur, it might lead to a scene like the original small-sized otherworldly battlefield, where human evolvers fled en masse. Of course, in most high-intensity battlefields, human civilization evolvers are generally at an advantage, actively hunting down different species. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan was still in closed-door cultivation. The many trivial matters of the main star and the Milky Way star region were mostly delegated to his subordinates and overseen more closely by the goddess of wisdom. There weren't likely to be any problems. After once again being reduced to dust and returning through the physical body divine ability blood rebirth, Lin Yuan began to feel the changes in his physical body and inner world. The rate of improvement is getting slower. Lin Yuan's expression showed contemplation. The first time he absorbed that drop of crimson liquid, Lin Yuan's physical inner world doubled in size instantly. With each subsequent absorption, the increase of the physical inner world became progressively smaller. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this. The fact that the liquid in the gourd could forcibly increase the base size of the inner world was already incredibly astonishing. Chapter 440 The Invincibles of the 8th Layer, please subscribe. _2 And currently, Lin Yuan had only absorbed the first type of scarlet red liquid. There were still 6 kinds of differently colored liquids waiting for him. Now my inner world has reached a circumference of 2,200,000 miles, which is 3.1 times the initial circumference of 700,000 miles, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The further along he got, the smaller the margin of improvement became. Lin Yuan estimated that the first scarlet red liquid would boost his physical body and inner world up to a maximum of 3.33 times. Once he had fully absorbed this scarlet red liquid, Lin Yuan started to absorb the next kind, the orange liquid. 3.33 times? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. He was very familiar with this number. One of the prerequisites to becoming a regular member of the Magic Jade Tower was the understanding of 3,333 evolutionary paths. The door to the myriad realms initially accumulated world-breaking origin force at a rate of 333 days. Both the Magic Jade Tower and the door to the myriad realms had mysterious origins, especially the door to the myriad realms, which easily sent Lin Yuan to the worlds of other dimensional planes. In his weaker hours, Lin Yuan didn't think much of it. But as his strength increased and his grasp over the space rules deepened, he increasingly realized how terrifying such a method was. Even a supreme being wouldn't be able to create a passageway to other dimensional planes, right? Continue. Let's see what kind of improvement the following orange-yellow liquid has after I've completely absorbed the scarlet red liquid. Lin Yuan rested for a while and then resumed absorbing the scarlet red liquid. In addition, Lin Yuan did not neglect to perfect the martial path evolutionary path, nor the contemplation of the space rules model. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Almost every day that passed, Lin Yuan's strength increased by a notch. The expansion of a single mile in his inner world could bring a considerable increase to an 8th layer evolver, let alone the fact that Lin Yuan's inner world was expanding at a rate far exceeding a mile every day. Several months later, the Milky Way main star welcomed a visitor. Haha, your chicken's little disciple? Impressive. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan and a bald man in a white robe faced each other as they sat. This bald man in a white robe exuded an aura of brightness and sanctity with every move, causing an instinctive feeling of closeness and fondness in others. White Light Star Master, if you put it that way, I'll be a little embarrassed, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The White Light Star Master before him was an old 8th rank peak powerhouse of the human civilization and a good friend of Chiquan Star Lord. Although the White Light Star Master was not invincible at the 8th rank, his strength was absolutely at the peak of the 8th rank. In terms of the comprehension of space rules, he was almost no weaker than the Chiquan Star-Lord. It was only because he hadn't comprehended a certain cosmic force that he was somewhat inferior to Chiquan Star-Lord. An invincible 8th layer powerhouse was essentially still in the 4th stage of the 8th layer. The only difference was that they had comprehended a certain cosmic force that substantially increased their combat power, elevating them above the 8th layer, and even giving them the ability to save their lives in front of 9th rank evolvers. This is the thunderous heart you asked for. The White Light Star Master looked at Lin Yuan with a cheerful smile and then threw out a heart completely composed of thunder that seemed to beat. The thunderous heart was a rare treasure from an 8-star universe and could be regarded as a top-quality item among the 8-star treasures. As Lin Yuan's inner world expanded rapidly, it needed such cosmic treasures for refinement. He had learned from his teacher, Chiquan Star-Lord, that the White Light Star Master had recently acquired this thunderous heart, prompting Lin Yuan to initiate contact with the latter for a trade. It happened that the White Light Star Master was returning from one of the battlefields of different races and passing by the Milky Way star region, so he took the opportunity to deliver it himself. Thank you, White Light Star Master. Lin Yuan immediately took out 12,000 cubic universe crystals. As a top-quality 8-star universe rare treasure, the Thunderous Heart often had no fixed market price but traded between 10,000 and 20,000 cubic universe crystals. That the White Light Star Master was willing to make the trade for 12,000 cubic universe crystals was clearly due to regard for the face of Chiquan Star-Lord. Then the trade is complete. The White Light Star Master accepted the cosmic crystals and took another look at Lin Yuan. What path do you plan to take next? Comprehend a cosmic force and become an invincible at 8th rank? Invincible at the 8th rank? That's too hard, Lin Yuan said, slightly startled and shaking his head. Whether it was human civilization, other peak clans or powerful ordinary clans, they all had powerhouses at the level of invincibility in the 8th rank. But to this day, no clan had succeeded in outlining a specific method to become invincible at the 8th rank. Each invincible 8th rank evolver was unique, and the cosmic forces they comprehended were all different. It's indeed very difficult to become an invincible at the 8th rank. Many 8th layer evolvers haven't comprehended any cosmic force even until they advanced to the 9th rank. The White Light Star Master nodded. Using human civilization as an example, it might take thousands of 8th layer evolvers to produce just one invincible at the 8th rank. To become an invincible is also a matter of luck. It's difficult for other evolvers, but for you, a trace of strangeness emerged on the face of the White Light Star Master. Lin Yuan's talent was absolutely the most terrifying he had ever seen. Under 100 years of age, he had not only become an 8th rank evolver, but he had also single-handedly cleansed the Milky Way star region, eradicating all those powerful special life forms and alien lone walkers? To accomplish this, one would need at least the combat power of an evolver at the peak of the 8th rank. This was simply freakish. The White Light Star Master didn't even know how to describe Lin Yuan. But one thing was certain. The term 8th layer invincible, as it applied to other evolvers, might just be a matter of time in front of Lin Yuan. After he had sent away the White Light Star Master, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. In recent times, he had also been contemplating how to become 8th Order invincible. But he hadn't come up with any results. The cosmic force that each evolver at the 8th layer invincible stage had mastered had been gained through chance and could not be replicated. If Lin Yuan wanted to become 8th Order invincible, he would have to comprehend his own type of cosmic force. But that was easier said than done. Take it slow, there's no need to target becoming 8th Order invincible. It would be great to reach that level, but if I can't, I'll just push directly for the 9th rank. Lin Yuan had thought it through clearly. No matter how strong an 8th Order invincible was, they only had a chance of survival in front of a 9th rank evolver, and clearly the former was far inferior to the latter. Besides, Lin Yuan's inability to comprehend a type of cosmic force didn't mean he couldn't become 8th Order invincible. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, he just needed to expand his inner world to a circumference of tens of millions of miles. Even without using cosmic force, his true combat power wouldn't be inferior to an 8th Order invincible. Outside the Milky Way star region, on a desolate planet, there were 5 figures standing quietly. These 5 figures, with completely concealed auras, were subtly in harmony with the surrounding cosmos and stars, and they were unmistakably 5 8th Order invincible beings. A consciousness projection descended. A shadow of an insect nest, larger than the planet itself, appeared faintly visible. Your Eminence, the 5 8th Order invincible beings slightly bowed towards the shadow of the insect nest upon seeing it. As 8th Order invincible beings, even when encountering a 9th rank evolver, such reverence was unnecessary, for evolvers at the peak of the 8th rank usually had means to save their lives in the presence of a 9th rank. But the insect nest shadow in front of them was a great existence of the insect race, towering above the 9th rank. Your target this time is the Galaxy Master, that peerless genius of human civilization. The insect nest shadow emitted a mental fluctuation, its gaze sweeping over the 5 8th Order invincible beings. Among the peak clans, there was an unwritten understanding to avoid deploying 9th rank or higher beings, whether on battlefields or elsewhere, as much as possible. Even if it was to assassinate the Galaxy Master, a peerless genius of the human civilization, they would not break this understanding. The insect race had previously broken this understanding because a body of a supreme being from outside the world had drifted in. It contained an evolution path that had no ultimate end. There was hope to add another supreme being, matriarch, to the insect race. So the insect race had directly overturned the table. But the Galaxy Master? The Galaxy Master was indeed a peerless genius of the human civilization, but could he eventually become a supreme being? The likelihood was that he could not. To the insect race, assassinating the Galaxy Master was merely an effort to reduce future losses on the battlefield. Your Eminence, that Galaxy Master has only newly ascended to the 8th rank. Even if he possesses the combat power of an 8th Order invincible, one of us should suffice. Why the need for 5 to join forces? The 8th Order invincible on the far left asked. Newly advanced to the 8th rank? The insect nest shadow glanced at this 8th Order invincible, a hint of ridicule flashing in its eyes. Chapter 441 10 years, please subscribe. The remaining 4 8th layer invincibles saw this. They immediately realized that the insect race must know crucial intelligence or have deeper schemes. Galactic Star Lord, among our insect race's rating of numerous geniuses of the human long-lived generations, is ranked 7th, stated the shadowy figure of the bug hive. 7th? The 5 8th layer invincibles were shocked. The definition of genius by a peak clan like the insect race is extremely stringent, and their list of human geniuses considers many aspects. The ranking of the Galaxy Master at 7th means that every aspect about him must be terrifying. After all, it is very rare for those under 100 years to attain this ranking when they are only at the 8th layer. Galaxy Star Lord, your growth rate is too fast, the shadow of the bug hive stated without further explanation. Although the insect race lacks a virtual world and the 3 ultimate AI goddesses, they do have the top diviners. Through the confluence of numerous pieces of intelligence, they deduced the potential of the Galaxy Star Lord, which is in no way inferior to the offspring of supreme beings or human evolvers with special inheritances, and so on. Ultimately they placed him 7th on the list. In reality, these insect race diviners are unaware that the martial path evolutionary path was created by Lin Yuan. Xiaqin Supreme Being is aware of this fact and outright admitted that Lin Yuan's talent could rank in the top 20 or even top 10 in the history of human civilization. This ranking is in human historical context, whereas the insect race's list only pertains to the current generation of talents under long-live years old. There is no comparison between the two. If the insect race were to learn of Xiaqin Supreme Being's assessment of Lin Yuan, they would, without a doubt, shatter the unspoken agreement once more and employ even higher means to exterminate Lin Yuan at all costs. A human genius of this era, ranked 7th, has an extremely slim chance of becoming a supreme being. But a genius ranked in the top 20 or top 10 in human history has a much greater likelihood of achieving that status. Human civilization cannot allow other peak clans to have an additional supreme being, and the insect race is equally unwilling to see another supreme being emerge from human civilization. In truth, even Xiaqin Supreme Being underestimated Lin Yuan's talent. In Xiaqin's view, Lin Yuan must have received heritage from forces outside the main world, which is why he knew about the Magic Jade Tower. And that heritage undoubtedly includes a plethora of cultivation resources and fortuitous encounters. This is what has made Lin Yuan what he is today. However, in reality, from the time Lin Yuan became an evolver until he took over the Milky Way star region, except for the door to the myriad realms, he never encountered any unknown fortune. This assassination attempt, I want you to completely kill that Galaxy Master so that he cannot resurrect. The shadow of the bug hive sent out a psychic wave. Unable to resurrect? Completely kill? The 5 8th layer invincibles looked at each other. Their expressions showed helplessness. With Lin Yuan's identity and strength, it was highly likely that the one stationed at the Milky Way main star would be an avatar. The true body, presumably, was in an extremely safe place. Even with the 5 of the 8th layer invincibles joining forces, the Star Lord would definitely not be able to resist, but completely killing him, along with his true body, was almost impossible. No matter what, Lin Yuan was also of the 8th layer, existing at the same realm as these invincible beings. Some special methods such as the curse-killing skill wouldn't even have an effect. That meant not only could they not completely kill him, but they also could not prevent him from resurrecting. Rest assured, the mind of the bug hive shadow flickered slightly. A cubic container appeared. The cube was transparent and faintly, one could see mist swirling inside it. "This is memory poison," it said. "The 5 of you working together to control the avatar of the Galaxy Star Lord, then inject this memory poison into its body," directed the voice. "You don't have to worry about the rest," the shadow of the bug hive's psychic wave conveyed. Memory poison? The 5 8th layer invincibles were immediately startled. Memory poison is an extremely special artifact. It can destroy and twist beings on the level of memory. As is well known, with the doppelganger skill, the original body shares memories with the avatar. If memory poison is injected into the avatar, then the original Bodhi's memories will also be contaminated and twisted. By then, even if a supreme being intervened, reversing the course and resurrecting the individual would be meaningless. The rationale behind resurrection is for a supreme being to use the rule of time to reverse space-time, pulling the dead being from the past to the present. This achieves the goal of resurrection. However, no matter to which point in time they return, the moment the resurrected being comes back to the cosmic starry sky, they will receive all the memory information from right before their death. That means, even if a supreme being goes back to an even more distant past, to retrieve a being whose memories have not yet been contaminated, once that individual returns to the cosmic starry sky and synchronizes memories, they will be contaminated all over again. To use memory poison on just a human 8th layer, even if he is an exceptional genius, one of the invincibles muttered under their breath. Memory poison is extremely precious, and only a supreme being, expending great effort and paying some price, can possibly create it. Even for the wealth of the insect race, there probably aren't many instances of memory poison. "Any within the top 10 of our created list merit the use of memory poison," commented the shadow. "However, given the potential of the Galaxy Master, he is bound to have life-saving items. You 5 must strike with full force, leaving no opportunity," the shadow of the bug hive warned. "While memory poison is fearsome, it targets only memories. Any other power, no matter how faint, could destroy memory poison. Therefore, only if the 5 8th layer invincibles completely subdue the Galaxy Star Lord and cut off all of his chances for resistance, can memory poison be used." Chapter 442 10 years, please subscribe, _2 Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan arrived at his inner world. Thunder Heart. Lin Yuan slowly merged the 8-star supreme cosmic rare treasure he had traded for 12,000 cubic universe crystals into his inner world. Strands of purple lightning began to fill the vast expanse of his inner world, spanning over 2 million square miles. The purple lightning was filled with a destructive aura, yet it also burst forth with vibrant vitality, making his entire inner world suddenly feel much more real. Worthy of being the Thunder Heart. Lin Yuan felt the changes in his inner world. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Even among cosmic rare treasures, there were significant differences between them. A cosmic rare treasure like the Thunder Heart was clearly superior to others like the Primordial Fire. This could be seen from their values. "My current strength should be considered the first sequence below the invincible 8th layer, I suppose," Lin Yuan thought to himself. "It's just that up to now, I'm still a bit short of fully comprehending the Taiyin rule." Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his inner world, his thoughts fluctuating. From 4th rank onwards, Lin Yuan had begun to comprehend the Taiyin Taiyang rule. After that, 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank, and even now at 8th layer, it was the Taiyang rule that was always far ahead. Furthermore, Taiyin and Taiyang complement each other, forming Taiji, so even if the comprehension of the Taiyin rule was slightly weaker, it didn't affect Lin Yuan much. As a result, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Taiyin rule was much less advanced than the Taiyang rule, and even with a complete understanding of the Taiyang rule, the conversion of Taiyin Taiyang through Taiji still couldn't rapidly lead to the comprehension of the Taiyin rule. "No rush. I can feel it's coming soon. At most a few years or a bit over a decade." Lin Yuan had a good sense of it. Other evolvers would need to break through countless bottlenecks and shackles to fully comprehend the Taiyin rule. But he had the conversion of the Taiyang rule, having virtually no bottlenecks or shackles, so it was not an exaggeration to say it was a level plane. Soul-settling pearl. Lin Yuan glanced at the life-saving object given to him by Xiaqin Supreme Being. The soul-settling pearl guarded the spirit will, encompassing one's own memories. The intention of the Xiaqin Supreme Being was even if a Supreme Being made a move, the soul-settling pearl could block it for an instant, providing Lin Yuan an opportunity to self-destruct. However, it wasn't to say that the soul-settling pearl would only activate if a Supreme Being acted. Any attack or method that threatened Lin Yuan's spirit will or memories would be blocked by the soul-settling pearl. Of course, the Heart Demon from the Heart Demon Tribulation was not included in this. Milky Way Main Star Palace. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with crimson flames burning wildly inside him. Time passed, but it was hard to say how much. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. My body didn't collapse? According to the information Lin Yuan obtained from the mysterious gourd, fully absorbing the liquid inside the gourd was predicated on having an unharmed body persist until the end. In the past countless times, Lin Yuan's body had turned to dust, and he had returned with the blood rebirth divine skill. But now Lin Yuan's body had persisted. Indeed, it increased by 333 times. Lin Yuan carefully felt his body and his inner world and reached a conclusion. His inner world was now vast and boundless, almost 7 million square miles in area. This was because during this period Lin Yuan had comprehended more spatial models, causing the base size of his inner world to exceed 800,000 square miles. Then, after expanding by 333 times, he ended up with the nearly 7 million square miles large inner world he now possessed. Now, relying solely on my inner world, I am enough to crush ordinary 8th-layer peaks. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The inner world of a normal 8th-layer peak would be around 400,000 square miles. 400,000 square miles? 7 million square miles? It was more than just a crushing difference. Continue. Let's see the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the gray-red gourd in front of him. The gray-red gourd could condense 7 types of liquids, divided by color into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Lin Yuan had completely absorbed the crimson liquid. Next would be the orange-yellow liquid. Thinking this, Lin Yuan immediately reached out to grasp the gourd, turning the spout downward. Perhaps because of the contact with Lin Yuan's hand, the originally gray-red gourd slowly began to change. The red began to fade, replaced by yellow. Gray-yellow gourd. Drip drop. A drop of orange-yellow liquid coalesced at the mouth of the gourd. So beautiful. Lin Yuan gazed at the drop of orange-yellow liquid, vaguely sensing a miniature universe within it. He observed for a moment. Lin Yuan then swallowed the drop of orange-yellow liquid. The orange-yellow liquid turned into flames, quickly spreading throughout Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, Lin Yuan's body turned to ashes. After a few breaths, the blood rebirth divine skill activated, and Lin Yuan returned from the ashes. Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned. The enhancement is too great, causing me to be unable to endure it? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. It seems that an inner world with a 500 million mile radius is at least required to withstand the enhancement from the orange-yellow liquid? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Unlike improving the inner world through grasping the space rules, the enhancement from the liquid inside the mysterious gourd is forceful, breaking some limits and constraints for improvement. Therefore, one cannot step too far at one time. Lin Yuan must possess a certain foundation to endure a large enough enhancement. An inner world with a 5 million mile radius isn't difficult for me. Lin Yuan thought, after transforming with the red liquid, an inner world with a 500 million mile radius was equivalent to other evolvers' 150 million mile radius inner world. This was far from reaching the limit of the inner world. Outside the Milky Way main star, 5 figures hid in the depths of space. This planet, after a B-grade modification, can even hold off us for a few breaths. The leading 8th layer invincible spoke. These few breaths could potentially alert the Galaxy Master to something off, leading him to detonate his avatar directly. If that happened, their mission would end in failure. Although they would not be punished by the insect race, those treasure rewards would obviously have nothing to do with them. What do we do now? The second 8th layer invincible frowned. The Galaxy Master was within the planet. Although there were hundreds of millions of miles between them for 8th layer invincibles, one teleportation was all it took to arrive, nearly no different from being right in front of them. Of course, the B-grade modified Milky Way main star had the ability to block teleportation. They could at most teleport outside the planet. Wait for the Galaxy Master to come out on his own. The leading 8th layer invincible continued, we only have one chance. Once the Galaxy Master notices, consider it a failure. With that said, the 4 8th layer invincibles nodded slightly. The strength of the Galaxy Master was indeed inferior to that of any of them. But the Galaxy Master doesn't need to confront them directly. Just by successfully detonating his avatar, he would render the 5 of them helpless. The Galaxy Master might be young, but he wasn't foolish. Once he realized 5 8th layer invincibles were coming after him, he would definitely be able to surmise that they possessed some means to affect his true self. Simply killing an avatar wouldn't compel 5 8th layer invincibles to make a move. Though, deploying 8th layer invincibles in the Fringe Starfield is far less costly than deploying them deep within human civilization. In the Fringe Starfield, 8th layer invincibles are very likely to escape unscathed after an assassination. But deep within human civilization, not to mention 8th layer invincibles, even 9th rank powerhouses, as long as they dare to reveal themselves, are doomed to die. But what's the status of 8th layer invincibles? To deploy 5 at once. Even the peak clans wouldn't waste resources like that. The only possibility would be planning to kill the avatar and its true self together. Right, we only have one chance. We must seize it. The 5 8th layer invincibles exchanged glances. They immediately began waiting patiently. As long as the Galaxy Master didn't discover their ambush outside, he would come out sooner or later. That would be their chance. With this thought, the 5 8th layer invincibles felt a slight heat in their hearts. If the mission went smoothly, the reward from the insect race might just enable them to take that next step. And so, the 5 8th layer invincibles waited outside the Milky Way main star for 10 years. Chapter 443 Infiltration. Please subscribe. Outside the Milky Way main star. In the depths of space, 5 members of different species fused as 8th layer invincibles. They had essentially penetrated through 5 or 6,000 core spatial models. They could easily merge into layer upon layer of space. The space of the main world was vast and boundless, its layers number unknown, countless secret realms were hidden within certain layers, undiscovered for tens of thousands of years. What exactly is this Galaxy Master doing? Not coming out for 10 years? The 5 8th layer invincibles of the alien races wondered. For an 8th layer powerhouse, a retreat spanning decades or even centuries was not strange, but the Galaxy Master had just assumed control over the Milky Way star region. Logically, he would need to move around the region frequently. Where was the precedent for a new Star Lord hiding away on the main star and not showing himself? Indeed, as a Star Lord, one would certainly not take personal action in all matters, but to not even show one's face? No matter. We just need to wait. If not 10 years, then 50 years. If 50 years won't do, then 500 years. The leading 8th layer invincible, who hailed from the powerful dark-scaled race and was named Sarath, spoke out. The dark-scaled race was a member of the Insect Race Alliance, and the other 4 8th layer invincibles also came from several major races of the Insect Race Alliance. Among the insect race themselves, there was no concept of 8th layer invincibles. Each insect race hive could nurture countless warriors, and as long as there were enough 8th layer insect race warriors, even the invincibles would have to be wary. Therefore, the way to assess the strength of an insect race hive was by the layer it occupied, and the number of insect race warriors it had nurtured across various ranks. An 8th layer insect race hive was the strongest existence within the 8th layer. Given enough time and resources, it could produce an endless stream of 8th layer insect race warriors. Even if these warriors lacked a basic understanding of the rules, a quantitative change would cause a qualitative change. When there were enough numbers, they could sweep all before them. This was the insect race's technique for sweeping through the cosmic starry skies, known as the Sea of Insects tactics. Correct. It's just a matter of time. For us, even if we have to wait thousands of years, what of it? The 3rd 8th layer invincible said. They too yearned to step into the 9th rank, but facing the threshold of fusion rules, mere secluded cultivation was useless. Fusion rules, especially those involving cornerstone support rules, required not only sufficient personal strength but also the key moment of spiritual light. Wait 1,000 years. The 4th 8th layer invincible frowned slightly, sensing that something wasn't right. This Galaxy Master, with such terrifying talent and potential, ranks 7th even on the insect race's hit list. If he cultivates for thousands of years, there's the possibility he'll reach the 9th rank, or at least become an 8th layer invincible. He expressed his concerns. With this statement, the remaining 4 8th layer invincibles fell silent. If it were any other evolver, the notion of discerning some cosmic force and becoming an 8th layer invincible within a few thousand years would certainly be met with scoffs. Is cosmic force so easily discerned? All being 8th layer invincibles, they were well aware of the difficulty in comprehending cosmic force, not knowing how many perils they had faced, or how many miraculous chances they had encountered. Even with extraordinary talent, was it possible to discern cosmic force by merely sitting still and cultivating? But if it were the Galaxy Master? There were enough miracles associated with the Galaxy Master. If it were said that he secluded himself for hundreds to thousands of years and discerned some kind of cosmic force, it might actually be possible. We have no choice now, the Dark Scale Race Sarath said. We have only one opportunity. If the Galaxy Master is hiding on the main star and not coming out, we just have to wait. If we wait thousands of years and the Galaxy Master truly discerns some kind of cosmic force, then the insect race's mission should be considered a failure. Among the 8th layer invincibles, there were differences in strength, but the gap was not large. When two 8th layer invincibles battled, it generally ended in a stalemate, and under normal circumstances, it was difficult for one to defeat the other. This was why individuals of this power level were known as 8th layer invincibles. Even if several 8th layer invincibles ganged up on one, the latter could easily retreat unscathed if they were outmatched. Therefore, in Sarath's view, if the Galaxy Master truly could discern some kind of cosmic force and become an 8th layer invincible, then their assassination plot would have failed. The memory poison targeted only the mind and memories. It would only be effective if the Galaxy Master lost all capacity to resist completely. Even a 9th rank powerhouse would find it difficult to make an 8th layer invincible lose their ability to resist entirely, let alone them. Of course, in the eyes of several 8th layer invincibles, the prospect of the Galaxy Master becoming an 8th layer invincible was just hopeful, not certain. They watched and waited outside the main star, the likelihood of their success still quite high. On the Milky Way main star. In the palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The talent I've displayed includes stepping into the 8th layer before the age of 100 and an astonishing growth rate, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before I took office, my teacher warned me that the insect race might attempt an assassination on me. Lin Yuan glanced in the direction of the starry sky. He had spent 100,000 cubic universe crystals to remodel the main star to grade B, not just because as the economic and political center of the star domain the main star's security was vital, but also to make his strongholds as impregnable as a fortress. A grade B planet remodel could easily suppress most 8th layer powerhouses. In terms of defense, it was equally astonishingly strong. Even if a 9th rank powerhouse made a move, it could hold out for a brief moment. If an 8th layer invincible attacked even a group of them, it could withstand a few breaths' time. For a powerful individual, even a fraction of a moment could allow much to be accomplished. Lin Yuan could completely reveal his true body and avoid direct contact with a 9th rank powerhouse. Chapter 444 Lurking. Subscribe please. _2 And yet, Lin Yuan didn't believe that the insect race would deploy 9th rank powers to assassinate him. Deploying 9th rank combat power would be equivalent to tearing their faces off with human civilization. If the benefits were significant enough, the insect race wouldn't mind doing so, but based on the talent Lin Yuan had currently revealed, he was far from qualified. Therefore, Lin Yuan mainly needed to guard against invincible assassins of the 8th layer. In the face of invincible opponents from the 8th layer, Lin Yuan only needed to hide inside his main star. When Lin Yuan first arrived in the Milky Way star region, he swiftly and decisively cleared the largest unstable elements within the star field. It was to reduce the frequency of his own outings later on. The evolvers of human civilization upon reaching the 8th layer must guard the fringe star field. This is tradition, this is the rule, even the progeny of a supreme being is no exception. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolvers below the 8th layer are protected and supported by human civilization. Upon reaching the 8th layer, they need to give back and guard the fringe starfield, which in fact isn't very dangerous. Talents like Lin Yuan who might be assassinated by different species are often granted numerous life-saving trump cards before heading to the fringe starfield. The soul-settling pearl that the Xiaqin Supreme Being gave to Lin Yuan was such an item. Even if a Supreme Being from a different species took action, it could still preserve his chance of resurrection. Of course, if an evolver made a tremendous contribution to human civilization, such as becoming an evolutionary scholar, or nearing the status of evolutionary scholar, they could apply for exemption from the duty of guarding the fringe starfield. But such instances are extremely rare. With the potential that Lin Yuan had revealed, he actually qualified to apply. But if he did, and all other newly promoted 8th layer evolvers were guarding the fringe starfields, while Lin Yuan did not, it would be the same as announcing to the different species that the Galactic Star Lord had even greater secrets. Once so, even if Lin Yuan hid in the great rear of human civilization, it wouldn't necessarily be absolutely safe. These 10 years? Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted and a smile appeared on his face. 10 years in the main world allowed Lin Yuan to make rapid progress in all aspects. First and foremost was his understanding of rules, of the core models of space rules. Lin Yuan had already comprehended 2,932 types. One must know, 10 years prior, Lin Yuan's understanding of core space models was just over 2,000 types. Over the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had directly comprehended 900 core space models. The difficulty of comprehending these 900 core space models was unknowably higher than that of the initial 900. The 7,782 core space models become increasingly difficult to understand as one progresses, with the difficulty curve rising exponentially. The difficulty of understanding the 2000th core space model was far greater than that of the first. This was reflected in the expansion of his inner world. The later space models, once comprehended, contributed more significantly to the expansion of his inner world. And the 2,932 core space models directly expanded Lin Yuan's inner world to a radius of 2 million miles. This radius of 2 million miles refers to the normal size of an inner world. After the basic amplification by the crimson liquid, Lin Yuan's inner world reached a radius of 6,666 miles. With the basic amplification by the orange-yellow liquid, Lin Yuan's inner world now exceeded 10 million miles in radius. The orange-yellow liquid, Lin Yuan took out the mysterious gourd, which by now was a gray-yellow color and faintly emitted a mysterious aura. Whether it be the initial crimson liquid or the orange-yellow liquid, both provided a basic amplification to the body and the inner world. Compared to the crimson liquid, Lin Yuan absorbed the orange-yellow liquid much more slowly. In 10 years he had only absorbed a little more than half. Now, the basic amplification of my physical body and inner world has probably reached about 5 times? Lin Yuan estimated in his heart. 3.33 times from the crimson liquid, nearly twice from the orange-yellow liquid. The latter is less than the former because Lin Yuan hasn't fully absorbed the orange-yellow liquid. In theory, if Lin Yuan were to absorb the orange-yellow liquid completely, the final amplification could reach 6.66 times. It's terrifying. Even after more than a decade, Lin Yuan was still amazed by the effects of the mysterious gourd. It provided a basic amplification, not a mere addition or subtraction. Now Lin Yuan's inner world had reached 10 million miles. An inner world of 10 million miles. That's the limit for human evolvers, achievable only at the 8th layer after fully comprehending complete space rules. But fully comprehending complete space rules at the 8th layer was practically impossible, with some 9th rank powerhouses not having achieved it either. Yet Lin Yuan in a way had done it. Although he had not comprehended complete space rules, he nevertheless had one of the greatest benefits of doing so. An inner world with a radius of 10 million miles. And the inner world with a radius of 10 million miles was not Lin Yuan's limit. He could continue to increase it by a substantial margin. With an inner world of 10 million miles in radius, my current combat power, even if it's not quite on par with an invincible 8th layer, isn't far off either. Lin Yuan scrutinized himself. According to his speculation, if his inner world reached tens of millions of miles in circumference, even without comprehending some form of cosmic force, he could still forcefully contend with an 8th layer invincible. If his inner world reached hundreds of millions of miles, then he would be able to crush an 8th layer invincible. From time immemorial, the myth that 8th layer invincibles stood unbeatable at their level had belonged to them alone. Yet as long as Lin Yuan continued to cultivate, he could break this myth. It's a pity that the tying rule is still lacking a bit. Lin Yuan sighed. In the past decade, much of his effort had been placed on absorbing the orange-yellow liquid and understanding space rules among other things. This caused a delay in fully comprehending the tying rule. Even so, Lin Yuan felt that he was close. Even if he did nothing at all in at most 2 to 3 years, the tying rule would naturally be comprehended. This is the essence of the complementary nature of yin and yang within the Tao of Taiji. When one side improves, the other side's improvement is a natural consequence. World-breaking origin force, already 36 strands. Lin Yuan's mind sank into the depths of his mind, looking towards that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. 10 years ago, the amount of world-breaking origin force Lin Yuan had accumulated was only 17 strands, but now it had risen to 36 strands. At the moment, the Milky Way star region's development is stable, and there's no need for me to do anything, so I can undertake the 8th traversal. Lin Yuan thought. However, for the 8th traversal, Lin Yuan was still somewhat hesitant on how to choose. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards a certain direction of the main star. There was a mountain peak where Ruan Wei, the 8th-rank evolver who had actively come to follow Lin Yuan more than a decade ago, resided. At this moment, Ruan Wei stood on the mountain peak, with the space around her faintly distorting, a sign that she was trying to comprehend the core space model. Wrong. The direction is wrong. Lin Yuan immediately spotted the issue with Ruan Wei's approach. The space rules are vast and boundless, and the 7,782 core space models summed up by the predecessors of human civilization only explain some aspects of the essence of space rules. Each person who comprehends the core space models may derive different insights. Well then. Lin Yuan decided and vanished from the palace. Space? What exactly is space? Ruan Wei's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her aura began to destabilize subtly. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared. He pointed a finger at Ruan Wei's brow. In an instant, the space fluctuations around them slowly dissipated, and the unstable aura within Ruan Wei gradually stabilized. Star Lord. Ruan Wei came to her senses and immediately saluted Lin Yuan with gratitude. Space is everything. Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke. As someone who had already comprehended nearly 3,000 core space models, Lin Yuan was fully qualified to correct Ruan Wei's deviation. Space is everything? Ruan Wei looked slightly bewildered. Space encompasses all. What you see as space is only an insignificant part. The cosmic starry sky, layer upon layer of space, is almost endless. When you comprehend space rules, never try to concretize space, otherwise it's easy to go astray, Lin Yuan cautioned. For evolvers trying to comprehend space rules, it's like a blind man feeling an elephant. No concrete standards exist, but assuming that space is like the elephant's leg just because one felt it would be a huge mistake. Thank you, Star Lord. Ruan Wei felt inspired and bowed excitedly. She had been trying hard to sense the space rules, attempting to imagine what they looked like, not realizing she had been venturing into forbidden territory. Once she truly fixed a specific image of space in her mind going forward, it would be very difficult for her to make further progress in the space rules. Although Lin Yuan had only casually reminded her, without a doubt, he had steered Ruan Wei back onto the broadest path of the Great Tao. This was one reason why many evolvers were willing to follow a strong leader. Often just one piece of guidance from a strong being could pull them out of a dead end. One sentence might change a lifetime. Chapter 445 8th Shuttle, please subscribe. Advising Ruan Wei was indeed a casual act for Lin Yuan. For over a decade, Ruan Wei had been hustling around for the matters of the Milky Way star region. Lin Yuan had observed all this, and now realizing that the other party was on the wrong path, he didn't mind pulling him back. After all, for Lin Yuan, it was just a matter of a few words without costing him anything. He was just tired from his cultivation. It was merely a small effort. After wandering around outside for a while, Lin Yuan then returned to the palace. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and arrived at the top of a mountain. Under the vault of the sky, that part of the body still existed, as if it had never changed through the ages. Continue to ponder. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings. Many evolvers had started to attempt to cease their cultivation in favor of comprehending more evolution paths. But this group of evolvers only constituted a tiny minority, having to endure tremendous pressure from their spirit will and to comprehend various evolution paths. Even with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had spent quite some time achieving this. Other talented evolvers aiming to tread this path could not say it was utterly impossible. But that was a matter for many years later. This was also why when Lin Yuan told the Goddess of Wisdom about this method of comprehension, he only received 1,500,000 merit points in return. It was too difficult, just like giving an emperor a set of blueprints for a nuclear power plant during the feudal dynasty era. Honestly, Lin Yuan still felt that choosing to cultivate a certain evolution path and perfecting it to the final stage to become an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower was more reliable. This evolution path, life rules also have this aspect? Marvelous. Lin Yuan continued to ponder, comprehending one evolution path after another, dissecting them and realizing the parts that were helpful to him. Over the past decade, Lin Yuan had understood more than 20,000 kinds of evolution paths from this body segment, each evolution path greatly benefiting him. Just a part of the body contains nearly myriad evolution paths. Is this what a supreme being is? I wonder when I, Lin Yuan, can become such an existence? Throughout his continuous comprehension, Lin Yuan gradually sensed the heights at which the supreme being stood. It was incredible. That kind of ultimate control over a path, an eternal existence that even time couldn't erode, what kind of scenery would that be? Lin Yuan had also seen the Xiaqin Supreme Being, but the latter did not release any useful aura. Lin Yuan did not discern anything from him. This body segment, merely a projection through the virtual world, really creates unnaturally strong impacts on the outside world. Lin Yuan thought while continuing to ponder. Just a next stage member of the Magic Jade Tower? How many kinds of evolution paths do I need to comprehend thoroughly? I've already figured out more than 20,000, and it hasn't triggered yet? Could it be that I need 333,333 kinds? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. To thoroughly comprehend 3,333 evolution paths and automatically become an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower. Lin Yuan had already figured out more than 20,000 kinds of evolution paths, and there was reason to speculate that the next stage members of the Magic Jade Tower required 333,333 kinds of evolution paths. Over 30,000 kinds of evolution paths. Although it's 10 times 3,333, the difficulty absolutely increased exponentially. Lin Yuan even doubted whether being an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower was already the limit, with no further stages of membership levels. It doesn't matter. 30,000 kinds or 300,000 kinds. As long as they help me, I will continue to comprehend. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and entered a deep state of contemplation. Songlan Star Virtual World. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, his parents and sister were already sitting there. Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Qiong greeted him with a smile. Brother. Linny looked up in admiration. 10 years had passed, and Linny had grown up, accessing many matters of the upper echelons of the human civilization thanks to her relationship with Lin Yuan. This made her aware of her brother's extraordinary existence. He was a super exceptional genius, dazzling across the entire human civilization alliance, competing with the offspring of supreme beings. Because of Lin Yuan, Kanglan Star, an inconspicuous middle-grade life planet, leaped to become a hot star in both the Chiquan Star Domain and the Annan Star Alliance. Many powerful families from various star domains specially sent their descendants to Kanglan Star to expand their progeny. If Kanglan Star could give birth to a super exceptional genius like Lin Yuan, it indicated its special characteristics. Otherwise, why hadn't the higher-grade life planets given birth to such a super exceptional genius like Lin Yuan? This was the reason why the most popular industry on Kanglan Star turned out to be the fertility industry. Having their offspring born on Kanglan Star, even with a 1 in billion chance as long as they could produce descendants with 1/millionth of the capability of a galactic star master, it was worth it. How's your cultivation going recently? Lin Yuan chatted casually with his parents. After stepping into the 8th layer, Lin Yuan began to pay attention to the cultivation status of his family members, even occasionally offering advice. His purpose in doing so, naturally, was to hope that his parents and sister could live longer. With the advanced technology of human civilization, even if one did not become an evolver, there were many ways to prolong life. But among all the methods to extend life, evolution, that is, becoming an evolver, was the most perfect and had the least side effects. Our aptitude is probably not very good, Xiao Yuan. We need a long time to comprehend those analysis videos you provided, said Father Lin Shoqing, shaking his head. In the beginning he had high hopes for the path of evolution, thinking he could produce a super genius like Lin Yuan. Chapter 446 The 8th Shuttle, Subscription Request. _2 At the very least, the genetic stock of the Lin family should be decent, right? But when the time truly came to step onto the path of evolution, it was unsurprisingly met with a fatal blow. Seeing that Lu Qiong also struggled with cultivation, Lin Shoqing didn't know why, but he felt slightly relieved. Still, we need to make an effort, Lin Yuan said. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not let his parents undergo that life-extending transformation technology. Work hard, work hard. Both of us will definitely make an effort. Lin Shoqing nodded, who wouldn't want to become a powerful evolver traversing the stars. Now that his own son had become a Star Lord, the cultivation conditions of the two of them were envied by many evolvers. Naturally, they would cultivate diligently. Xiao Yuan, you should also rest more often. Don't work too hard, the fringe starfield is also dangerous. After chatting for a bit, Lu Qiong reminded him with concern. Yes, Xiao Yuan, is it really necessary to go to that fringe starfield? Lin Shoqing muttered. He still hoped that his son would stay in the Chiquan Star Domain. How dangerous is the fringe starfield? Those violent different species. It is indeed essential. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current identity, especially as the founder of martial Tao, he was eligible to apply to be exempted from the task of garrisoning the fringe starfield. Though the martial path evolutionary path was currently at the 7th rank, its potential was rated higher than some 8th-layer evolutionary paths. Lin Yuan was not an evolution scholar, yet he surpassed one. If he really applied to the goddess of wisdom, it would surely be approved. However, that would be too conspicuous. Lin Yuan obediently heading to the fringe starfield to garrison. Even if he was targeted for assassination by different species, at most he would be invincible up to the 8th layer. But if Lin Yuan did not garrison the fringe starfield, who knows what would happen? The top seers among the different species would likely discern some information from traces. At that time, Lin Yuan might face an even more dangerous situation. Even the Chikuan Star Lord might not be able to protect him. After chatting with his parents for a while as usual, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to reality. Door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's mind sank into the depths of his mind again, gazing at the majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. Actually, after stepping into the 8th layer, the door to the myriad realms is not without change. Lin Yuan observed the door to the myriad realms carefully. At the 8th layer, his spirit will experience a significant enhancement. He vaguely felt that even if he performed traversals, arriving in other dimensions, other worlds, with the aid of the door to the myriad realms, he could still establish a connection with the main world, instantly sensing everything happening around his physical body in the main world. This was essentially similar to Lin Yuan receiving information transmitted by the ancestral demon tree through the coordinates of the Tianqing world. If relying on Lin Yuan alone, it would be impossible to sense across dimensional layers to the other side. Probably even a supreme being could not do it. But with the aid of the door to the myriad realms, having this object as a medium, such a feat could be achieved. This is also good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. During traversal, sensing every little detail around his physical body in the main world was definitely a good thing. Traversing to a lower-level world where the flow of time was immense, decades might pass there while maybe only a few minutes gone by in the main world. But as the number of traversals increased, the levels of the worlds Lin Yuan arrived at became higher, and the flow of time relative to the main world gradually reduced, resulting in the traversal duration becoming increasingly longer. What if a crisis occurred in the main world during Lin Yuan's traversal? Wouldn't he be powerless to resist? Being able to sense the information around his physical self, however, gave Lin Yuan the opportunity to make a choice. If a major crisis really occurred in the main world, possibly endangering his physical body, Lin Yuan would surely end the traversal forcibly, his spirit will returning to take over his body. Compared to losing one traversal, Lin Yuan valued his physical body more. Not to mention the price Lin Yuan had paid on this physical body. Simply because the physical body was the spirit will's guiding mark upon return, Lin Yuan would not allow anything to happen to it. I wonder if I can bring the gourd along on the traversal. With a thought, Lin Yuan began to communicate with the door to the myriad realms. The door to the myriad realms allowed for physical travel. Naturally, it could also transport items. It only required a certain amount of world-breaking origin force. During his 7th traversal, Lin Yuan had brought origin fine gold into the Tianqing world and placed it within the world's origin source for cultivation, saving him hundreds of years. The gourd was also an external object which, logically, could be taken through the interdimensional travels. Can it also for a strand of world-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan sighed in relief, not doubting whether the gourd could be transported but concerned that the door to the myriad realms would demand 10 or even dozens of strands of world-breaking origin force from him. Just a single strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, now possessing nearly 40 strands of world-breaking origin force, which made him quite wealthy. I have nearly settled all matters. It's time for the 8th traversal. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and made a decision. Each traversal significantly enhanced his strength. Being in the fringe starfield, Lin Yuan inevitably felt insecure and urgently needed to increase his strength. Which traversal method should I choose? Lin Yuan pondered internally. Firstly, the random traversal method was somewhat unstable for Lin Yuan at present. It was better avoided if possible. Excluding random traversal, the only option left was targeted traversal. There were two types of targeted traversal. The first required 100 strands of world-breaking origin force and allowed choosing the travel world based on personal requirements. The 100 strands mentioned were just the starting point. If the chosen world's tier was too high, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would only be higher. The second type required 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to descend into a world where he had coordinates. Among the world coordinates Lin Yuan had, Only two were worth revisiting. One was the Tianqing world. The other was the spirit realm. The Tianqing world was his destination during the seventh traversal, where he had yet to thoroughly explore the boundless void. Meanwhile, the spirit realm was considered the upper realm of the central divine China world. Let's traverse to the spirit realm this time, Lin Yuan decided, knowing the immortal cultivation system would significantly aid the martial path evolutionary path, whereas encountering foreign evil gods in the boundless void was comparatively less beneficial. Thinking this, Lin Yuan sent a sliver of his spirit through the base of the door to the myriad realms, integrating the spirit realm world coordinates into the door. With the assistance of the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan arrived outside a vast and immense world. This world was familiar to Lin Yuan. During his time in the central divine continent, he had broken through the void several times to look upon this colossal entity from the outside. Compared to looking up at it back then, the sight was now much clearer. The mighty world forces in operation seemed capable of crushing everything. Are those million minor worlds beneath the spirit realm? Lin Yuan looked downward and saw countless lights, which he assumed were similar to the lower realms of central divine continent. It is said there are more than 1,000,000 such lower realms. Above. Upon observing the spirit realm, Lin Yuan subconsciously looked upward. He indeed spotted a corner of an even more vast world. Is there another world? Could it be the legendary immortal realm? Lin Yuan was startled. In the numerous secret texts of the Taoist immortal sect in the central divine continent, he had read about another immortal realm above the spirit realm. Let's focus on the spirit realm. Lin Yuan's strand of spirit dispersed. Outside the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan once again opened his eyes. The immortal realm? Could that be the ultimate location of the immortal cultivation system? Lin Yuan thought to himself. He knew little about the immortal realm, to be precise. The Taoist immortal sect had scant records of it. If it weren't for the occasional descents and communications of the immortals of successive generations, they probably wouldn't have any records of the immortal realm at all. My stay in the spirit realm will likely last around 900 years. Comparing time flow rates, about several hundred to one, after completing the stay about 1 or 2 years would have passed in the main world? Lin Yuan planned accordingly. Let's start. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan communicated with the door to the myriad realms, activated the spirit realm's world coordinates, and his willpower abruptly surged into the door. Chapter 447 Martial Ancestors Divine Radiance. Please subscribe. Confused and disoriented. Lost in a haze. By the time Lin Yuan's consciousness revived, he found himself lying on a bed. It's a person, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With the experience of his sixth traversal, Lin Yuan realized, the vessel for his travel was not necessarily a human, it could be other species as well. Although there was nothing wrong with other forms of life, a human body offered Lin Yuan boundless possibilities. If he were to traverse into some special beings, he probably wouldn't even be able to practice martial Tao. My current situation. Lin Yuan began to sift through the original Buddhist memories. He had successfully arrived in the spirit realm, currently in Xianyao City, Xianwang Domain, Dongyun Province. Dongyun Province, Xianwang Domain? Basic information about the spirit realm floated through Lin Yuan's mind. He learned all this from the Taoist immortal sect. The spirit realm was vast and endless, and its most prosperous areas housed 3,000 Tao provinces. Dongyun Tao Province was one of these 3,000. Dongyun Tao Province encompassed more than 20,000 great realms, among which the Xianwang Domain was one. Xianwang Domain, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. If he remembered correctly, the Taoist immortal sect was located in the Xianwang Domain, one of the 3 giants of this great realm. Didn't expect this kind of start. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Taoist immortal sect here was naturally the force established by a true immortal ancestor of the central divine China's Taoist immortal sect. Xianyao City. Lin Yuan's expression turned strange. The original Buddhist memories revealed another name for Xianyao City. Wuxia City. A city demarcated by a significant figure from the Taoist immortal sect. Most of the cultivators in Wuxia City didn't practice the immortal cultivation system, but the martial Tao cultivation system. Martial Tao. Lin Yuan was almost certain that this martial Tao was the one he had spread in central divine China back in the day. In dealings with Zhangqing Immortal, Lin Yuan proposed that the martial Tao cultivators in the further ages of the Central Earth world, if able to reach the 6th stage, could also use the Ascension platform to ascend to the spirit realm. It seemed now that Zhangqing Immortal had kept his promise. At least several 100,000 years have passed. Lin Yuan silently thought. After his 6th traversal, he had undergone his 7th traversal, and also practiced in the main world for some time, although totaling no more than 30 years. But those were 30 years of the main world, with the significant differences in time flow between the two worlds. No less than several 100,000 years must have passed in the central divine China world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the emergence of the 6th rank martial Tao, nor the founding of Xianyao City after ascending to the spirit realm. Xianyao City? Wuzhou City? Lin Yuan's expression turned strange. During his 6th traversal, he had spread martial Tao and was known as the ancestor of martial arts, in addition to being called Jun Xiaoyao. Lin Yuan speculated that this Xianyao City might have been established by a few disciples he had taken in back then. Otherwise, the coincidence was too great. Wonder if I can still see those old friends? Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. According to the plans he had made before he left, it wouldn't be hard for his parents and elder siblings to attain the 6th rank. It's very likely they also ascended to the spirit realm. It's just unknown if they are still alive now. Merely having 6th rank refined void stage strength, they might not have survived hundreds of thousands of years. My current identity is the eldest young master of the Lin family, and the Lin family is a somewhat famous family in Xianyao City. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed and took a deep breath. Such abundant spiritual energy, Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. There were no spirit veins near Xianyao City, as within this city, cultivators of martial Tao occupied a majority. The demand for spirit veins was not as indispensable as it was for those who followed the immortal cultivation system. Yet even so, the concentration of spiritual energy Lin Yuan felt was no less than that of Mount Morality Immortal, which occupied the largest spirit vein of the central divine China world. No wonder those ancient saints of refined void all yearned to ascend to the spirit realm. With such an environment for cultivation, Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head. This was just Xianyao City. If he were in those sacred lands of cultivation, the richness of the spiritual energy would only be higher. It would even begin to transform into a higher form of energy, the immortal qi, only existent in the legends of central divine China. Am I also practicing martial Tao with this body? Lin Yuan carefully sensed his own body and concluded so. To enter the immortal cultivation system, one must have a spirit root. That is an ironclad rule. But even in the spirit realm, the vast majority of beings still possess no spirit root, and most of those who do have a spirit root are of low quality. If they barely step into the qi cultivation stage, at most they would stop at foundation establishment. This was the foothold for Xianyao City. The martial Tao cultivation system has no requirement regarding spirit roots. As long as your blood and qi are abundant, you can cultivate. That brought hope to a significant portion of ordinary people without spirit roots. Even some cultivators with low-quality spirit roots, upon realizing they had significant talent in martial Tao, would switch their practice to martial Tao. Overall, today's martial Tao cultivation system is just a more niche system of cultivation, circulating only within the Xianwang domain and unknown outside of it. That's quite normal. Although martial Tao doesn't require a spirit root, its upper limit is far below that of Immortal Path. Naturally, cultivators with potential would first choose Immortal Path, and only consider martial Tao after realizing there was no hope in Immortal Path. If one can cultivate immortality, who would practice martial arts? Before I left behind 12 ways to break through to the 7th rank martial Tao. These methods weren't perfect and could hardly compete with Tao integration stage of the Immortal Path, Lin Yuan silently thought. Currently, the 7th rank he was cultivating was the perfect 7th rank, integrated and perfected in the main world. Chapter 448 Martial Ancestors Divine Radiance. Please subscribe. Too much stronger than the 12 7th rank paths left in Central Divine Continent. And even so, the 7th rank is the upper limit on the martial Tao path, and naturally, it's far inferior when compared to the immortal cultivation system with its boundless potential. Xianyao City is under the protection of Daoed Immortal Sect, and there are many families within the city at present, but the strongest is still the Martial Temple. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Martial Temple is the sacred ground of Xianyao City, said to be related to the martial ancestor. At the founding of Xianyao City, several practitioners at the 7th stage of martial Tao joined hands to establish the Martial Temple, promoting the martial Tao cultivation system until today. Without the foundation of the Martial Temple continuously cultivating martial Tao cultivators, whether the martial Tao cultivation system would still exist is a matter of debate. What I need to do first now is to improve my strength. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. This body also practiced martial Tao, but the realm was too low. It hadn't even entered the Grand Master realm, not to mention stepping into the 2nd layer. There was still a long way to go to complete the 1st rank. After a brief cultivation session. Having corrected many mistakes in the original owner's cultivation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the room. Martial Tao is not like the immortal path, it doesn't have an indispensable thirst for spiritual energy, but that doesn't mean that cultivation of Martial Tao doesn't need resources. On the contrary, Martial Tao has a great demand for resources, especially at the 6th rank, where one needs to open an inner world, consuming resources that can be described as vast as mountains and seas. Of course, opening the inner world at the peak of the 6th rank, Lin Yuan's creation of the perfect 7th-stage path, has led the Martial Tao cultivation system in the spirit realm to stop at the 7th rank. Without Lin Yuan's further contributions, being able to stay intact is already good enough. The vastness of the spirit realm with the immortal cultivation system occupying the mainstream spot, alongside many other cultivation systems, makes the presence of Martial Tao rather unremarkable. Lin Yuan walked out of the courtyard and was quickly spotted by a maid. "Young master, you're awake?" This maid had the strength of the foundation establishment stage and was cultivated by the Lin family from a young age. Even a family with roots in Jianghu City like the Lin family preferred the immortal cultivation system at heart. Lin Yuan's parents rushed over. "Chang'er, are you all right?" A beautiful woman approached and after carefully examining Lin Yuan, said with joy on her face, "How do you feel now?" "Not bad," Lin Yuan nodded. According to memory, the original owner loved the Martial Tao cultivation system very much, but unfortunately due to being impatient for quick success, he encountered problems during cultivation and fell into a coma. As a result, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually awakened. "Chang'er, you have a spirit root, even if it's just a triple spirit root, you can cultivate on the immortal path. Why fixate on Martial Tao?" The original owner's father, named Lin Jianpain, started the Lin family from scratch and is considered a model of success in Jianghu City. With more than 10 branches of the Lin family business in Jianghu City, Lin Jianpain was well informed and knew the advantages of the immortal cultivation system were far superior to Martial Tao. Beyond the Shenhuang domain, among the 3,000 Dao states, the real stage is occupied by those proud children who cultivate the immortal cultivation system. Lin Jianpain didn't have high hopes for his son, but at the very least he didn't want him to suffer through Martial Tao. Practicing Martial Tao requires physical and body refining, and the torment suffered is definitely greater than that of cultivating on the immortal path. "I like Martial Tao," Lin Yuan said casually. This was also the original owner's thought. Now that Lin Yuan's consciousness had awakened, he had no doubts about cultivating Martial Tao. As for the immortal path, it could indeed be of reference later on, but his foundation would definitely remain in Martial Tao. "You like Martial Tao?" Lin Jianpain was somewhat worried. His son was good at everything and had been extremely sensible since he was a child, but he was very stubborn. Once he decided on something, no one could pull him back. Most of those who practiced Martial Tao did so because they either had no spirit root or their spirit root quality was too low, and they had no choice but to choose Martial Tao. But Lin Yuan? Though the triple spirit root talent was not strong, it wasn't weak either. With a bit of luck, he might well step into the golden core stage. Duh. Lin Jianpain raised his right hand, and suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows. "Take some of those century-old, millennium-old blood spirit Ganoderma, white jade ginseng, and other spiritual medicines from the various branches, and give them to Chang'er for cultivation." In the early stages of Martial Tao cultivation, the primary focus is on forging the body and blood, and this stage can actually be shortened through external means. "Yes." The figure named Da bowed slightly. "Da." Lin Yuan glanced at the figure standing behind Lin Jianpain. 3rd rank of Martial Tao? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Jianghu City, the number of Martial Tao cultivators is the greatest. Although Lin Jianpain is reluctant to have his own son practice Martial Tao, in fact, compared to the immortal path, the Martial Tao cultivation system still has a significant influence in the Shenhuang domain. After all, it has produced several 7th-stage Martial Taoists who can be considered on par with Unity Realm true immortals. Lin Jianpain was worried that his son might neither understand Martial Tao cultivation completely, nor ruin his health by practicing incorrectly. "Son, ponder on your Martial Tao well. Your father will find you a master in the next few days." Lin Jianpain patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, then left with the beautiful woman. Find a master? Lin Yuan thought about it and decided not to refuse. Given the previous instance where he fainted from training too hard, if he were to refuse again, it would probably cause his parents to worry. Lin Jianpain brought the beautiful woman to a grand hall. The beautiful woman, Shenzhen, gave Lin Jianpain a sideways glance, What kind of master do you intend to find for Chang'er? In Xianyao City, although martial Tao cultivators are as plentiful as carps crossing the river, true martial Tao experts are scarce. Those of the 4th stage and above can be counted on one's fingers. If my son Lin Jianpain wishes to practice martial Tao, he must certainly have the best. After contemplation, Lin Jianpain made a decision. I plan to send Chang'er to the martial temple to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Martial ancestors' divine radiance? Shenzhen blinked, then quickly realized, all right, old Lin, are you really willing to part with that much? Undoubtedly, the place where martial Tao cultivators are most concentrated in the whole of Xianyao City is the martial temple. As the foundation for martial Tao cultivators, the few 7th-stage martial Tao experts who established the martial temple intended to ensure the continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system legacy and specially left behind several streaks of divine radiance. These streaks of divine radiance expound on the essence of martial Tao as understood by this group of 7th-stage martial Taoists, which is also associated with the mysterious martial ancestor. Hence, it is known as the martial ancestor's divine radiance. The martial ancestor's divine radiance serves 2 purposes. One is to let the experiencer closely feel the essence understood by the 7th-stage martial Taoists. The second is to determine which aspect of the martial Tao cultivation system the experiencer specializes in. Especially the first purpose, it's equivalent to receiving indirect guidance from those few 7th-stage martial Tao experts. 7th-stage martial Tao experts, shoulder to shoulder with Unity Realm true immortals, stand as significant figures overlooking the Shenhuang domain at this level, regardless of whether they are cultivators of the immortal path or not. Of course, to enter the martial temple and comprehend the martial ancestor's divine radiance, one must either possess astonishing talent to get the temple's attention, or otherwise, one has to find a back door. So-called backdoor entry essentially means paying an extra price to get the chance to follow behind a disciple with astonishing martial talent, to also experience the radiance, to get a share of the remaining martial ancestor's divine radiance left by others. Still, with the Lin family scale, for Lin Yuan to experience the martial ancestor's divine radiance even once would probably cost the family a significant portion of their wealth. This is still with the Lin family having established roots in Xianyao City for many years. Otherwise, outside forces would not even have the opportunity to find a back door. Name, Lin Chang Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the door to the myriad realms gate, bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension, divine power, blood resurrection, current status, consciousness descent, remaining residence time, 920 years in the room. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal characters in the bottom left corner of his vision. This stay is for 920 years? Lin Yuan was quite satisfied in his heart. Such a long time should be enough to nearly establish the 8th-stage martial Tao. I'm still too weak now. To recover to the 8th layer level, I'll need a substantial amount of resources. Lin Yuan grabbed a large half-millennium Ganoderma and swallowed it, his body quickly absorbing the surging essence. From the 1st to 6th rank there's no need to worry, but the 6th rank peak? 7th rank? That requires creating an inner world, and for that I must rely on a great amount of resources. In the main world, Lin Yuan had used countless tons of scarlet spirit liquid to create his inner world. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued his cultivation. Chapter 449 I am the martial ancestor, feel the divine radiance, please subscribe. Several days later, Lin Yuan was still cultivating, when his mother, Shenzhen, dragged him out of his room. Chang'er, I'm taking you to a good place, said Mother Shenzhen with a hint of mystery in her voice. A good place? Lin Yuan felt quite helpless in his heart. So, the two of them went outside. Father Lin Jianpain had been waiting for a long time. His face was full of solemnity. This time we are going to the martial temple, he said. Chang'er, once you're there you must not cause any trouble, Lin Jianpain instructed. Although the martial Tao cultivation system was far less influential than the immortal cultivation system, in Xianyao City the martial temple was the only heaven, controlling everything, commanding everything. Even looking across the Shenhuang domain, the martial temple was one of the most powerful forces under the banner of the Morality Immortal sect, with several 7th-stage martial Tao individuals whose combat power was not the least bit inferior to ordinary Unity Realm true immortals. The martial temple? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. He had long speculated that the martial temple must have been established by the disciples he had taken on in the past, such as Li Qing and others. Its purpose was to ensure the heritage of the martial Tao cultivation system. The center of Xianyao City. The towering Xiaoyao Mountain. This was the location of the martial temple, the very heart of the entire Xianyao City. Those 7th-stage martial Tao founders of the martial temple were often at war for the morality immortal sect, and the strongest within the martial temple were only at the 6th-stage martial Tao, but that was enough to look down upon the entire Xianyao City. Among tens of thousands of cities in the Xianhuang domain, Xianyao City ranked in the top 100. And that was because of the presence of the martial temple. Just then, a spirit vessel flew near. Lin Jianpain, Lin Yuan, and the others stepped out. Elder of the martial temple, my son wishes to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Lin Jianpain pulled out a token. It was bronze in color with the character martial written on it. Go ahead, said the guards at the entrance to Xiaoyao Mountain after scanning the token. They opened the great formation. Seeing this, Lin Jianpain once again thanked them and then led Lin Yuan and Shenzhen inside. Another one using connections. The guards sneered after Lin Jianpain and the others had disappeared. Ever since the establishment of Xianyao City, every so often, many would come to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Among these people, a very small portion came because of their astonishing martial talent and were invited by the martial temple to experience the divine radiance. But the majority were there to freeload the divine radiance. The higher-ups of the martial temple did not interfere with this, first because it contributed to the income of the martial temple, and second, because it had no impact on themselves. Once the martial ancestors' divine radiance was activated, the divine radiance would envelop the area for a fixed time, prioritizing those disciples with astonishing martial talent to experience it first. They would go first and then the rest would follow. Having connections also requires strength to use those connections, sighed another guard. To experience the guidance of the martial ancestors' divine radiance, indirectly receiving the guidance of a martial Tao expert on a par with true immortals, wouldn't you want that? Said the guard, shaking his head. Of course I would, replied the first guard after a moment of silence, admitting the truth. The guidance of a powerful figure was too important. Especially since the martial ancestors' divine radiance not only provided guidance but could also determine the aspects of martial Tao the experiencer excelled in. Xiaoyao Mountain. At first glance, Lin Yuan saw a massive mountain peak, with thin strands of aura scattered throughout the air, clearly indicating that outsiders daring to intrude would be suppressed by forces from all around the very first moment. Combining martial Tao methods with immortal Dao formations, this is interesting, Lin Yuan observed, discerning much of the essence of Xiaoyao Mountain with just a glance. Chang'er, don't look around so much. Lin Jianpain saw Lin Yuan's gaze and quickly reminded him. Inside Xiaoyao Mountain, figures from the martial temple would pass by from time to time. If Lin Yuan's gaze attracted the attention of one of these prominent individuals, it would be an unwarranted disaster. The group followed the path and soon arrived at a teleportation formation. Given the vastness of Xiaoyao Mountain, reaching the martial temple at the summit would take at least half a day, so there were usually teleportation arrays at the foot of the mountain. With an indication from a martial temple disciple, Lin Yuan and the other two stepped into the teleportation formation and in a flash, arrived at the summit. There are quite a few people here, Shenzhen curiously looked around. She noticed many people gathered in small groups, conversing in low tones. In the distance, a massive wall stood erect. That was where the martial ancestors' divine radiance was activated. It was currently in a closed state and no one was allowed to enter. It's not just us who have come to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Xianyao City is so big, many powerful families send their scions whenever the martial ancestors' divine radiance is activated, Lin Jianpain said in a low voice. The Lin family was only somewhat well known in Xianyao City, which was nothing compared to the real power players. For Lin Yuan to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance just once, the Lin family had to spend nearly all of its wealth, but for those real power players, sending a group of clan members to experience it was routine every time it was activated. Lin Yuan just listened at the side. Most of his attention, however, was concentrated beyond that wall. Martial ancestors' divine radiance? Lin Yuan had some guesses in his mind. Before leaving the central divine China world, he had left behind 7 statues with engravings of brief insights into martial Tao. As Lin Yuan pondered, the large doors in the center of the distant huge wall slowly opened. An elderly man in a black robe walked out. The martial ancestors' divine radiance will soon envelop us. Those whose names are called enter and experience, the black-robed elder said succinctly and directly. Ouyang Song. The black-robed elder called out again. It's me, A young man stood up, striding into the door. Experience it well, the black-robed elder showed appreciation and advised. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.